Chapter 1560. Duo King appeared and blocked Black Qilin King's path. Black Qilin King was furious and started arguing with Duo King. Duo King, get out of the way. Black Qilin King said gravely, Black Qilin King, you dare to touch my descendant? In fact, the reason Duo King was so unyielding was because of the rootless grass in Fang Chen's hands. Otherwise, he wouldn't have offended Black Qilin King over a weak clansman. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. As soon as his voice faded, Black Qilin King and Duo King started fighting. Both of them were mid-level life and death experts and possessed great destructive power. Even after Fang Chen had walked a long distance, he could still hear the deafening sound. Two idiots, Fang Chen mocked. Soon after, he used the time-space book and rushed toward the Three Gods' territory. On this day, the most intense battle erupted in the Seven Tigers' territory. For the rootless grass, Duo King and Black Qilin King went all out. The intense battle between the two ended with the Black Qilin King winning by a slight margin. Duo King was injured and fled. At this time, Black Qilin King discovered that Fang Chen had already disappeared. Damn guy. Black Qilin King clenched his fists and roared. At this time, Fang Chen had already entered the Three Gods' territory. This was the territory of the Sea Demon clan. It was dangerous for him to disguise himself as an outsider. However, Fang Chen soon encountered a sea demon and killed it. After obtaining its bloodline, he successfully disguised himself as a sea demon. From the sea demon's memories, Fang Chen learned that there were human martial artists nearby. Let's go take a look. Fang Chen's figure hid in the void and flew toward his destination. Before long, Fang Chen arrived in front of a mountain peak. There's a cave halfway up the mountain. Fang Chen gazed at the mountain peak. Without the sea demon's memories, he wouldn't have found the cave. This cave is really well hidden. Fang Chen faintly said and quietly arrived in front of the cave. He used the space-time book to merge with space-time and sneaked into the cave. There were two people in the cave. One of them was an elder of the Luo clan, and the other was an elder of the Yuan clan. Luo Zhu, if we spread the news that Sanguinati has entered the winged dragon danger zone, would the outsiders be able to kill him? Asked the Yuan race elder. The elder known as Luo Zhu exuded a black aura. Humph, the foreign races hate Sanguinati very much. I'm afraid they are searching for him with all their might. Luo Zhu sneered. Luo Zhu, we've been here for too long. Will the outsiders discover us? Asked the Yuan race's elder worriedly. Don't worry, there's a seal around the cave. Once someone approaches, I'll be able to detect it immediately. The most important thing now is to find a way to bring out the body of that expert from the depths of the cave. Luo Zhu said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the Yuan clan elder nodded. They had stumbled upon this cave by accident, and only after entering did they realize that there was a peerless expert's body here. The two of them were greedy and wanted to absorb the power of the peerless powerhouse. However, they hadn't been able to do so after such a long time. In the air, Fang Chen sneered. It seemed that this matter was related to the second elder and even the Yuan race. Fang Chen carefully observed. Luo Zhu's cultivation was at the second level of the life and death realm, while the Yuan race's elder was at the peak of the first level. With his strength, he was confident in dealing with the Yuan race's elder, but he had no chance against Luo Zhu. Just as Fang Chen was pondering, a slight tremor came from the depths of the cave. Luo Zhu immediately stood up. There's movement. Luo Zhu's face was filled with excitement. Soon after, he quickly arrived at the depths of the cave. The peerless expert's body was sitting cross-legged in the depths of the cave. With a single glance, one could tell that it had been exposed to wind and rain. The bones were covered in dust. Something's wrong. Luo Zhu discovered that something was wrong and quickly walked towards the bones. Elder Luo Zhu, what did you discover? Asked the Yuan race's elder. There's another world beneath the body. Elder Luo Zhu was extremely excited. What? The Yuan race's elder was shocked and hurriedly walked over. The surroundings of the skeleton emitted a gray light. Below it, a bottomless cave appeared. Luo Zhu and the Yuan race's elder exchanged glances and made a decision. Let's see if we can move the bones. Luo Zhu said. Immediately, the two elders moved together, trying to lift the bones. Dong suddenly, a strange aura came out of the bones and corroded the Yuan race's elder's arm. Crack! The Yuan race's elder's arm was directly broken. There's danger. The Yuan race's elder panicked and quickly retreated. However, before he could take a few steps, he found that something was pressing against his body from behind. Then, a saber pierced into his body with a poochie sound. The Yuan race's elder's primordial spirit was severely injured and was about to collapse. With blood flowing out of his mouth, he tried hard to turn his head. He saw Elder Luo Zhu with a sinister smile on his face. You. The Yuan race's elder tried hard to stretch out his hand, but he couldn't believe it. How dare you kill me? Humph. Who would know that I'm the one who killed you? Besides, you're too weak and will only be a burden to me. Why don't you help me? After saying that, Luo Zhu quickly pulled out the saber from the Yuan race's elder's body. The Yuan race's elder's body fell to the ground weakly. Even if you die, you have to die in vain. Luo Zhu sneered and grabbed the Yuan race's elder's body and threw it on top of the bones. Hiss! Suddenly, countless lines shot out rapidly and penetrated the Yuan race's elder's body. Seeing this scene, Elder Luo Zhu was also scared. Fortunately, he didn't act rashly. Otherwise, these lines would have rushed into his body. After a long while, the bones stopped moving completely. The Yuan race's elder's body was already beyond recognition. It was completely penetrated by the lines and was in a sorry state. After confirming that there was no danger, Elder Luo Zhu kicked the Yuan race's elder's body away. Then he placed his palm on the bones. But soon his face turned gloomy. Damn it! All my strength has dissipated. Elder Luo Zhu said unhappily. Whoosh! Fang Qin had long been prepared. Finding an opportunity, Zhang Xian abruptly appeared and sent Elder Luo Zhu flying with a kick. Then, with a leap, he jumped into the pitch-black cave below. Bang! Elder Luo Zhu's body was kicked away by Fang Qin. He got up from the ground with a furious face. Damn it! How dare you plot against me? Luo Zhu roared in anger and murderous intent. He followed closely behind and entered the dark cave. Whoosh! Fang Chen's surroundings were dark. His body had been falling all this time. What is this place? Fang Chen thought to himself and prepared the star field dragon boat at the same time. Once he encountered danger, he would leave on the star field dragon boat immediately. After falling for a long time, he finally landed on the ground. Bang! Fortunately, Fang Chen's body was tough, so he didn't suffer any serious injuries. After landing on the ground, Fang Chen waved his hand and set up the chaos element killing array. Here's a feast for you. Fang Chen laughed sinisterly. Soon after, he disappeared into the darkness. After a while, a trembling sound resounded through the dark land. Then Luo Zhu's angry roar could be heard. Sanguinati, I'm going to tear you into pieces. At first, Elder Luo Zhu was not sure. But after seeing the chaos element killing array, he was sure that the martial artist who attacked him was Sanguinati. Damn the array, you want to trap me? Elder Luo Zhu clenched his fists and kept bombarding the array. Something's wrong. After attacking wildly, Elder Luo Zhu realized that this array was not ordinary. So what? The day I break the array will be the day you die. Elder Luo Zhu was furious. Fang Chen knew that the chaos element killing array would not be able to trap Elder Luo Zhu for a long time. So he quickly moved forward. The more he moved forward, the more he realized. He seemed to have come to an underground castle. What's here? Fang Chen was puzzled. At this moment, Fong Qin saw a shocking scene. In a forest not far away, an enchanting woman was wearing very little clothes, only enough to cover her important parts. Her every move exuded a seductive aura. In front of her stood a second-level life and death realm sea demon. This sea demon had a confused look. "Do you want to try it?" The enchanting woman said softly. Chapter 1561. The enchanting woman had a dainty figure. Even in the outside world, she would be a top beauty. There was a strange smile on her delicate face. Seeing the sea demon walk over, her body emitted an extremely flirtatious aura. The sea demon didn't have any power to resist and arrived before the enchanting woman. Then, under Fong Chen's stupefied gaze, the enchanting woman took off her clothes, revealing her pure white body. "Come," the enchanting woman teased. Fong Chen couldn't bear to watch the next scene. It was simply a disaster. Who was this enchanting woman? Why was she seducing the sea demon? Moreover, from the looks of it, the enchanting woman's cultivation base hadn't even reached the life and death realm. Yet, she was able to use her charming technique to bewitch a life and death realm sea demon. After making love, the enchanting woman put on her clothes. A blush appeared on her face, but it quickly disappeared. She snapped her fingers, and the bewildered sea demon instantly woke up. "How was it? Did it feel good?" the enchanting woman asked. "Yes," the sea demon subconsciously said, but his face soon changed. "What's going on? What did you do to me?" the sea demon asked in a deep voice. "I didn't do anything. I just poisoned your body." The enchanting woman smiled. "Don't try to struggle. Only I have the antidote for this poison. As long as you use your strength, the poison will flare up." The sea demon didn't seem to believe her and urged his strength. In an instant, his body trembled, and he started foaming at the mouth. His entire body felt sore and powerless. The enchanting woman flicked a green pill and stuffed it into the sea demon's mouth. A moment later, the sea demon returned to his original state. It was extremely miraculous. "As long as you're obedient, I'll give you the antidote on time," the enchanting woman said. "Otherwise, you can just wait for your death." The sea demon's face changed, and his heart was filled with humiliation. However, he still chose to compromise in the end. "Good, very good. From now on, you're my subordinate's dog. You'll do whatever I tell you to do," the enchanting woman shouted. "Yes, master." Fong Qin was inwardly apprehensive. What kind of poison was this? Even a life and death realm emperor couldn't resist it. And who is this enchanting woman? Why is she doing this? Don't expose yourself. After you return, try your best to lure as many life and death realm monarchs as you can to meet me here, the enchanting woman instructed. "The poison in your body will relapse every 7 days. If you don't have my antidote, you will definitely die," the enchanting woman said. The sea monster nodded and then quickly left. At this moment, the alluring woman's gaze fell on a certain spot in the void. "Haven't you seen enough?" Fong Qin stared blankly for a moment before walking out of the void awkwardly. "I didn't expect him to be a human. Furthermore, he's so handsome." The enchanting woman licked her dry lips and said, "Who are you?" Fong Qin asked. "I can see it in your eyes. If you want to let go, then let go." The enchanting woman was bewitching Fong Qin. Dong the golden heart beat rapidly, and Fong Chen's mind suddenly became clear. Swish! Fong Qin was the first to make a move. He arrived beside the enchanting woman in an instant. Then he stretched out his big hand and grabbed the woman's throat. "You!" The enchanting woman did not expect this person to be able to resist her bewitching technique. "Speak, who are you?" Fong Qin said coldly. "Boy, I dare to bet that you can't kill me." The enchanting woman woke up from her shock and sneered. "Really? Are you sure?" While speaking, Fang Chen exerted force in his hand, and the enchanting woman's throat made a cracking sound. However, at this moment, a green pill appeared in the enchanting woman's hand. Fang Chen knew that this was the antidote that he had just given to the sea monster. Boom! The thumb-sized green pill exploded beside Fang Chen. The power of the explosion instantly sent Fang Chen's body flying. When he got up, the enchanting woman had already disappeared. Damn it! Fang Chen cursed. He could not stay here for long, so he quickly left. After escaping from Fang Chen's evil clutches, the enchanting woman was furious. Where did this guy come from? The enchanting woman muttered to herself. Coincidentally, she ran into Elder Luo Zhu, who had just escaped. The enchanting woman was full of anger and did not know where to vent it. She just happened to find a target. Immediately, she released a bewitching aura around her. When Elder Luo Zhu saw the enchanting woman, his eyes widened. Half an hour later, the enchanting woman used the same method to control Elder Luo Zhu. Then, she woke Elder Luo Zhu up. Slap! A slap landed on Elder Luo Zhu's face. Slap! Another slap was very loud. Facing the enchanting woman's fat slap, Elder Luo Zhu did not dare to fight back. He was poisoned and his life was in the hands of the enchanting woman, so he did not dare to act recklessly. He put all his hatred on Fang Chen. Sanguinati, I will never let you go. Elder Luo Zhu thought to himself. After a while, the enchanting woman finished venting her anger. Then she asked, What are you doing here? Master, I am chasing after a human martial artist. Luo Zhu replied in a low voice. Human martial artist. Luo Zhu described Sanguinati's appearance to the enchanting woman. After hearing it, the latter's face turned cold. I'll give you a chance. Go and capture him. The enchanting woman said, Capture him alive. Yes, master. Walking out of the forest, Fang Chen arrived at the entrance of a stone cave. There were 3 passages at the entrance of the stone cave. Each passage was pitch black, and his divine sense could not see through them. How should I choose? Fang Chen hesitated. How should he choose? If he had not met the enchanting woman, he could have chosen any passage. However, after meeting the enchanting woman, he felt the seriousness of the situation. Why was the enchanting woman here? What was her goal in controlling a life and death realm emperor? All of this made Fang Chen extremely puzzled. Fang Chen even wondered if there was a huge force behind the enchanting woman. Just as Fang Chen was pondering, Luo Zhu appeared. Sanguinati. Elder Luo Zhu said in a deep voice. Elder Luo Zhu walked over and looked at Sanguinati vigilantly. Sanguinati, we seem to have fallen into a dangerous situation. Why don't we let go of our former enmity and work together? Our personal grudges can wait until we get out of here. Elder Luo Zhu's words left Fang Chen a little confused. However, Fang Chen soon thought of something. Could it be that Elder Luo Zhu is also being controlled by the demoness? Thinking of this, Fang Chen was inwardly vigilant. We can work together, but you have to tell me who told you to spread the news of me entering winged dragon danger ground. Fang Chen asked. This, Luo Zhu's expression changed. It's the second elder. He's colluding with the Yuan race and wants to kill you. As expected, Fang Chen sneered as he saw Luo Zhu approaching. Stop right there, Fang Chen berated. Sanguinati, let's work together. Before Elder Luo Zhu could finish speaking, Fang Chen interrupted him. Elder Luo Zhu, I have one more request. If you agree, I'll work with you, said Fang Chen. Luo Zhu's fury soared, but he held back. Speak. Your cultivation base far surpasses mine. I don't feel safe working with you. Unless you break your own arms, mocked Fang Chen. Sanguinati, you're messing with me. Luo Zhu roared furiously. Yes, I'm messing with you, sneered Fang Chen. He looked at Luo Zhu like he was an idiot. "You're courting death." Luo Zhu was furious. He opened his hand, and a terrifying power shot toward Fangchen. Crash! A cave residence appeared in front of the three paths. "This is the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave." Seeing this, Luo Zhu turned pale with fright. Sanguinati can actually control the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. This discovery set off waves of shock in Luo Zhu's heart. After a long while, he calmed down. "CCC Pavilion Master, Sanguinati is hiding in his cave residence. I can't capture him." Luo Zhu messaged the woman. The latter quickly replied, "Stay there and guard him. I'll be there soon." In the forest, the enchanting woman's eyes revealed a trace of coldness as she sped forward. "Human, you better pray that you don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, I'll make you my slave forever." Chapter 1562. Elder Luo Zhu was at the second level of life and death realm and was very strong. Although Fangchen was strong, he was still at the fortune realm. It would be very difficult to make up for this gap with the space-time cultivation system. And in this dangerous place, it was even more impossible to use the dark, demonic wheel. Once he used it, he would fall into a deep sleep. The enchanting woman was still in the dark, and he would be in endless danger. Therefore, Fangchen didn't hesitate to activate the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave and enter it. Swoosh! Under Fangchen's control, the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave turned into a thumb-sized particle. "Sanguinati, you can't escape." Luo Zhu sneered and stretched out his hand. A wild aura spread out and sealed the surrounding space. Luo Zhu was currently in the process of comprehending laws. If he had grasped a law, he wouldn't be in such a passive position. However, even so, the methods of a life and death realm emperor were not something Fangchen could imagine. Sealing the void, the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave was sealed. Even if Fangchen controlled the cave, he couldn't break free. Looking at the small particle, Luo Zhu's body emitted a frightening cold aura. Boom! Luo Zhu clenched his fist and gathered all the power in his body before punching out. Dong! The entire ground trembled and the three passages swayed. The small particle smashed into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. "I don't believe you can hide here forever." Luo Zhu attacked the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave crazily. Inside the cave, Fangchen was in full control. Rumble. The cave would shake from time to time, but it didn't affect Fangchen. Damn it! Fangchen couldn't help but curse. He wasn't Luo Zhu's opponent yet. The latter's seal would definitely attract the demonic woman. "I have to think of a way to get out as soon as possible," Fangchen inwardly said. Soon after, he sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and started cultivating. Outside, hoo-hoo-hoo, the enchanting woman quickly rushed over. "Where is he?" asked the enchanting woman. "Master, he is hiding in his portable cave. My attacks are unable to blast him open. I can only seal the void," Luo Zhu said respectfully when he saw the alluring woman. Actually, Luo Zhu was also furious at the enchanting woman, but there was nothing he could do. He had no choice but to lower his head under the eaves. Luo Zhu was an elder of the Luo clan, one of the three great god clans. As a life and death realm monarch, as long as he didn't seek death in the lower realms, he wouldn't be in any danger. However, he wholeheartedly wanted to increase his cultivation. For this reason, he did not hesitate to pay any price and entered the pterosaur danger ground. Who would have thought that in the process of chasing Sanguinati, they would encounter such a terrifying demoness? He could sense the aura of someone in the blessed realm from the demoness. In other words, the demoness was only a creation realm martial artist. He was a life and death realm monarch, yet he was being controlled by a fortune realm demonic woman. Moreover, he had to listen to her every word. "Damn it, if I get the antidote, I will tear you to shreds," Luo Zhu swore in his heart. The beautiful eyes of the enchanting woman frowned as she looked at the small speck within the seal. Do you know what cave this is? The enchanting woman asked. Master, this cave is called the Coiling Moon Cave. It was left behind by a powerful being in the god world. I don't know how Sanguinati could control it. Luo Zhu said. Hearing this, the enchanting woman's face changed slightly. A cave left behind by a powerful being in the god world? This is troublesome. The enchanting woman muttered to herself. In her mind, she was quickly thinking of a solution. After a while, the enchanting woman made a decision. You stay here and guard. I will go look for reinforcements. With that, the enchanting woman turned and left. Inside the Coiling Moon Cave, Fang Chen was racking his brains to think of a solution. He borrowed the power of heaven and earth in the cave to temper his body and increase his cultivation. However, he was stuck at the 8th level of the creation realm. This made Fang Chen speechless. Suddenly, he sensed that the enchanting woman had left. Let's give it a try, Fang Chen muttered to himself. Soon after, he gritted his teeth and stood up. Buzz! Fang Chen controlled the Coiling Moon Cave and crazily attacked the seal. At the same time, Fang Chen walked out of the Coiling Moon Cave. Without saying a word, he took out the dark demonic wheel. A terrifying dark aura surged out like a vast ocean. Boom! The earth was trembling, and the 3 passageways were swaying as if they would shatter at any moment. Crack! The seal that Luo Zhu had set up shattered instantly. The sudden change made Luo Zhu's face change drastically. Sanguinati, you are courting death. Luo Zhu bellowed and immediately launched a fierce attack. Boom! However, before his attack could get close to Fang Chen, he felt a terrifying dark aura. No! Elder Luo Zhu panicked and roared in anger. His primordial spirit was trembling. This was the first time he felt the aura of death. Whoosh! Elder Luo Zhu kept retreating and attacking crazily. The master and disciple blocked the dark aura. However, he was at his lowest point. The power of the dark demonic wheel. Crack! When the dark aura enveloped Luo Zhu, the latter's body was directly shattered. Only a wisp of broken primordial spirit was left behind and escaped. At the same time, Fang Chen hurriedly put away the dark demonic wheel and entered the Coiling Moon Cave. The starlight in his Qi Si was instantly drained of energy. His eyelids were fighting and he was about to fall asleep. Go down. Before falling asleep, Fang Chen controlled the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave and broke through the shattered seal. Then he directly charged into the passage in the middle. Whoosh! After the Coiling Moon Cave entered the passage, it disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. In front of the passage, a terrifying aura spread out. The surrounding towering trees instantly withered and turned yellow. As Fang Chen's strength increased, the power of the dark demonic wheel was also gradually unsealed. The domineering dark aura harvested the vitality of the surrounding plants. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Then, led by the enchanting woman, 7 or 8 beautiful women quickly rushed over. They sensed the remnant aura in the air and their expressions changed. Junior sister Shui, what happened? The woman in yellow asked in a low voice. The enchanting woman's expression was gloomy. She tried to contact Luo Zhu. Soon, Luo Zhu's reply came. Then Luo Zhu, who had been hiding in the dark, appeared. Right now, he was just a wisp of primordial spirit. He was about to fall asleep, and his life was in danger. Master, Sanguinati has a supreme treasure. It's extremely powerful. I can't block it. My body is broken, and my primordial spirit is damaged. Ball Master, save me. Luo Zhu begged for help. Trash, you can't even keep a manifestation realm human in check, said the enchanting woman coldly. Where did he go? Master, you can't blame me. Sanguinati's supreme treasure is too powerful. Even the 5 heads of the human race are envious of it. How could I block it? Luo Zhu bitterly smiled. He entered the passage in the middle. Whoosh! The enchanting woman opened her mouth, and a small green snake shot out from her red lips, pouncing towards Luo Zhu's primordial spirit in the sky. Ah! The small green snake drilled into Luo Zhu's primordial spirit and began to devour it. "Master, save me!" Luo Zhu cried out in fear. The enchanting woman looked on coldly. In the blink of an eye, Luo Zhu's primordial spirit completely disappeared, and the small green snake returned to her mouth. "Junior sister Shui, what happened?" A few beautiful women who had followed the enchanting woman asked. "Junior sister Shui, it seems even you have times when you fail. Junior sister Shui, you can't control a mere manifestation realm human. Your charm technique is only SOO." A few mocked her. The enchanting woman said, "This person is very mysterious. His body confused with the void, and he has an immortal cave, left behind by an almighty expert of the divine world. I originally wanted to call my senior sisters over, but I didn't know the refining flame, burning heart formation, and forced him to appear. Everyone already knew what happened next. According to what you said, this person's supreme treasure is truly extraordinary," said the yellow-clothed woman from before. The enchanting woman no longer spoke and looked at the 3 passages. "What do we do now? What can we do?" "We can only return," said one of the women. "You should know how terrifying these 3 passages are. If we rashly enter, we'll definitely die." In the end, they all left. Chapter 1563. Elder Luo Zhu's death was his own doing. If he hadn't dealt with Fang Qin, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Inside the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave, Fang Qin fell unconscious. However, before he lost consciousness, the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave rushed into a passage in the middle. In fact, Fang Qin didn't want to take the risk, but he had no choice. He couldn't just sit and wait. From the words of the woman, there should be a terrifying power behind her. Once he fell unconscious, the defense of the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave would be greatly weakened. After entering the passage, the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave kept falling. From time to time, arrows would shoot out from the passage with terrifying power, comparable to the attacks of life and death realm monarchs. Along the way, they encountered countless dangers. Fortunately, the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave was left behind by the Coiling Moon War Immortal, so its defense was extremely strong. In the end, the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave blocked all the attacks and fell to the ground. There was a pool of lava here, with scalding flames jumping inside. Dong! The Coiling Moon Immortal Cave landed beside the lava, stirring up a lot of dust. After a long time, the place calmed down, and a white thing suddenly appeared in the lava. Then, the white thing poked its head out of the lava. It was a large, white dog that looked like a pug. It was in the lava, but the scorching lava couldn't hurt it. "What is this?" The big white dog was puzzled, and it carefully observed the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. After checking for a full hour, he finally jumped out of the magma and onto the shore. "So strange." The big white dog spoke in human language. It arrived in front of the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave and scratched it with its big paws. It found that the defense of the cave was very strong. What a strong defense! The big white dog was surprised and then said helplessly, "Unfortunately, the seal in my body can't be removed. Otherwise, I would have shattered it." After studying for a long time, the big white dog couldn't do anything about the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. In the end, it lay on the ground and looked at the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave with its head raised. It had been a long time since an outsider entered this place, and the big white dog was very lonely. Seeing the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave, it was very curious. Every few hours, the big white dog's stomach would rumble, and it would return to the lava. After a while, he patted his round belly and jumped to the shore again. Time passed quickly. This time, Fang Qin was in a coma for nearly half a month. This was because he had become a Grandmaster Soul cultivator and was able to resist some of the backlash from the dark, demonic wheel. Within the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave, Fang Qin rubbed his head, feeling some pain. Instantly, Pain spread throughout his entire body. Whoosh, the little mouse suddenly appeared and worriedly asked, "Boss, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Fang Chen mobilized the power within the starlight to recover from his weakened state. After a while, Fang Chen's expression eased a little. He stood up from the ground and took control of the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave. His gaze passed through the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave and looked outside. This is there. Fang Chen clearly remembered that he had controlled the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave and entered the middle passage. How did he end up here? However, what shocked Fang Chen even more was that the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave that had been in perfect condition had actually been reduced to an incomparably sorry state. Fang Chen was a little shocked. What kind of danger had he encountered along the way? Even the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave, which had a super strong defense, had been reduced to such a sorry state. At the same time, Fang Chen's heart also palpitated. Fortunately, he had not been rash back then. Otherwise, he would have died countless times already. Fortunately, the basic functions of the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave can still be used. Although it's a little damaged, the defense is enough. Fang Chen said with a sigh of relief. At this moment, a voice rang out from within the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave. "Human, quickly come out." Hearing this voice, Fang Chen turned pale with fright. He hurriedly looked outside the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave and saw a big white dog lying on the ground, staring at the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave. "Is it talking?" Fang Chen was a little stunned. How did the big white dog know that he was hiding in the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave? Also, how could his voice be transmitted in here? A series of questions surfaced in his mind. This made Fang Chen even more fearful of the world inside the passage. Just what was the winged dragon danger zone hiding? First, he had encountered the bewitching woman, and then he had fallen into this place. And now he had encountered an extremely strange big white dog. "Are you talking?" Fang Chen probingly asked. "Nonsense, of course it's me talking. Who else but me?" The big white dog glanced at the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave and said impatiently. "Who are you?" asked Fang Chen. "I'm me," said the big white dog. Fang Chen was speechless. Although the big white dog seemed gentle, it actually gave him a very dangerous feeling. Before he figured out the big white dog's goal, he definitely couldn't go out. I was unconscious for so long, and the big white dog was outside the entire time. It didn't charge in. This means that with its strength, it can't break through the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave's defenses. Fang Chen thought to himself. After a while, Fang Chen recovered his composure. He controlled the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave and communicated with the big white dog. "What is this place?" asked Fang Chen. "Human, why are you talking so much nonsense? I'm very lonely. Come out and accompany me," said the big white dog. "I don't even know where I am. What if I go out and get eaten by you?" Fang Chen definitely wouldn't joke around with his life. "Boss, there's something wrong with this big white dog." Little Mouse said in a low voice. He could feel the suppression of his bloodline. In the world of monster beasts, there were only a few that could suppress the heaven-devouring divine rat in terms of bloodline. Fang Chen and the big white dog chatted for a while. The big white dog was hungry, and it quickly dove into the fiery red lava. Seeing this, Fang Chen was even more shocked. Based on the temperature of the lava, even a manifestation realm martial artist wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even if a manifestation realm martial artist entered, they would be instantly turned into ashes. But the big white dog could enter and exit as it pleased. What is this place? Fang Chen sank into deep thought. He guessed that the big white dog was something like a guardian guarding this place. Gurgle. Some bubbles appeared on the surface of the lava. The big white dog jumped out once again. Eating lava? That's too exaggerated. Fang Chen was stunned. Little Mouse, on the other hand, didn't think much of it. "Boss, this is nothing. The universe is big, and there are all kinds of strange things. Some races are born with very powerful innate abilities. For example, our heaven-devouring divine rat race can devour all ores in the universe, even primordial ancestral stones. Little Mouse said, however, this big white dog shouldn't be able to compare to our heaven-devouring divine rat race. Okay. Fong Chin turned to look at Little Mouse. Little Mouse had just felt the suppression of his bloodline, so why was it saying something like this now? Boss, I really did feel the suppression of my bloodline, but I soon discovered that it wasn't the suppression of my bloodline. It was the suppression of the aura of a monster. Rather than saying that the big white dog is a special monster beast race, it's better to say that it's a powerful, ordinary monster beast. The only reason the big white dog was able to suppress me was because it was too powerful. It was so powerful that I couldn't even catch up to it. Little Mouse said, but it couldn't even open the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave, Fong Chin said. Little Mouse shook its head. It was a heaven-devouring divine rat, and as a monster beast it was extremely sensitive to other monster beasts. My guess is that the big white dog's power has been sealed, and it's guarding something here. Little Mouse said. Fong Chen's heart trembled slightly when he heard this. On the shore of the lava, the big white dog pressed its paws against the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. Human, if you don't come out, I'll toss this cave into the lava. The temperature of the lava was enough to incinerate everything. A mere cave definitely wouldn't be able to last for long. I can come out, but you have to tell me who you are. Fong Chen transmitted. The big white dog shook its head. How annoying. However, he still revealed his identity. If I said that I was a weapon, would you believe me? The large white dog asked. 88. 8. A weapon? Fong Chen's heart was in turmoil. What kind of weapon could do this? Feed on lava? He didn't believe the big white dog's words. I know you don't believe me, but I can only say that your vision is too narrow, said the big white dog. If you don't want to come out, that's fine. Have that mouse by your side come out. Chapter 1564. The big white dog's words made Fong Chin exclaim in his heart. What kind of existence was it? It even recognized the god-devouring rat? One had to know that in the lower realm there were only a handful of people who could recognize the god-devouring rat. In the entire universe, there was only one little mouse in the god-devouring rat clan. There was once another one that followed the Zongjian emperor, but it had already fallen. Big white dog, you know us god-devouring rats. Little Mouse widened its eyes and looked at the big white dog. The big white dog stood lazily, stuck out its tongue, and laughed. Isn't it just a god-devouring rat? I almost ate one once. Hearing this, Fong Chen was speechless. If what the big white dog said was true, then it was too terrifying. The god-devouring rat's innate ability was incomparably heaven-defying, and the big white dog had almost eaten it. Big white dog, keep bragging, Little Mouse said disdainfully. No one knew better than it how terrifying the god-devouring rat clan was. It thought that the big white dog's words were simply nonsense. However, the big white dog didn't care. Kid, are you coming out or not? The big white dog said impatiently. Then the big white dog's big paw hugged the Coiling Moon Fairy Cave and threw it into the hot magma. Not good. Before getting close to the magma, Fong Chin felt a scorching aura coming at him. Fong Chin pressed his foot down and exclaimed. Soon after, with a thought, he put away the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave. Then, with a leap, he jumped onto the shore of the lava. At the same time, the little mouse looked at the big white dog covetously. Finally willing to come out? The big white dog chuckled and looked at Fong Chin. Splash. Fong Chin operated the space-time cultivation system, and the space-time aura emerged. His figure merged into the void. Seeing this, the big white dog's eyes had a hint of imperceptible joy. This kid is interesting. The big white dog didn't even look and grabbed at the void with its big paw. Suddenly, Fong Chin, who was hiding in the void, felt a trace of unease. He subconsciously moved his body out of thin air and was forced to show himself. You, how did you discover me? Fong Chen's heart was in turmoil. The Snow White Dog's methods were too powerful. It should be known that even a life and death realm monarch wouldn't be able to find him when he used the time-space book. Right now, the big white dog didn't even bother to look at him. It simply grabbed him and forced him to show himself. Was it a coincidence? Or was the big white dog able to see him? At this moment, Fong Chen's heart was in turmoil. He tried his best to suppress the shock in his heart as he stared at the big white dog. "Kid, your cultivation is too shallow." The big white dog laughed loudly. It came to Fong Chen's side. He spread out his large hands and grabbed Fong Chen before plunging into the magma. Rumble at the same time, the entire space began to tremble as though it was about to collapse. Above the magma outside the tunnel, the enchanting woman and the others were attracted by the sound of the tremors. "Junior Sister Shui, you were the first to arrive. What did you discover?" "That's right. Junior Sister Shui, this place is shaking. Is a supreme treasure coming into being? Look, the tunnel seems to be changing." 7 or 8 beautiful women arrived in front of the tunnel, their faces full of shock. "What's going on?" Junior Sister Shui's face was full of doubt. Before long, the life and death realm monarchs under her control arrived in front of the tunnel. "Master, what are your orders?" "The 3 of you each take a tunnel and go down to take a look." The 3 tunnels were incomparably terrifying. For a long time, the enchanting woman and the faction behind her had been exploring the mysteries of the 3 tunnels. The people sent down suffered disastrous casualties. In the end, they didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. The 3 sea demons looked at each other in dismay, not daring to resist. They could only endure the fear in their hearts and jump into the tunnel. "Junior Sister Shui, how is it?" Not long after the 3 entered the tunnel, the other women hurriedly asked. "There's still no reaction," the enchanting woman said. "Sect Master is still in seclusion. What should we do now that something like this has happened?" the yellow-robed woman whispered. Just as the women were pondering, a trace of excitement suddenly appeared on the enchanting woman's face. "Senior sisters, the 3 of them have successfully entered." "What's successful?" "I know. All these changes must be related to the previous tremors." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go in and take a look." There was a supreme treasure at the bottom of the tunnel. Everyone had been drooling over it for a long time, but no one had been able to enter. Now that they could finally enter, how could they miss out on this opportunity? "Should we inform the sect sisters first?" the enchanting woman asked. "This matter is of great importance. Let's go in and take a look first. What if the supreme treasure is obtained by someone else? Yeah, let's go in first. With our strength, even if we meet a life and death realm monarch, we won't be afraid." After some discussion, they finally decided to explore the tunnel. "We can enter any of the 3 tunnels. Where should we go?" The enchanting woman's gaze fell on the tunnel in the middle. Fong Chen's image appeared in her mind. The middle. After saying that, the enchanting woman took the lead and stepped into the tunnel. The other women followed closely behind. Fong Chen was caught off guard and was brought into the lava by the white dog. Immediately, a fiery aura spread out. "So hot!" Fong Chen felt an extreme pressure. However, right at this moment, the white dog spat out a wisp of white qi, which wrapped around Fong Chen. Immediately, the fiery aura disappeared. "Where are you taking me?" Fong Chen asked. "You'll know when you get there," the white dog said. At this point, Fong Chen no longer struggled. The white dog was very strong. Moreover, it could even detect him when he merged with the space-time. Even if he struggled, it would be useless. He might as well let the white dog bring him into the lava. Huff! Huff! After an unknown amount of time, Fong Chen was brought into the depths of the lava. The fiery aura here could even threaten life and death realm monarchs. The little mouse's body, finally, couldn't take it anymore. You're too weak. You're a disgrace to the name of the heaven-devouring divine rat. The white dog glanced at the little mouse and said. Then it spat out a white chi, which wrapped around the little mouse. How long have I cultivated? How can I compare to the ancestor? The little mouse curled its lips and said, If I cultivate for 10,000 years, no, just 1,000 years, I'll be able to surpass the ancestor and become the most outstanding heaven-devouring divine rat in history. Hearing the little mouse's lofty words, the white dog chuckled and didn't say anything else. On the shore of the lava, the enchanting woman and the others entered the passage. When they landed on the shore, their faces were covered in sweat. What is this place? It's so hot. This lava is too scary. Even life and death realm monarchs would die if they fell in. Be careful. This place is strange. The enchanting woman said in a low voice. She looked around, but didn't find anything. Let's go around the lava and take a look elsewhere, the enchanting woman said. The other women nodded. After going around the lava, they discovered a large bronze door. Is there supreme treasure behind this bronze door? We'll know once we open it. After speaking, the yellow-clothed woman attacked. A terrifying power ruthlessly bombarded the bronze door. Dong! A deafening sound came from the bronze door. Soon after, the yellow-clothed woman's body was sent flying by the terrifying power. Master, this bronze door is very strange. We can't open it. Right at this moment, the 3 sea demons under the control of the enchanting woman walked out from behind a rock. You tried. The enchanting woman discovered that one of the sea demons' aura was weak, seemingly injured. The stronger the power used to attack the bronze door, the stronger the backlash. The injured sea demon said in a low voice. For a moment, everyone sank into contemplation. They were thinking of a way to open the bronze door. Being trapped outside the bronze door was not a good idea. Junior Sister Shui, do you have any ideas? Although the enchanting woman's seniority was the lowest, her prestige was very high. Many people were asking for her opinion. Chapter 1565. At the bottom of the magma. There was a palace here. In front of the palace, there were 2 warriors sitting cross-legged. Their bodies emitted a terrifying aura. Someone's here. Fang Chen opened his eyes wide in disbelief. What is this place? Why are there 2 people sitting in front of the palace? Fang Chen's appearance attracted their attention. Voila! The 2 of them opened their eyes and looked at Fang Chen with deep gazes. Another guy from another cultivation system. One of the men in cotton clothes smiled. This guy looks very young. I wonder which cultivation system he cultivates. The other man said. Just as Fang Chen was in shock, the big white dog spoke. Kid, aren't you curious why I brought you here? The big white dog said, I can tell you now. Do you see the palace in front of you? This palace is called the Cultivation Palace. The big white dog said, Anyone who can be brought here by me is a peerless genius who cultivates other cultivation systems. My master spent his entire life researching the connections between the major cultivation systems. He wants to create a heaven-defying cultivation system. The big white dog was very proud when he talked about his master. There are other cultivation systems in the universe. Fang Chen was shocked. The bone progenitor was the most powerful existence of the human race in this era. He created the space-time cultivation system and shocked the entire universe. All this time, Fang Chen thought that other than the existing cultivation systems, there was only the space-time cultivation system left behind by the bone progenitor. However, when he came here, he discovered that there were other cultivation systems in the universe. What was going on? Why didn't the bone progenitor say anything? Did the bone progenitor not know? To be able to create a unique cultivation system, he was definitely not an ordinary person. The bone progenitor should know. But why? The universe is big and full of wonders. There are many powerful people who have created other cultivation systems. Some warriors were not strong themselves, but they had been studying other cultivation systems. For example, these two guys in front of you cultivated other cultivation systems. The warriors who created these two cultivation systems are not strong. They did not even leave their names in the universe. This Feng Qin couldn't understand. In fact, it is very difficult to create a unique cultivation system. Many people could not succeed in their entire lives. These two revered ones of the world died after creating their own cultivation systems. They only left behind their legacies, which were obtained by these two by chance. Feng Chen's heart was in turmoil. He had thought that he already had a good understanding of the lower realms. Now it seemed that the waters of the lower realm were too deep. However, their cultivation systems are not as strong as yours. The big white dog continued. The bone progenitor is recognized as the strongest human in this universe era. He is the totem of the human race. The space-time cultivation system he created is even more mysterious. No one can compare to him. Speaking of which, you're really lucky to be able to obtain the inheritance of the bone progenitor. Feng Qin listened to the white dog quietly. After hearing about the bone progenitor's space-time cultivation system, the two sitting cross-legged were shocked. They stared at Feng Qin with their dark eyes. What kind of existence is your master? Feng Qin could not help but ask. The white dog shook its head and said, My master's Taoist name is Longming. He has been around since the birth of the universe. The reason why he is not famous in the universe is because he is focused on studying cultivation systems. Back then, the bone ancestor also came to pay his respects to my master. After receiving my master's guidance, he comprehended the space-time cultivation system. Because my master's mind was not on the path of martial arts, he was not strong. The white dog said, My master left his insights here. Only warriors of other cultivation systems are qualified to obtain them. They have been here for 100 years, but they have been unable to open the palace door. What you need to do is to open the palace door. The white dog pointed at the cultivation palace in front of them. Feng Qin was a little excited. The inheritance left behind by the white dog's master must be extraordinary. He spent his entire life studying other cultivation systems. Kid, work hard, the white dog said. Then he looked at the little mouse. I'll take you to a good place. Not allowing the little mouse to refuse, the white dog grabbed the little mouse with its big paw and took him away. Feng Qin and the others were left looking at each other. The big white dog only introduced its master and the cultivation palace to him. However, the white dog did not say what was in the cultivation palace. This made Feng Qin speechless, but there was nothing he could do. It could be said that he was lucky to be able to come here. Little brother, your luck is really good. You actually obtained the bone progenitor's space-time cultivation system. The linen-clothed man said with a smile. Yeah, I didn't expect to have another member in our team. The three of us have to work hard together in the future, the other person said. Feng Qin knew what he meant by work hard. Gathering his thoughts, Feng Qin turned to the two of them and asked, Brothers, is the door to the cultivation palace very difficult to open? Why don't you try and find out? The linen-clothed man looked at Feng Qin with interest. Feng Qin came to the door of the cultivation palace and gathered all his strength in his palms. Then he exerted force and placed it on the door of the cultivation palace. Boom! An incredible force came from the door of the cultivation palace and drilled into Feng Qin's body, causing Feng Qin to vomit blood. Feng Qin was shocked and wanted to retreat. However, he found that his palms were stuck to the door of the cultivation palace, and he could not pull them out. What's going on? An unimaginable power drilled into his body, destroying his internal organs. The space-time cultivation system started operating on its own. Immediately, Feng Qin fell into a state of shock. Feng Qin's face was full of shock. When the space-time cultivation system started operating, it easily absorbed the force that was destroying his body. Moreover, Fang Qin could clearly feel that the space-time aura was pouring into the cultivation palace. What's going on? Dong! His mind felt as if it was struck by lightning. An obscure voice was transmitted into Fang Qian's mind. Then, Fang Qin felt a wave of tiredness coming from his body. Then, he closed his eyes and fell into a coma. The two martial artists were talking and laughing. Do you think this kid can enter the dream realm to cultivate? I think it will be difficult. When you and I first came here, we were directly blown away by the door of the cultivation palace. The linen-clothed man was not optimistic about Fang Qin. However, just as he finished speaking, a tremor came from the cultivation palace. Then, the two of them looked at the unconscious Fang Qin in shock. How is this difficult? The linen-clothed man cried out. The other man was relatively calm. He was able to obtain the space-time cultivation system of the bone progenitor. His potential is already heaven-defying. This is nothing. On the shore of the magma, the enchanting woman and the others had been looking for the mechanism to open the bronze door. However, no matter how hard they searched, it was in vain. Junior Sister Shui, we can't find the mechanism at all. Yeah, I think this bronze door can only be opened with absolute strength. Why don't we inform our senior sisters? In the end, after a discussion, they finally decided to inform their senior sisters. Pterosaur Forbidden Land. Somewhere under the ground it was dark. Suddenly, a black-clothed woman appeared. She picked up the communication jade pendant. After hearing the words that came from it, her expression changed greatly. Then, she suddenly slapped out with her fair hand. Instantly, the sound of a bell rang in the pitch-black underground. The sound of the bell, what's going on? Who summoned us? The sound of the bell would not ring easily unless there was an emergency. After a while, everyone came in front of the black-clothed woman. Senior Sister Ding, what happened? Senior Sister Ding, did the foreign race and the sea demon race discover our stronghold? Why are you afraid of them? If they dare to come, just kill them. Several women said aloud. The black-clothed woman looked around and said in a deep voice. Junior Sister Shui and the others entered the passage. Boom! Exclamations came from the crowd. They were hiding here to explore the passage and obtain the treasures inside. Chapter 1566. Under the guidance of the black-robed woman, many of her fellow disciples quickly arrived in front of the passage. At this moment, the three passages had already changed their appearance, and no dangerous aura emerged. Because she had already learned of the situation from Junior Sister Shui, the black-robed woman didn't hesitate and directly entered the middle passage. A moment later, many of her fellow disciples gathered together. Junior Sister Shui, what's the situation? The black-robed woman, called Senior Sister Ding, walked around the magma and arrived in front of the enchanting woman, asking in a low voice. Seeing the arrival of her fellow disciples, the enchanting woman pointed at the bronze gate and said, "We came here and found this bronze gate. However, no matter how hard we tried, we couldn't open it." Bronze gate. Senior Sister Ding's gaze looked at the bronze gate, and a trace of pleasant surprise appeared in her eyes. Soon after, she personally walked in front of the bronze gate. She gathered all her strength and attacked the bronze gate. Dong! Countless complicated patterns appeared on the bronze gate. These patterns instantly formed a whirlpool, and a tyrannical devouring power appeared from the whirlpool, directly devouring Senior Sister Ding's strength. Bang! At the same time, Senior Sister Ding's body was sent flying. Senior Sister Ding. The enchanting woman saw this and asked worriedly, "I'm fine." Senior Sister Ding's face was gloomy as she stared at the bronze gate. There must be a supreme treasure behind the bronze gate. With our strength, it's impossible to open it, Senior Sister Ding said. Then what do we do? Seeing the supreme treasure in front of them, but unable to obtain it, everyone was incomparably anxious. For the supreme treasure behind the passage they had prepared for many years and were unwilling to give up. Hearing everyone's question, Senior Sister Ding's eyes flickered and a light flashed in her mind. Although we can't open it, we can let the sea demons and other races outside help us consume the power of the Bronze Gate. Hearing this, everyone was tempted. Soon after, Senior Sister Ding issued an order. Those who have cultivated the Guarts to large success, go out and control the sea demons and other races. The reason why they didn't go out before was because the sea demons and other races had experts that made them apprehensive. The second reason was because they didn't want to cause more trouble. But now it was different. The gate master was in seclusion, and they could only use this method to open the Bronze Gate. Moreover, those who had cultivated the Guarts to large success had a high success rate. It would be best if we could control some life and death realm monarchs, Senior Sister Ding said. After a while, all the women who cultivated Gu left. This was their mission, to use as many Guarts as possible to control life and death realm monarchs. Right at this moment, the beautiful woman glanced at Senior Sister Ding and said, "Senior Sister Ding, let me go as well." Senior Sister Ding thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Senior Sister Ding and the others had their eyes fixed on the Bronze Gate. Little did they know that the real treasure was in the cultivation palace beneath the magma. The master of the cultivation palace was known as Longming. Although he was not as strong as the bone progenitor, he was not as strong as the bone progenitor. In the universe, no one knew. However, the success of the research was still quite terrifying. If the outside world knew that the bone progenitor had also been guided by Longming to comprehend the space-time cultivation system, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. At this moment, at the bottom of the magma, in front of the cultivation palace, Fong Qin placed his hands on the door of the cultivation palace. Strands of power flowed out from the cultivation palace and fused into Fong Chen's body. Fong Qin closed his eyes and fell into a coma. He seemed to be unconscious, but he was actually cultivating in his dream. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Fong Chen was still cultivating, which made the two men envious. This kid is really lucky. He hasn't woken up after a month. The linen-clothed man said, "Yeah, back then, the two of us fought with our lives on the line, but we only cultivated in the dream for more than 20 days. The other cultivator said. In the end, the two looked at each other and smiled. They shook their heads and sighed. In the dream, Fong Qin saw an unparalleled expert. This unparalleled expert stood in the void. His black clothes fluttered in the wind, and his aura shook the heavens. His gaze was deep as he stared at the battle beneath his feet. Below him, there was a huge battlefield. There were countless life and death realm monarchs fighting on the battlefield. Fong Chen recognized the battle between the alien race and the human race. The battle was very tragic. From time to time, life and death realm monarchs would die. Suddenly, the black-clothed cultivator revealed his withered palm. Seeing the scene, Fong Chen exclaimed in his heart. He already knew who this person was. He stood at the peak of the human race and created the space-time cultivation system, the bone progenitor. Bone progenitor! Fong Chen shouted. The bone progenitor's withered palm slowly raised, and the space-time aura gathered. Then, the bone progenitor clenched his fist and loosened it. Suddenly, a terrifying space-time aura enveloped the entire battlefield. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded in the sky. The bone progenitor made his move. He used a thunderous method to forcefully end the battle. Wherever the terrifying space-time aura passed, the alien race either died or suffered heavy injuries. The human race, cultivators, fought back. Soon the battle ended. From beginning to end, Fong Qin stared at the bone progenitor's figure. At this moment his heart was in turmoil. Although the bone progenitor's figure did not move, Fang Qin knew that the bone progenitor had just moved. This is the true space-time cultivation system. Fang Qin could not help but exclaim. In that instant, the bone progenitor's figure moved at least 10,000 times. Every time it moved, it caused a large number of alien race cultivators to die. If not for the fact that Fang Qin was also a space-time cultivator, he would not have been able to see the bone progenitor's movements. Fang Qin's heart trembled. After coming into close contact with the bone progenitor, he saw how the space-time cultivation system operated. His mind was filled with the scene just now. Unknowingly, his understanding of the space-time book deepened. The battle ended. The human race cultivators were all shouting the bone progenitor's name. The bone progenitor nodded slightly. Its gaze pierced through space-time and looked at a certain place. Fang Qin was shocked to find that the bone progenitor's gaze seemed to be looking directly at him. Space-time. The bone progenitor softly uttered 2 words, which immediately echoed in Fang Qin's mind. The next moment, the scene disappeared. Fang Qin's eyes were filled with darkness. The 2 words uttered by the bone progenitor echoed in his mind. These 2 words contained some of the bone progenitor's understanding of the space-time cultivation system. It shook his soul. Fang Qin fell into an epiphany. The true meaning of space-time spread out. The space-time book's incantation was circulating in his body. Open! After an hour, Fang Qin shouted in his mind. Suddenly, the space-time book broke through the 2nd level and reached the 3rd level. Fang Qin was overjoyed. Immediately he waved his hand. The true meaning of space-time around him finally broke through the bottleneck and reached the 9th stage. Whoosh! In an instant, Fang Qin opened his eyes and shot out 2 substantial rays of space-time light. Dong! The space-time light hit the door of the cultivation palace. A series of ear-piercing sounds erupted and finally dissipated. However, because of this, the door of the cultivation palace was slightly dented. The 2 martial artists in the distance stood up. Their faces were filled with shock. The door of the cultivation palace is dented. How is this possible? His strength is so strong. The 2 martial artists looked at the door of the cultivation palace in disbelief. After countless confirmations, they finally believed the truth in front of them. The 2 of them took a deep breath. A hint of joy appeared in the depths of their eyes. Perhaps their chance had come. Perhaps the appearance of this person could really open the cultivation palace. The shock in Fang Qin's heart could not be calmed down for a long time. The bone progenitor's cultivation system is too powerful. Fang Qin could not help but exclaim. Just by looking at the bone progenitor's space-time cultivation system, he could comprehend it. The space-time book had reached the 3rd level. The true meaning of space-time had also reached the 9th stage. This feeling is really good. The true meaning of space-time surrounded him. Fang Qin felt that he could merge with space-time at any time. Brother, you are too strong. Yes, brother. You actually dented the door of the cultivation palace. I, Lu Xiong, am impressed. The linen-clothed man, Lu Xiong, said. Hearing this, Fang Qin remembered that there were 2 people here. He smiled at the 2 of them. It was just luck, Fang Qin said humbly. Chapter 1567. The first time Fang Qin came here, he entered the dream realm to cultivate. Moreover, it took him more than a month, which made the 2 of them blush with shame. Now, when they saw the small dent on the door of the cultivation palace, they were even more shocked. At this moment, they finally let go of their pride and took the initiative to befriend Fang Qin. When Fang Qin was brought here by the big white dog, although the 2 of them were surprised, they were only surprised by the bone progenitor inheritance. As for Fang Qin himself, they did not think highly of him. The space-time cultivation system was very difficult to cultivate, and Fang Qin had only cultivated for a short time, so it was impossible for him to completely control the space-time cultivation system. But now, They had completely changed their view of Fang Qin. The linen-clothed man, Lu Xiong, had not smiled for a long time. When he saw Fang Qin, he was full of smiles. They had been here for a long time, but they were unable to open the cultivation palace. But now they saw hope. Brother, don't be humble. In terms of potential, you are stronger than both of us. Lu Xiong said, "It is fate that the three of us are able to meet again. Moreover, the three of us have our own cultivation system, so we can be considered as fellow cultivators. My name is Lu Xiong. What's your name?" "Fang Qin." "Brother Fang Qin, from today onwards, you are the brother of Lu Xiong. Although I am not very strong, if you are in trouble, I will help you without hesitation." Lu Xiong said generously. The other cultivator beside him also said, "Brother Fang Qin, I am Saber 3. The three of them got along well. The two of them were able to obtain other cultivation systems, so they were naturally dragons and phoenixes among men. Fang Qin definitely wouldn't resist befriending such a person. After chatting for a while, the linen-clothed man, Lu Xiong, said, "In the future, the three of us will have to help each other. Only when we are familiar with each other can we unleash our full strength. Let me introduce myself first. The cultivation system I have is called the Bloodline Cultivation System. The Bloodline Cultivation System is to absorb as many powerful bloodlines as possible to improve one's own bloodline to reach the strongest state," Lu Xiong said. It was clear that Lu Xiong did not hide anything from Fang Qin. He even told him the details of the Bloodline Cultivation System. Actually, this was not a big deal. Different cultivation systems meant that there would be no competition for resources. "I see." Fang Qin's heart skipped a beat. This bloodline cultivation system was also very domineering. "I wonder if this bloodline cultivation system only absorbs the power of human bloodlines, or can it absorb the power of demon beasts?" asked Fang Qin. "I can absorb all of them. As long as it's a super powerful bloodline, it'll help me greatly. According to my master's last words, the bloodline cultivation system has yet to be truly perfected. However, he believed that the most perfect bloodline cultivation system, when cultivated to the extreme, would possess a bloodline that would shock the heavens." Lu Xiong said proudly, "In terms of bloodline power, he was the strongest among the three." "Amazing!" Fang Qin couldn't help but exclaim. Every cultivation system was a kind of innovation and also a kind of challenge. "My cultivation system is called the Golden Shield Cultivation System. The ultimate goal is to increase the strength of the physical body to the strongest state." Sword 3 said, "The most obvious characteristic of my cultivation system is that I can endlessly take over powerful bodies and use them for myself. My master said that when cultivated to the extreme of our cultivation system, the trembling of the physical body can shatter the heavens." Fang Qin nodded slightly. It seemed that Sword 3's cultivation system was similar to Lu Xiong's. One was to devour the strongest bloodline, the other was to take over the strongest body. In short, they were both to increase one's strength. After listening to the two's introduction, Fang Qin was filled with emotions. So far, he only knew of these 3 cultivation systems in the lower realm. He didn't know if there were other cultivation systems hidden in the dark, but these were no longer within his scope of thinking. Fang Qin also gave a simple introduction of the space-time cultivation system, when he said that when cultivated to the extreme of this system, one could merge with space-time. The two's expressions changed drastically. Immediately, the two gave Fang Qin a thumbs up. The bone progenitor's cultivation system is really domineering. If it completely merges with space-time, who would be able to discover it? "It's definitely a good way to save one's life," Sword 3 said. "Yes, not only can it save one's life, but it'll also be unexpected when it comes to assassination," Lu Xiong said. After having a preliminary understanding of the space-time cultivation system, the two were even more optimistic about Fang Qin. "Brother Fang Qin, the 3 of us will need to work together to open the cultivation palace," Lu Xiong said with a smile. "Let's work together." In front of the cultivation palace, it was joyous and harmonious. However, the pterosaur forbidden land above was not peaceful at all. At the end of the day, the root of all the turmoil was the rootless grass. News of the rootless grass spread throughout the pterosaur forbidden land. The pterosaur forbidden land's environment was already very harsh. After the sea demon tribe and the life and death emperors of the other tribes were defeated, they fled here without a leader. They urgently needed cultivation resources to increase their cultivation base. In order to survive in such a harsh environment, everyone went crazy. In the outside world, the rootless grass was one of the top resources, and now it had actually appeared in the pterosaur forbidden land. How could the pterosaur forbidden land not go crazy? The appearance of the rootless grass caused an intense war to break out in the 5 regions of the pterosaur forbidden land. The first to bear the brunt was the 7 Tigers forbidden land. The 7 strongest people in the 7 Tigers forbidden land each commanded many different tribes. Fang Chen had unintentionally obtained the rootless grass, causing the Black Qilin King and Duo King to turn against each other. In the battle that day, Duo King was slightly inferior and eventually escaped. Half a month later, Duo King made a comeback. This time, Duo King roped in 3 of the 7 Tigers forbidden land. The 4 experts joined hands to besiege the Black Qilin King. The battle shook the heavens and the earth, and in the end, the Black Qilin King died miserably. The Black Qilin King's death angered the strongest expert in the 7 Tigers forbidden land, Jinbo King. Jinbo King led the other 2 tigers and engaged in an intense battle with Duo King and the other 2. The entire 7 Tigers forbidden land descended into chaos. In a short month, for of the 7 Tigers forbidden lands, 7 Tigers forbidden land were injured or killed. The 4 experts, including Duo King, had all fallen. In the end, only Jinbo King's group of 3 stood at the highest point of the 7 Tigers forbidden land. Jinbo King used this opportunity to unify the entire 7 Tigers forbidden land with his absolute strength, becoming the true commander of the 7 Tigers forbidden land. Duo King's group had no choice but to submit to Jinbo King's might. After unifying the 7 Tigers forbidden land, Jinbo King began to inquire about the rootless grass whereabouts. In the end, he learned that the rootless grass had most likely appeared in the 3 gods' forbidden land. Jinbo King began to march into the 3 gods' forbidden land. At the same time, the demonesses hidden in the dark were also waiting for an opportunity to act. On this day, the enchanting junior sister Shui infiltrated the 7 Tigers forbidden land. She had heard that the 7 Tigers forbidden land had just experienced a great battle and should have an opportunity. After arriving at the 7 Tigers forbidden land, the enchanting woman had been hiding in the dark, searching for her target. Finally, after hiding for 7 days, she found her target. He was clad in armor and had 2 horns on his head. This person was the Flood Dragon clan's 10,000 Flood Dragon King. 10,000 Flood Dragon King was a mid-level life and death expert. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. However, the enchanting woman had her reasons for choosing the 10,000 Flood Dragon King as her target. Through her observation and investigation, she discovered that the 10,000 Flood Dragon King was a sex fiend. He often bullied women of other races. As long as they were good-looking, the 10,000 Flood Dragon King would bring them back to his mansion to enjoy. The enchanting woman's clothes were revealing and extremely sexy. She quickly walked on a winding path. Huff! Huff! Soon, she saw the 10,000 Flood Dragon King. Puff! She ran in front of the 10,000 Flood Dragon King and kneeled on the ground. Lord 10,000 Flood Dragon King, please save me. She pretended that someone was chasing her and begged the 10,000 Flood Dragon King for mercy. Originally, the 10,000 Flood Dragon King didn't want to pay attention to her. However, after seeing the enchanting woman's face, His eyes became dazzled. "It's so beautiful." The 10,000 Flood Dragon King said in a low voice. Soon after, he helped the enchanting woman up and said, "Don't worry. With this king here, no one will dare to touch you." Many thanks for the 10,000 Flood Dragon King's help. From now on, I'm yours. The enchanting woman's every move would enchant the 10,000 Flood Dragon King. "Beauty, I can't wait any longer. Follow me back to my mansion. I'll properly protect you." After speaking, the 10,000 Flood Dragon King's figure flickered and brought the enchanting woman back to his mansion. Chapter 1568. 10,000 Flood Dragon King's Mansion. 10,000 Flood Dragon King's face was gloomy, and flames of fury were burning in his heart. His sharp eyes stared at the enchanting woman before him. Thinking back to how he had made love with her, 10,000 Flood Dragon King felt regret. He was the leader of the Flood Dragon race, and his cultivation base had reached the 5th level of life and death realm. He had grasped 2 kinds of laws, and his future was limitless. No matter how bad he was, he could still peacefully enjoy life in 7 Tiger Land. However, because he had let his desires get to his head, he was now under someone else's control. I know you're not convinced. In order to deal with you, I've put in a lot of effort. The enchanting woman's face was somewhat red. In order to deal with the 10,000 Flood Dragon King, she had fused her essence, blood, into the poison. This kind of poison itself was a threat to life and death emperors. Adding on her essence, blood, the poison was too fierce. 10,000 Flood Dragon King couldn't resist the poison's invasion. In a short moment, the poison had already spread to his 4 limbs. As long as he used a bit of strength, his body would go limp, and he would have no fighting power left. "Who are you?" 10,000 Flood Dragon King asked gravely. "Who I am isn't important. What's important is that from now on, you have to listen to me. Otherwise, you'll be poisoned to death." The enchanting woman was somewhat weak. 10,000 Flood Dragon King's body was too strong. In order to not reveal her plan, she did her best to cooperate with 10,000 Flood Dragon King and almost collapsed from exhaustion. Fortunately, she succeeded at the last moment. Otherwise, she would have been tortured to death. "You." 10,000 Flood Dragon King was furious. "You want me to listen to you? That's impossible. What if you want me to kill the descendants of the Flood Dragon race?" 10,000 Flood Dragon King asked. The enchanting woman looked at him and said with a beaming smile, "Don't worry, I won't let you do that." After controlling 10,000 Flood Dragon King, her next target was one of the 3 remaining tigers in 7 Tiger Land, Firecat King. Of the 3 remaining tigers, the strongest was Jinbo King, followed by 10,000 Flood Dragon King, and the weakest was Firecat King. With 10,000 Flood Dragon King's cooperation, the enchanting woman successfully controlled him, following which she started controlling the life and death experts in 7 Tigers Land. In comparison, the enchanting woman's luck. He easily took control of the 2 kings of the alien races. Many of her senior martial sisters had been discovered by the outsiders during their missions, and some of them had even been killed. Time passed. Pterosaur danger spot. Undercurrents were surging. Not long after the rootless grass appeared, it disappeared again. The 3 gods of the 3 gods land were wantonly searching for the rootless grass, but to no avail. In front of the magma in the passageway, Senior Sister Ding and the others were still thinking of a way to break open the bronze door. Below the magma, in a certain scorching place, it was surrounded by magma, and the big white dog greedily sucked in the hot magma. The little mouse was at the side. It used its innate ability, Devour, to compete with the big white dog for the hot lava. Hoo-hoo-hoo, in the blink of an eye, the purple-tinged magma was completely snatched up. The little mouse patted its stomach as if it had not had enough. "You are the guardian of this place. Do you know how much lava you have absorbed? Why are you fighting with me? The little mouse was speechless. The large white dog at the side opened its mouth and drooled. You should be content. This is purple lava. It's more than 100 times stronger than ordinary lava. To me, it's considered precious. Purple lava was a unique type of lava. Purple lava would form in the magma river every 10 years or so. Purple lava was extremely important to living beings. After absorbing it, they could speed up their evolution. Every time the purple lava appeared, the big white dog would finish absorbing it. This time, the purple lava just happened to appear, and the big white dog brought the little mouse here. It was strange. After only a few days, the big white dog and the little mouse became close. The relationship between the two became better and better. Big white dog, is there anything good in this magma river? Hurry up and take me there. The devouring ability of the god-devouring rats was too terrifying. There were too few things in the universe that they could not devour. After absorbing the purple lava, the little mouse clearly felt that its strength had increased by a lot. Nothing else is as powerful as the purple lava, the big white dog said. Just as it finished speaking, it suddenly thought of something. Right, a few hundred years ago, I saw a vein of, or at the bottom of the magma river. I don't know if it's still there. Vein of ore. The little mouse was overjoyed when it heard this. To be able to survive in such a hot magma river, this vein of ore must be extraordinary. Perhaps there was a primordial ancestral stone. Under the urging of the little mouse, the big white dog shuttled through the magma river. In front of the cultivation palace, Feng Chen and the other two joined forces for the first time, preparing to attack the gate of the cultivation palace. Brother Feng Chen, I didn't expect you to be so good at formations. The person who spoke was the linen-clothed man, Lu Xiong. His praise for Feng Chen could no longer be described with words. Lu Xiong originally wanted to blast open the gate of the cultivation palace with his strength, but was stopped by Feng Chen. He told his idea to Lu Xiong and Sword 3, and both of them approved of it. During this time, the three of them had been familiarizing themselves with formations. The Chaos Primordial Killing Formation had long been fundamentally changed by Feng Chen. Now, the Origin Killing Formation had been branded with Feng Chen's mark. Its attack power was extremely strong, reaching the peak of the 8th level. It was not far from the 9th level. Feng Chen taught the Origin Killing Formation to the two of them. Both of them were martial artists of other cultivation systems and had great potential. It did not take long for them to learn it. According to Feng Chen's request, the two of them stood in different positions. Brother Feng Chen, can we begin? Sword 3 could not wait. The three of them had already practiced. Using the Origin Killing Formation, their attack power could be increased by a lot. Listen to my command. Attack the gate of the cultivation palace, Feng Chen said. The two of them nodded and looked forward. Buzz! A blinding light shot out from Feng Chen's palm. Instantly, the entire Origin Killing Formation was activated. A terrifying killing power roared. In a short moment, the killing power in the Origin Killing Formation had accumulated to the peak. At this time, Feng Chen's body landed at the control center of the Origin Killing Formation. Attack! Following Feng Chen's command, Lu Xiong and Sword 3 each performed powerful attack. Lu Xiong's bloodline power erupted completely and merged directly into the Origin Killing Formation. As for Sword 3, he turned his body into a sharp knife and shot towards the gate of the cultivation palace. Whoosh! After the three of them were strengthened by the Origin Killing Formation, their power increased by several times. Under the guidance of Feng Chen, the terrifying power blasted towards the gate of the cultivation palace. Dong! The entire ground shook. The Origin Killing Formation used all its power and merged all its power into the gate of the cultivation palace. Crack! With too much force, the Origin Killing Formation shattered. At the same time, the gate of the cultivation palace shook. It shook. Ha ha ha. Lu Xiong laughed loudly. Sword 3, who was beside him, quickly transformed into his human form and retreated in front of Lu Xiong. Rumble. The gate of the cultivation palace shook for a few seconds. Although it did not open, this improvement was enough to make Lu Xiong and Sword 3 excited. The two of them looked at Fang Qin excitedly. Brother Fang Qin, your method is feasible. I feel that we will be able to enter the cultivation palace in no time. Lu Xiong smiled. Yes, before Brother Fang Qin came, the two of us were just fooling around. Now that we have found a way, we will continue to work hard according to this method. Sword 3 said, if Brother Fang Qin can break through to the level of a 9-star formation master, the origin killing formation will be even more powerful. Fang Qin smiled bitterly. A 9-star formation master could already dominate the lower realm. Until now, Fang Qin had never heard of a 9-star formation master. There was an insurmountable gap between 8-star and 9-star. Once a 9-star formation master became a 9-star formation master, his deterrence would be comparable to the 5 great leaders of the human race. It's too difficult. Fang Qin knew best that there was a fundamental change from 8-star to 9-star. It was like being reborn. How could it be so easy? Lu Xiong and Sword 3 chuckled and said, Brother Fang Qin, as long as you work hard, there is nothing you can't do. Yes, let's work hard together. After this experiment, Fang Qin also saw a glimmer of hope. His intuition told him that the cultivation palace might be able to affect his future life. It was very important. Chapter 1569. The Tao of Array Formations was extremely vast. Although he had already become an 8-star array formation master, he was only a beginner. It was extremely difficult for him to become a 9-star array formation master. Fang Qin also knew this, so he did not force it. After 3 months at the bottom of the magma, Fang Qin's cultivation level reached the 9th level of the creation realm. In his sea of qi, the 9-pointed star radiance emitted a terrifying light. I have broken through. He opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. However, he knew that this was far from enough to open the cultivation palace. After thinking for a while, he continued to cultivate. In the outside world, the human race's exploration had never stopped. Especially after the destruction of the sea demon race and the foreign race, the entire lower world was under the control of the human race. After the bone progenitor, another human race elite had unified the lower world. Under the command of the human race's holy leader, the human race began to explore the unknown sea. For generations, the void ocean had always been occupied by the sea demons. More than 90% of the lower world was the void ocean. In fact, the human race's territory was very small, but it had many resources. There were no obstacles in exploring the void ocean. The human race's exploration was also progressing rapidly. On this day, the human race's ancient martial art practitioners made a shocking discovery. In the deepest part of the void ocean, they discovered an eye that was emitting a blood-red light. This eye was extremely huge and lay quietly in the depths of the void ocean. Any ancient martial art practitioner who approached it would be instantly enveloped by the blood-red light and turned into ashes. This shocking discovery was immediately reported to the human race's sacred land. When the human race's holy leader heard the news, he immediately rushed over. Everyone evacuate from the void ocean. The human race's holy leader ordered. Holy leader, what exactly is that blood-red eye? The first elder asked. Could it be left behind by an ancient elite? The second elder asked. The human race's holy leader shook his head and did not speak. After a while, all the ancient martial art practitioners evacuated from the void ocean. The first elder and second elder wanted to stay behind to accompany the human race's holy leader, but the latter refused. Buzz! At the bottom of the void ocean, the huge blood-red eye lay there strangely. The human race's holy leader walked step by step toward the blood-red eye. Strangely, when the blood-red aura emitted from the eye enveloped him, he was not harmed. The blood-red glow sensed a familiar aura from the human race's holy master. At this moment, the right eye of the human holy lord separated from his body. Then, the blood-red eye separated from his eyes. "Is this your other eye?" asked the human race's holy master. There was a strange fluctuation around the blood-red eye, as if it was trying to awaken the other one. "That's right. He's the other eye that I lost back then," Blood Eye said. "Don't worry. I'll keep my promise to you. As long as you help me obtain the blood-red eye, I will leave the lower realm and head to the god realm." Back then, Crimson Eye had made an agreement with the human race's sacred leader. As for what the agreement was, no one knew. The Saint Lord of the human clan thought for a while and nodded. "All right, what do you need me to do?" asked the human race holy leader. "My eyes are in a deep sleep. If you want to wake him up, you need the blood of human warriors." Blood Eye said, "Find some life and death realm monarchs." "Impossible." Hearing this, the human race's Saint Lord directly rejected. Life and death realm monarchs were very rare, and they were the mainstay of the human race. If one of them died, it would be a huge loss to the human race. The human race's Saint Lord would never agree to Blood Eye's request. "Don't you want to break through the universe's restrictions?" Blood Eye sneered. The human race's Saint Lord's expression changed. Thinking of what Blood Eye had said, he said in a low voice, "How many people do you need?" "Not many. 9 will do." Blood Eye was very happy that the human race's Saint Lord agreed. It would be best if you could find warriors with stronger bloodlines. 3 days later, I'll bring 9 life and death realm monarchs. The human race's Saint Lord said with a gloomy face. Human race's sacred land, sacred palace. The human race's Saint Lord sat on the throne with 9 life and death realm monarchs below him. Most of them were at the first level of life and death realm. Some of them had even just broken through to the life and death realm. Suddenly being summoned by the human race's Saint Lord made them feel a little depressed. However, they were very happy. "I wonder why the human race's Saint Lord summoned us. Could it be that the human race's Saint Lord wants to nurture us? I heard that any warrior summoned by the human race's Saint Lord will have a limitless future." That's right. That Green Bamboo Island Master Sangnati was summoned by the human race's Saint Lord when he was in the Star Scripture. In just a few years, he's grown to such a level. The human race's Saint Lord waved his hand, and the sacred palace's doors closed. Then he stood up. "Everyone, you're the hope of the human race and also the pillars of the human race. Are you willing to serve the human race?" The human race's Saint Lord asked. Human race's Saint Lord, we're humans. Even if we die in battle, we'll serve the human race. That's right. As long as the human race needs it, our lives can be taken at any time. Human race's Saint Lord, if you need anything, just say the word. The 9 life and death realm monarchs had the same attitude. For the human race, they were willing to give up everything. "If you say so, then I'm relieved." A strange smile appeared on the human race's Saint Lord's face. Hearing this, the 9 people below thought that the human race's Saint Lord had given them an important mission. However, in their happy wait, what came was a nightmare. Rumble! Suddenly, a terrifying aura appeared around the human race's Saint Lord. The 9 people below were instantly locked in place, unable to move. Human race's Saint Lord. The 9 people were shocked. They didn't know what the human race's Saint Lord was doing. 1. The human race's Saint Lord stretched out his hand and grabbed the 9 people. "Human race's Saint Lord, what are you doing?" At this moment, the 9 people were somewhat panicked. Why was the human race's Saint Lord attacking them? Human race's Saint Lord, we didn't betray the human race. Human race's Saint Lord, we're wholeheartedly loyal to the human race. Why are you attacking us? However, their shouts didn't receive any response from the human race's Saint Lord. The human race's Saint Lord was expressionless. After subduing the 9 people, the human race's Saint Lord placed them in his cave residence and disappeared from the palace. In the depths of the void ocean, the human race's Saint Lord arrived with 9 life and death realm monarchs. How is it? Blood, I asked. The human race's Saint Lord waved his hand, and the 9 people instantly appeared. What is this place? The 9 people exclaimed inwardly as they looked around. Not bad. These 9 people's bloodline power is very strong. Blood, I sinisterly smiled. Hearing this, the 9 people completely understood. Human race's Saint Lord, why? One of them hysterically yelled. He had wholeheartedly served the human race, but in the end, this was his fate. He couldn't accept it. Everything is for the human race. The human race's Saint Lord sighed and turned his head, no longer looking at the 9 people screaming. Blood, I snickered and spat out a blood-red light that enveloped the 9 people. The 9 people couldn't resist at all and allowed their essence blood to be sucked dry. I can't accept this. Before the 9 people died, they let out a roar of unwillingness. At the same time, the 9 clones that were hidden all over the place mysteriously died. After obtaining the essence blood of the 9 people, Blood, I started to summon another eye. The human race's Saint Lord had been watching the entire process. After about 3 days and 3 nights, the 9 people's essence blood was completely used up. The eye that had fallen into a deep sleep finally woke up. Come back, my eye. Blood, I called out softly. Under its control, the eye fused with it. Buzz. A terrifying aura spread out. At this moment, the entire void ocean was filled with blood water. This change alarmed the entire lower domain. The 4 giants were all shocked. What happened? The 4 giants gathered in the sky above the void ocean and looked down at the blood water below. The human race's martial artists discovered a blood-red eye when they were exploring the unknown ocean. Could it be related to this? No ordinary person can turn the entire void ocean into this. The 4 great authorities expressed their opinions. Blood water rose into the sky from the void ocean, giving off an extremely shocking feeling. At this moment, the human race's Saint Lord's face turned pale with fright. CCC Pavilion C, what are you doing? The human race's Saint Lord roared. Blood, I laughed sinisterly and ignored the human race's Saint Lord. Seeing the spinning blood eye, the human race's Saint Lord immediately made a decision and attacked. Stop it. However, the human race's Saint Lord's full force attack couldn't stop the blood eye from spinning. Chapter 1570. The crimson eye absorbed the other eye, and its aura became even more powerful. Its high-speed rotation directly affected the entire void ocean. More than 90% of the lower realm was the void ocean. Only a small part of it was the human domain, which was the land domain. Now, the entire void ocean was dyed red with blood. Waves of blood rolled, and a terrifying bloody aura spread out and enveloped the entire lower realm. At the same time, all the warriors stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky with wide eyes. They felt their hearts palpitating, the palpitations in the depths of their souls. What's going on? Why do I feel my heart palpitating and the spirit chi in the air is becoming thinner? Oh my God, is there an eternal realm elite? Many martial artists cried out in surprise. The sudden change made their hearts tremble. Many of the elites on the universe's combat power list also appeared. They came to the void and stood behind the 4 giants. Their eyes flashed as they stared at the rolling blood sea in the west. On a secluded mountain peak, the 2 old men, black, white holy masters, sat cross-legged on a blue stone and played chess. Apart from cultivating, the 2 old men trained their disciple. Over the years, the disciple had improved rapidly. Old Black, I don't know what's going on with our good disciple, Old White said as he played chess. I think she'll have a breakthrough after this round of training, Blackie said. They were very confident in their disciple. She had high potential and a special constitution, which was most suitable for the inheritance of black, white, holy masters. Buzz! Just as the two old men were playing chess, a palpitating aura suddenly came from the void. What's going on? Black, white, holy masters put down their chess pieces and stood up. With a tap of their toes, their bodies floated in the sky. When they looked down into the distance, they saw a roiling sea of blood. Who's extracting the universe's origin energy? Old Black said in a low voice, "It seems that there's a problem in the void ocean. Let's go and take a look." Old White's face was gloomy. Then Black, White, holy masters disappeared. At the same time, in a remote place, Silver Moon Island. The residents of Silver Moon Island were aloof from worldly affairs and had always lived on the island. Moreover, since the Saintess appeared, the strength of the warriors on Silver Moon Island had obviously improved greatly. As usual, the residents were working hard on cultivating. Suddenly, a palpitating aura came from the sky. The residents of Silver Moon Island looked up at the sky, their faces filled with horror. At this moment, the Saintess appeared. She slowly walked over. Her pitch-black eyes pierced through the clouds and looked at the distant horizon. After a long time, she said, "Stop cultivating for now." After that, she dismissed the residents and muttered in her heart that the world was about to change. What happened in the void ocean shook the entire lower realm. Damn it! Who is it that's extracting the universe's origin energy? Shouted Emperor Blackblade. Once the origin power was intercepted, the universe would also face the phenomenon of collapse. Hearing Monarch Blackblade's words, the other three magnates looked at each other. Helplessness appeared in their eyes. "At least we can't do it," the Luo clan leader said. His meaning was clear. Perhaps only an eternal realm human, holy master would be able to do this. Is it the Saint Lord? The spiritual clan leader did not believe it. Let's go in and take a look. The four leaders decided to go into the void ocean to see what was going on. Splash. The blood sea in the void ocean roiled. The spirit chi in the universe became thinner and thinner as the origin energy was cut off. At this moment, in the depths of the void ocean, the Blood Eye's speed had exceeded its limit. The human race's sacred leader tried to forcefully stop the Blood Red Eye from rotating, but to no avail. Don't worry, I won't let the universe collapse. I'll just absorb some origin energy to recover. The Blood Eye's strength was too terrifying. He had not died after being suppressed under the bipolar ice mountain for so many years. Now that he had absorbed the power of the other eye, he was about to recover to his peak strength. As an eternal realm, holy master of the human clan, he felt a sense of helplessness. "You've been lying to me all this time." The human Saint Lord roared and waved his hand. The power of the eternal ancient realm exploded. Every time the human race's sacred lord attacked, the void ocean would shake. Splash. The blood-red eye was surrounded by dense seawater, forming an extremely strong defense. "Don't waste your effort. When you break my defense, I'll have absorbed enough origin energy." "The blood," I said disdainfully. "I said that when I fully recover, I'll enter the God world. I won't destroy the human race." The human Saint Lord's eyes turned red. He was in a frenzy. "You won't destroy the human race. What you're doing now is more despicable than destroying the human race," the human Saint Lord roared. "Taking origin energy will hasten the destruction of the universe. What's the difference between this and destroying the human race?" As the current Saint Lord of the human race, he would not allow this to happen. Plus, it was all because of him. "Even if I die, I won't let you succeed." The human Saint Lord roared and attacked. Whoosh! The four giants came to the depths of the void ocean. When they saw the Blood Eye, their expressions changed. "Let's attack together and stop him." Before they could say anything, the human race's holy master roared. The five giants attacked the Blood Eye together. Demon, subduing field. Realm, Lord, subduing demon. stood on the ground with his hands behind his back. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions. I haven't fought in a long time. I wonder if my body is flexible. Realm Lord, subduing demon, muttered to himself. After a while, he made a decision. His body flashed, and he left demon, subduing field, entering the depths of the void ocean. The battle between the 5 giants and the Blood Eye was intense. Their efforts to stop him had some effect. The Blood Eye's speed of absorbing origin energy was greatly reduced. This made the Blood Eye extremely angry. "You're courting death." The Blood Eye roared angrily, and a terrifying aura spread out. The Blood Eye launched a fierce counterattack. Boom! The battle continued. The human Saint Lord took the lead and blocked all of the Blood Eye's attacks. "You damned bastard." The Blood Eye hated the human Saint Lord the most. This was part of the deal, but the human Saint Lord had stopped him. "I want you to die." A tumbling blood sea gushed out of the crimson eye and enveloped the human saint leader. Die. The human Saint Lord was like a god of death. His fist shattered the void, and his combat power skyrocketed. The Blood Eye's combat power was also very strong after absorbing some origin energy. He was on par with the 5 giants. The battle continued until Realm Lord, subduing demon, appeared. "You can't stop me." He continued to absorb origin energy as he fought. The Blood Eye sneered. The 5 giants looked at each other and attacked with all their might. However, at this moment, a terrifying whirlpool appeared in the Blood Eye. Realm Lord, subduing demon, walked over. He had a broken hammer in his hand. Boom! Realm Lord, subduing demon, used all his strength and smashed the hammer toward the Blood Eye. Poochie! The Blood Eye's defense was instantly broken. "This is the Blood Eye was shocked." A treasure from the God realm. Not only Crimson Eye, but the 5 giants were also shocked. Who was this person? Why did he have a treasure from the God realm? Moreover, he could use a treasure from the God realm. What are you waiting for? Realm Lord, subduing demon, used a treasure from the God realm, and his energy was quickly depleted. Following his loud roar, the 5 leaders once again joined the battle. With Realm Lord subduing demon's treasure, the Blood Eye had to struggle. 88-8. The origin energy was blocked, and the universe was gradually recovering. Damn it! The Blood Eye roared angrily. He needed origin energy. These damn people who dared to stop him had to die. Kill him. Realm Lord subduing demons, hammer came down. The Blood Eye's face turned pale, and the hand holding the hammer trembled. Chapter 1572. The big white dog sensed the golden lion's approach. Its expression was solemn as it stared ahead with its gong-sized eyes. Without any hesitation, the golden lion jumped into the magma. It knew better than anyone else how dangerous the magma was. However, that was only for human warriors. To it, it was just a piece of cake. The golden lion passed through the scorching magma easily and arrived on the plains. Thump! Its body landed heavily on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The golden lion looked at the big white dog, which was emitting a golden aura, and grinned. "You're still the same after so many years. You haven't changed either. You're still greedy and sinister," the big white dog said coldly. "If there were any outsiders here, they would definitely be shocked." The big white dog and the golden lion knew each other. Furthermore, the 2 of them had met many years ago. The golden lion did not care about the big white dog's words at all. It spread its paws indifferently. "What I'm after is only a higher level of power," the golden lion said. "I told you to come with me back then, but you weren't willing." Hearing the golden lion's words, the big white dog was even more furious. "Bullsh**T. You're after a higher level of power. You're betraying your master," the big white dog said angrily. "If my master hadn't left long ago, I would have killed you." In fact, not only did the big white dog and the golden lion know each other, they were also good brothers a long time ago. The big white dog was the first to follow its master, followed by the golden lion. Although they were of different races, they were very loyal to their master. There were many times when the big white dog was in danger and was saved by the golden lion. At that time, the big white dog treated the golden lion as its best friend. However, no one knew that the golden lion was ambitious. After its master left the lower realm, the golden lion's meticulous plan finally began to be implemented. It used the big white dog's brotherhood to set it up. Fortunately, the big white dog noticed and was not killed. However, even so, the power in his body was still sealed. All these years, the big white dog had been trying to break the seal, but no matter what it did, it could not return to its peak. It had been doing its best to protect the cultivation palace, because it knew that the golden lion would definitely return. After sealing the big white dog, the golden lion thought that it could obtain the inheritance of the cultivation palace. However, something unexpected happened. It seemed that Long Ming had expected this and left a backup plan to severely injure the golden lion. As a result, his strength was greatly reduced, and he fled far away. All these years, the golden lion had been hiding in the pterosaur forbidden ground, recovering while thinking of ways to take revenge. It used its own methods to gather many talented women and formed the Lion's Gate. There weren't many disciples in the Lion's Gate, only a few dozen in total. However, they were all women. There were no men. The golden lion had an innate divine ability. Based on its own experience, it dissected the innate divine ability. In the end, it evolved into terrifying goo and poison arts. The women of Lion's Gate either learned goo arts or poison arts. Either way, the two secret techniques were very powerful. Furthermore, by making use of their beauty, the disciples of the Lion's Gate would almost never fail in their missions. Most of the time, they would be able to control a large number of outsiders or human martial artists without even realizing it. The golden lion had been waiting for this day, and it had finally arrived. When the cultivation palace opened, the passageway would be completely destroyed. It had finally returned here. The golden lion stared at the big white dog. Even now, you still want to stop me? The golden lion was extremely confident in itself and said coldly, "You despicable piece of trash. Back then, Master trusted you so much, but you betrayed him." "I'd be blind to call you brother," the big white dog said. It hated the golden lion immensely. However, it did not act rashly. Since the golden lion dared to come, it must be fearless. The power in its body was sealed, and it could not use its full strength, so it had to be cautious. "Big white dog, you're no match for me." "Move aside," the golden lion sighed. "After all, we were once brothers." When it heard the word brother, the big white dog felt that it was ironic. Once brothers, they were now meeting on the battlefield. This was what it meant to be brothers. "I don't have a brother like you. Right now, there are only two paths before you. Either you fight me to the death and step over my dead body, or you leave this place with Su, the big white dog said. Actually, deep in its heart, it still cared about the brotherhood of the past. However, the cultivation palace left behind by its master was not to be desecrated. It could not allow this traitor to enter either. Even if it had to die, it had to protect it. "It seems that you have no choice but to fight," the golden lion said indifferently. The big white dog turned to look at the closed cultivation palace. Then a powerful aura rippled around its body. It was ready to fight to the death. "Come, let me see how much you've recovered after all these years," the big white dog said in a deep voice. "I didn't want to fight you, but you forced me." The golden lion pretended to be innocent, which made the big white dog even more furious. "Rumble." The big white dog opened its bloody mouth, and immediately, hot magma spewed out from its body. The fiery magma contained an extreme amount of power as it whistled through the air. "Have you forgotten that I used to feed on magma as well?" Seeing this, the golden lion sneered. It suddenly opened its mouth and sucked the hot magma into its body. "If that's all you've got, admit defeat," the golden lion said arrogantly. "Dream on." The big white dog turned into an afterimage and rushed in front of the golden lion, fighting with the latter. rumble. A deafening sound echoed through the sky. The big white dog's claws were extremely sharp, and when it waved, it could change the airflow of heaven and earth. The big white dog's attack was very strong and had at least surpassed the creation realm. However, the golden lion was not weak either. All these years, it had been scheming to enter the cultivation palace, so it was naturally recovering with all its might. The intense battle was still going on. In the beginning, the big white dog still had the advantage. However, as time passed, the golden lion reversed the situation and took control. Bam! The golden lion kicked the big white dog's body and sent it flying. It looked down at the big white dog and said coldly, "You're not my match. If you continue to be so stubborn, you'll die." The big white dog got up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of its mouth. "You're the stubborn one." The golden lion betrayed the owner of the cultivation palace and still made it sound so righteous. No one else could do it. "You're courting death." The golden lion was enraged and attacked with a powerful aura that could split heaven and earth. It was extremely domineering. It completely suppressed the big white dog. Although this big guy's aura is strong, it's just an empty shell. It looks good but is useless. The little mouse was hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to act. The golden lion swooped down, golden aura surrounding its body. This was its strongest attack. Once it hit the big white dog, the latter would definitely die. Swoosh! However, just as the golden lion was grinning from ear to ear, a strange purple spear suddenly shot out of the void. This purple spear contained a terrifying, penetrating power. It was the innate ability of the heaven-devouring divine rat clan, Extreme Piercing. The little mouse appeared and Extreme Piercing whistled through the air. Scram! The golden lion did not care about the little mouse at all. It did not even look at it. It casually threw a punch, wanting to destroy the purple spear. However, it was wrong. Crack! The purple spear pierced through its fist at lightning speed, and then stabbed into its body. Roar! The golden lion roared at the sky. Its attack was interrupted and it quickly retreated. Extreme Piercing, you're from the heaven-devouring divine rat clan. The golden lion glared at the little mouse. Only then did it realize that it had underestimated this little guy. With the little mouse's support, the big white dog was able to relax for a while. It nodded at the little mouse. The two looked at each other and instantly understood each other's intentions. Whoosh! The little mouse ignored the golden lion and continued to use its innate ability, Devour. A terrifying devouring power spread out and enveloped the golden lion, courting death. The golden lion was furious and desperately resisted the devouring power. If it was at its peak, it naturally would not fear the innate ability of the heaven-devouring divine rat clan. However, its strength was far from its peak. Seeing that the little mouse's devour was controlling the golden lion, the big white dog took the opportunity to attack. The battle was very intense. With the help of the little mouse, the big white dog turned defeat into victory and gradually reversed the situation. After about 2 hours, the golden lion retreated and quickly fled. I won't let you off. Before the golden lion left, it left behind a ruthless warning. Seeing the golden lion flee, the little mouse sat on the ground and panted. It did not feel good to continuously use its innate ability at such a high intensity, especially against a powerhouse like the golden lion. The big white dog stuck out its tongue and walked to the little mouse's side. "Thank you for this time," the big white dog said sincerely. The little mouse waved its little paw and said, "Why are you saying this? Didn't you give me the purple juice too?" Hearing this, the big white dog grinned widely. Ever since its heart was broken by the golden lion, it had never felt this way again. "But that lion is really powerful," the little mouse said. "It's a war general under my master, just like me. If it wasn't injured, it would have killed you in seconds," the big white dog said. "But now that it's injured, it shouldn't appear for the time being." The little mouse nodded. It had helped because the big white dog was good to it, and because its boss was cultivating in the cultivation palace and could not be disturbed. Chapter 1573. Cultivation Palace. Long Ming was indeed a prodigy of the human race. The cultivation palace he created was also quite magical. It looked like a palace, but it was actually a completely different world. Opening the door of the cultivation palace was only the first test of Long Ming's test. After entering the palace, Fong Qin and the other two saw 3 floating staircases. The other side of the floating staircase was covered in thick fog, and they could not see clearly. At the bottom of the floating staircase was hot magma. Once they fell into the magma, they would be seriously injured, even if they did not die given their physical strength. "Do we go through the floating staircase?" Lu Xiong asked as he stared at the floating staircase. "That should be the case. There are only 3 floating staircases in front of us. How should we choose?" Sword 3 asked, puzzled. Fong Chen walked to the floating staircase and carefully observed it. There were no hints or explanations. It was very difficult to choose. At this moment, Fong Chen was also a little helpless. He had thought that they would be able to see the inheritance treasure left behind by Long Ming after opening the door of the cultivation palace. Who would have thought that this was just the beginning? "I feel that there must be danger on these floating staircases. We should not casually step on them," Lu Xiong said. Fong Chen and Sword 3 nodded. They also understood this principle. However, how should they choose? The 3 of them fell into a dilemma. They could not keep waiting like this, right? They had to find a way to solve it. Just as the 3 of them were thinking, 3 bowls appeared on each floating staircase. Seeing this, Fong Chen hurriedly looked over. He realized that there was some water in the 9 bowls. "What does this mean?" Fong Chen asked. "Could it be that we can only pass the floating staircase by drinking the water in the bowls?" Lu Xiong said excitedly, "But there are 3 bowls of water in each floating staircase. Which bowl should we drink? We can't drink all of them, right?" Sword 3 asked. Fong Chen shook his head. "This should be a test for us. Only one of the 3 bowls of water is real. We can only rely on luck." Lu Xiong and the other 2 each chose a floating staircase and came in front of the 3 bowls of water. Fong Chen carefully sensed, and the golden heart began to beat. Dong! The golden heart was vaguely guiding Fong Chen. A faintly discernible golden aura entered Fong Chen's palm and hovered above the 3 bowls of water. After circling for a few breaths, it landed on the 3rd bowl of water. Fong Chen pondered for a moment, then picked up the 3rd bowl of water and drank it in one gulp. When he finished the 3rd bowl of water, a strange scene appeared. The remaining 2 bowls of water, including the empty bowl in his hand, disappeared into thin air. "Did you pass?" Fong Chen was overjoyed. He took a step forward and arrived at the floating staircase. Without any obstruction, Fong Chen walked to the end of the elevator and was enveloped by the thick fog. "Brother Fong Chen is really lucky." After saying that, Lu Xiong picked up his bowl and finished it in one gulp. When he finished drinking the water, his expression changed drastically. His body was in turmoil, and his blood vessels were overflowing. "This is bad." Lu Xiong realized that something was wrong. He quickly sat down cross-legged and circulated the energy in his body to suppress the evil aura. Puchi Lu Xiong spat out blood, and his face was pale. His body showed signs of cracking. "What is the water in the bowl?" Lu Xiong asked in a low voice. "Lu Xiong, how are you?" Sword 3 asked worriedly. "Don't worry about me." Lu Xiong roared hysterically, but in the end he could not resist. Boom! His body exploded and he died on the spot. "Lu Xiong!" Sword 3 shouted with his eyes wide open. However, it was useless. Lu Xiong was already dead. After all, they were martial artists who had fought side by side for so many years. Lu Xiong's death was a huge blow to Sword 3. Damned cultivation palace. Sword 3 kept cursing. After a long while he retracted his aura. "I don't believe that you can do anything to me." Sword 3 picked up a bowl of water and drank it in one gulp. Strangely, his body did not suffer any major injuries. Then he climbed up the floating staircase and looked at the place where Lu Xiong died. He said in a low voice, "Lu Xiong, don't worry. If I can obtain the inheritance, I will definitely bring it to you." With that, Sword 3 went deeper into the floating staircase. The floating staircase was very long. With Fang Chen's speed, it took him 2 hours to reach the end of the floating staircase. There was an altar on the other side of the floating staircase. The altar was full of complicated patterns. These patterns gave off a mysterious feeling. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, Sword 3 also arrived. "Brother Sword 3, are you all right?" Seeing that Sword 3 did not look well, Fang Chen asked hurriedly. "Lu Xiong is dead." Hearing this, Fang Chen was rarely surprised. How could Lu Xiong be dead? Could it be that he encountered difficulties on the floating staircase? Or did he drink the wrong bowl of water? After Lu Xiong drank the water, his body exploded and he died, Sword 3 said in a low voice. Fang Chen fell silent. Lu Xiong was too unlucky. He and Sword 3 had successfully passed, but Lu Xiong was dead. Let's think of a way to obtain the inheritance first. Fang Chen collected his thoughts and said in a low voice. Sword 3 nodded and looked at the altar. "What's on this altar?" As Sword 3 spoke, the void on the altar fluctuated and a shadow appeared. "When you see my shadow, it proves that you have passed the floating staircase test." The shadow was a fat old man. He was not big, but he looked very wretched. He can't be Long Ming, right? Fang Chen was a little speechless. The legendary Long Ming, the owner of the Cultivation Palace. The Bone Progenitor called him a human prodigy, but he was actually a wretched fat man. Being able to open the door of the Cultivation Palace means that your strength has at least been acknowledged by me. You are qualified to receive my life's work. As for the floating staircase test, it is a test of luck. The shadow said calmly, "Out of the 3 bowls of water, 2 of them will definitely kill you. You can only pass the floating staircase if you drink 1 bowl of water. A test of luck?" Fang Chen and Sword 3 were rarely speechless. This human prodigy was too strange. At this moment, Sword 3 and Fang Chen felt that it was not worth it for Lu Xiong. Luck is sometimes a part of one's strength. The shadow suddenly changed the topic and sighed. Fang Chen could vaguely make out a story from the virtual shadow's words. However, the shadow did not delve into this matter. Moreover, this shadow was different from willpower. It was left behind in advance. Long Ming had said these words in advance before he left the lower realm. "I don't know how many people will come here in the end. Perhaps 1, perhaps 2, or perhaps none. However, I really don't want my life's research to be lost in the dust of history," the shadow said. Fang Chen and Sword 3 nodded. Studying other cultivation systems was definitely the most amazing method in history. It would be a pity if it disappeared just like that. Look at this altar. My life's work is in these flickering patterns. Whether you can comprehend it or not depends on your luck, the shadow said. I hope we are fated to meet again in the heavenly realm. The shadow disappeared as soon as it finished speaking. Fang Chen and Sword 3 looked at each other. Brother Fang Chen, since his life's work is on the altar, let's go up and give it a try. Sword 3 was eager to try. Okay. The 2 of them stepped onto the altar at the same time. The aura of their respective cultivation systems was instantly released. Suddenly, the runes that were circulating came to an abrupt stop, following which, a bright light was released from the patterns. Fang Chen sat cross-legged, his heart trembling. At the same time, a large amount of information appeared in his mind. The integration of different cultivation systems. Fang Chen was completely shocked. Seeing the life's work that Long Ming had left in his mind, his heart trembled. According to the information, Long Ming had been studying different cultivation systems. In the end, the direction of his research had changed greatly. He wanted to integrate different cultivation systems and learn from each other's strengths to make up for his weaknesses. Take the essence and discard the dross. Most of this information was about how Long Ming studied different cultivation systems. Only a small part talked about the integration of different cultivation systems. At the end of the information, Long Ming's handwriting revealed a trace of helplessness. He had gathered several cultivation systems and developed an ultimate move, but it was not perfected in the end. Because his strength was limited and his research was not deep enough, this ultimate move only had a model. However, Long Ming firmly believed that if this ultimate move could be developed, the life and death realm could fight against the eternal realm. Seeing this sentence, Feng Chun was tempted. The life's work that Long Ming had left behind was absolutely important to Feng Qin and Sword 3. The two of them were using this to improve the strength of their cultivation systems. Of course, Long Ming had also left behind other means. He was waiting for Feng Qin and Sword 3 to explore. Pterosaur Forbidden Land. The battle for the rootless grass had finally come to an end. The three gods of the Triple Godland had taken action and snatched it. They thought that the matter was over. Who would have thought that one of the three gods would suddenly sneak attack the other two? Because they were caught off guard, one of them was severely injured, and the other was forced to retreat. He had obtained the rootless grass. At the same time, many disciples of the Lion Gate appeared and used unimaginable methods to forcibly control the two gods. At this point, all the life and death realm foreign races and the sea demon race in the Pterosaur Forbidden Land were controlled by the Lion Gate. Master, this is the rootless grass. The first of the three gods to be controlled respectfully offered the rootless grass to Senior Sister Ding. Senior Sister Ding played with the rootless grass, a smile appearing on her face. Let's go, we should go back and report. Senior Sister Ding and the others returned with many life and death realm emperors. The golden lion was very satisfied. However, when it saw the rootless grass, it said, "The rootless grass is not fully mature yet. Plant it here first and wait for it to mature before consuming it." Yes, Gate Master. Immediately, the rootless grass was planted here. The golden lion ordered Senior Sister Ding and the others to enter the magma shore and attack the bronze gate to their heart's content. As for itself, it had suffered some injuries and needed to heal. Don't worry, Gate Master. This time, we will definitely blast open the bronze gate. Senior Sister Ding said. After Senior Sister Ding and the others left, the golden lion looked into the distance angrily, his heart full of hatred. Chapter 1574. The place where the foreign races and the sea demon race were struggling at death's door was completely occupied by the Lion Gate. Perhaps even they themselves did not expect that the one to destroy them in the end was not the human race, but this mysterious Lion Gate. Although the cultivation of the female disciples of Lion Gate was not strong, their venomous arts and poison arts were too powerful. In terms of poison arts, the most powerful one was the enchanting junior sister Shui. Of course, venomous arts were not to be outdone either. The controlled life and death emperors were filled with unwillingness, but they had no other choice. Unless they were courting death, they could only obey obediently. Under Senior Sister Ding's lead, everyone arrived in front of the bronze door again. You guys attack the bronze door together. Senior Sister Ding ordered the mid-level life and death emperors to attack the bronze door together. Although they were unwilling, they had no choice. They took a step forward, faced the bronze door, and immediately began to attack crazily. The bronze door's defense was too strong. Breaking through it was not something that could be done in a short time. Senior Sister Ding and the others were not in a hurry. Cultivation Palace. The big white dog and the little mouse were waiting for Feng Qin. The latter was cultivating with Saber 3 in the Cultivation Palace. In the inheritance left behind by Long Ming, there was a mention of the space-time cultivation system. Even Long Ming had to admit that Bone Progenitor was an amazing person. The space-time cultivation system he created when cultivated to the extreme, could even touch the threshold of the laws. Moreover, what shocked Fangchen the most was that by cultivating the space-time cultivation system, he had the opportunity to skip the laws and directly grasp the laws. This shocking discovery caused Fangchen to be extremely tempted. He had gained a lot from comprehending the inheritance left behind by Longming. In a short 3 days, the space-time book reached the 4th layer. After reaching the 4th layer, Fangchen could merge into the space-time space as he wished. If he used the space-time book, even high-level life and death emperors would not be able to detect it. Of course, the powerhouses at the level of the 5 giants should be able to sense it. Half a month later, the space-time book reached the 5th layer. Finally reaching the bottleneck, Fangchen stopped cultivating. His face was full of smiles. Fortunately, he had the inheritance left behind by Longming. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the space-time book to reach the 5th layer. His cultivation base had reached the peak of creation realm and was stuck at the bottleneck. Stepping into life and death realm was impossible for the time being. Thus, Fangchen decided to give up on cultivating. He had already memorized Longming's lifelong efforts in his mind. He turned his head and glanced at Sword 3, who was still cultivating. He stood up and looked at the front of the altar. He hadn't noticed it before, but now he finally saw it. There was a spatial ring placed here. Seeing this, Fangchen was secretly delighted. Come to think of it, this spatial ring should have been left behind by Longming. I wonder what's inside the ring. Fangchen was very excited and quickly walked towards the ring. He bent down to pick up the ring and checked it. The ring was ownerless. When his consciousness entered the ring, he immediately discovered that the ring was extremely huge. So big. Fangchen was completely shocked. The space inside the ring was almost the size of an island. Why is there such a big spatial ring? Fangchen was puzzled. Following the increase in his strength, his insight naturally increased by a lot. So far, the largest spatial ring he had seen was a supreme-grade spatial ring. It was said that the space inside a supreme-grade spatial ring was very large, comparable to the size of a holy land, and the spatial ring in front of him was actually the size of an island. While Fangchen was shocked, he saw 3 words on the ring. Sumeru ring. He muttered softly. Was this spatial ring different from a spatial ring? After thinking for a moment, he still couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. His consciousness entered the spatial ring and found that there were a lot of resources inside. This is the crimson jellyfish ore, purple crystal soulstone, and ice dragon grass. Fangchen was completely stunned. There were simply too many cultivation resources in his spatial ring. With so many cultivation resources, it was comparable to the foundation of a holy land. How many resources did Longming leave behind? Fated One, when you open the ring, it means that you have received my lifelong efforts and have passed my test. Suddenly, a melodious voice was heard. Fangchen listened attentively. This should be the voice left behind by Senior Longming. This ring is a treasure of the divine realm called the spatial ring. Its function is the same as the spatial rings of our lower realms. They are both storage rings. However, the spatial ring can't be compared to the spatial ring. The spatial ring you see is only the trashiest ring in the divine realm. But in the lower realms, it is already the ring with the largest space and can accommodate everything. I left some resources in the spatial ring. I think you should be able to use them. The outermost resources are the trashiest. As my successor, you naturally have to get the best resources. In the deepest part of the spatial ring, there are 3 things that are the most suitable for you so far. This is all I can do for you. I hope that one day you and I will meet in the divine realm. After saying that, the voice dissipated. The shock in Fangchen's heart did not dissipate for a long time. The spatial ring was actually a storage ring of the divine realm. He shook his head to keep himself awake. However, Every time he saw the cultivation resources at the front of the spatial ring, he couldn't help but be shocked. Crimson jellyfish ore, ice dragon grass, purple crystal soulstone. These were the cultivation resources that martial artists needed the most. But in Long Ming's mouth, they were actually trash. I wonder what those three things Senior Long Ming left behind are. Fong Qin was a bit excited. His thoughts impatiently entered the depths of the spatial ring. There was a small hill here. There were 3 balls of light on the hill. The leftmost ball of light was wrapped in red light. The middle ball of light was wrapped in black light. The right ball of light was wrapped in purple light. The 3 balls of light emitted an oppressive aura. His golden heart rapidly beat. His intuition told him that the things inside those 3 balls of light were definitely extraordinary. He slowly walked towards the red ball of light on the left and gently grasped it with his hand. Crash! The red light instantly converged. What appeared in Fong Chen's palm was a fiery red piece of iron. What is this? Fong Chen was a bit puzzled, but soon his eyes widened as he stared at the fiery red piece of iron. His heart began to race. Blood River crystal iron. It's actually Blood River crystal iron. Fong Chen was thoroughly shocked. Looking at the entire lower realms, there were countless ores that were naturally born. Each one of them was extraordinary. Moreover, each one of them had a primordial ancestral stone and a pseudo-ancestral stone. For instance, the flowing gold ancestral stone that the little mouse had swallowed. These, ores born from the heavens and earth, were a fatal temptation to martial artists. Of course, there was also a ranking between each type of ore. Flowing gold ancestral stone could only be considered a middle grade ore. As for scarlet jellyfish, or it could be considered a high grade ore. But this Blood River crystal iron in front of him was a legendary top grade, or that was unique in the lower realms. The universe had existed since ancient times and was constantly changing, but there was one kind of ore that existed forever. That was the Blood River crystal iron. Up until now, the Blood River crystal iron had only existed in legends. The reason Fong Qin knew about it was because he had read about it in the history books of the human race. Of course, the records weren't complete. They had only mentioned it a little. Blood River crystal iron. Fong Qin rubbed his eyes, not daring to believe what he was seeing. But no matter how he looked, the Blood River crystal iron was still calmly lying in his palm. A fiery aura was emitted from the Blood River crystal iron. Fong Chen's heart couldn't calm down for a long time. He didn't expect that he would be able to obtain the Blood River crystal iron. If I use the Blood River crystal iron to refine my scarlet glass sword and hidden star sword, I will definitely have an unexpected harvest. Immediately, Fong Qin put down the Blood River crystal iron. His gaze fell on the black ball of light in the middle. The black ball of light was emitting a terrifying killing power. I wonder what's inside this black ball of light. Fong Qin was somewhat puzzled. In the end, he still placed his palm on the black ball of light. Voila! The black ball of light disappeared, and a yellowed book appeared in Fong Chen's palm. The book recorded detailed information about laws and rules. Laws and rules. There were only these 5 words on the front page of the book. But Fong Qin was incomparably happy. Laws and rules were the most basic order of the universe. If he wanted to step into the life and death realm, he had to understand these most basic things. Only then would he be able to understand his future direction. Senior Long Ming is really meticulous. Fong Qin grinned. This book was quite useful for the current Fong Qin. Opening the book, the contents of the first page attracted Fong Chen's attention. This book records some of my views on laws and rules. Although it's very simple, it's enough for future generations to refer to. Long Ming left behind these words. This matter is of great importance. Don't leak it out. Next, Fong Qin seriously flipped through the book. His heart became more and more excited. This book introduced how a martial artist should choose their own path and how to comprehend laws. It was simply a textbook experience. Closing the book, Fang Chen laughed brilliantly. "Let's wait until we get out." After saying this, Fang Chen's gaze fell on the third ball of light. This was a purple ball of light. When Fang Chen's palm touched it, the purple ball of light disappeared. The purple light disappeared and a palm-sized bone landed in Fang Chen's palm. 888 bone. The bone emitted a purple aura. Fang Chen felt that it was very familiar. This is the heavenly deity bone of a peerless expert of the heaven-devouring god Rat Clan, an imprint drilled into Fang Chen's mind. Heavenly deity bone. Fang Chen was a little puzzled. "Once, I accidentally entered the spatial turbulence and obtained this bone. After studying it for tens of thousands of years, I discovered that it was the skeleton of a heaven-devouring god Rat Clan. At the same time, I also made a shocking discovery. This bone is not an ordinary bone, but the legendary peak heavenly deity bone of the heaven-devouring god Rat Clan." Chapter 1575. After understanding the information about the heavenly god's bone, Fang Chen was all smiles. The 3 treasures left behind by Senior Longming were all very important to him. The Blood River Crystal Iron could strengthen the power of his divine weapon. The Book of Laws and Rules could allow him to see the path of his future development clearly. It was equivalent to a good teacher and helpful friend. He definitely wouldn't be able to see anything in a short time, but when he looked back in the future, he would discover the mystery of this book. The heavenly god's bone of the heaven-devouring divine Rat Clan was useless to Fang Chen, but it was very useful to Little Mouse. Those who possessed the heavenly god's bone were known as natural kings and could stand at the peak of martial arts. Needless to say, the heavenly god's bone was naturally left for Little Mouse to use. This trip to the Pterosaur Impasse has really gained a lot. Fang Chen was secretly delighted. At this moment, Saber 3 woke up. Like Fang Chen, he also walked to the front of the altar and picked up a sumo ring. Could it be that no one can see each other's sumo ring? Fang Chen was a little puzzled. He clearly saw only one sumo ring. So why did Saber 3 do the same thing? This made Fang Chen very puzzled. However, after thinking about it, it made sense. Long Ming, who was known as a genius of the human race, must have prepared everything long ago. He put away the sumo ring and waited for Saber 3. While waiting for Saber 3, Fang Chen summarized his gains. First of all, his cultivation base had reached the peak of the 9th level of the creation realm. The starlight in his sea of qi had already turned into a 9-pointed starlight, exuding a vast power. Secondly, the 4th level of the Book of Time and Space had been cultivated, and the true meaning of time and space had reached the peak of the 9th grade. Finally, he obtained 3 treasures and improved his control of the space-time cultivation system. Combining the above 3 points, Fang Chen's strength had greatly improved. When he first entered this place, Fang Chen could already crush a 1st-level life and death realm Imperial Emperor. In front of a 2nd-level Imperial Emperor, he could also escape unscathed. But now, with his strength, he was almost invincible under the low-level life and death realm Imperial Emperor. Of course, this was based on the fact that he was a space-time cultivation system martial artist. Otherwise, it would be impossible to make such a huge leap. Unknowingly, Fang Chen had already created history for the human race. Of course, their actual strength would still need to be tested in actual combat. Fang Chen couldn't wait to go out and fight against the foreign races and the sea monsters. Moreover, he was still thinking about the rootless grass. I wonder if there are any flame dragon whiskers in my spatial ring. The rootless grass had already been found, but there was still no information about the flaming dragon beard. Fang Chen suddenly thought of the spatial ring. Immediately, he hurriedly dripped a drop of blood onto the spatial ring and became its master. Then he swept his thoughts through it. Unfortunately, although there were many cultivation resources in the spatial ring, there was no flame dragon beard. What a pity! Fong Chen sighed. Brother Fong Chen. At this moment, Sword 3 called out with a face full of joy. Brother Saber 3, how's your harvest? Fong Chen asked. Saber 3 was very excited and said, Brother Fong Chen, to tell you the truth, the harvest this time is really beyond my expectations. After this period of time together, Saber 3 had long regarded Fong Chen as a good brother who fought side by side with him. There was nothing he could hide from him. I got a spatial ring with a lot of cultivation resources in it, so much so that it shocked me. Saber 3 said. Fong Chen also told Saber 3 about the news of his spatial ring. Brother Saber 3, is there a spiritual herb called the flame dragon beard in your spatial ring? Fong Chen asked. Perhaps Saber 3's spatial ring had it. Fong Chen also asked with a tentative attitude. Let me see. Saber 3 glanced at the spatial ring, and after a while nodded and said, There really is. Hearing this, Fong Chen was excited. He glanced at Saber 3 and said somewhat embarrassedly, Brother Saber 3, can you sell the flame dragon beard to me? Whatever you want, just tell me. I can promise you. Saber 3 fell silent. Fong Chen smiled bitterly. It seemed that Saber 3 was unwilling. However, at this moment, Saber 3 raised his head and looked straight at Fong Chen. Brother Fong Chen, don't you treat me as a brother? Faced with Saber 3's questioning, Fong Chen replied, Of course not. Then why did you say that although these flame dragon beard are precious, without you, I wouldn't have been able to enter the cultivation palace at all, let alone get the spatial ring? Saber 3 interrupted Fong Chen and said, Besides, what I got is beyond my imagination. It's just the flame dragon beard. I'll give it to you directly, Brother Fong Chen. You don't have to refuse. We fought side by side until now, and I really treat you as a brother. If you don't mind, take it. After saying that, a whiskey-like spiritual herb appeared in Saber 3's palm. Looking at the flame dragon beard, Fong Chen was quite moved. Brother Saber 3, I won't say anything pretentious. If there's anything you need me for in the future, just let me know. Fong Chen put away the flame dragon beard and a bright smile appeared on his face. Rumble. At this moment, there was a rumbling sound in the cultivation palace. Fong Chen and Saber 3 looked at each other and then quickly left the cultivation palace. Outside the cultivation palace, the big white dog and little mouse were watching the cultivation palace. They're coming out, the big white dog said. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 figures flashed out. Boss. Little mouse ran over. You're finally out. Fong Chen gently stroked Little Mouse's head and smiled. The big white dog walked in front of Fong Chen. Only the 2 of you came out. The big white dog asked. Fong Chen explained the situation in detail, and the big white dog nodded. Then it said, You've received Master's inheritance and can be considered half of Master's disciples. There's something I need you to do now. What is it? Saber 3 asked. The cultivation palace is the most important inheritance left behind by Master. Needless to say, do you remember that there's a bronze door outside the magma? The big white dog asked. Of course. There are some ordinary inheritances left behind by Master in the bronze door. They're all left for the younger generation of the human race. Now that the bronze door has been attacked by traitors, I need you to take action and chase them away. The big white dog said. Fong Chen didn't care about the word traitors mentioned by the big white dog and immediately agreed. Saber 3 was even more eager to try. His cultivation base had increased greatly and he had long wanted to fight. Leave this matter to the 2 of us. Saber 3 patted his chest and said, All right, you can go now, the big white dog said. Then it waved its paw and sent Fong Chen and Saber 3 away. Little Mouse looked at the big white dog in confusion. Why do you want them to go? With the big white dog and Little Mouse's strength, It was more than enough to deal with those outsiders. They're still too young and have just received the inheritance. They must be sharp and need to be sharpened. Moreover, this is a rare opportunity for them to hone themselves. The big white dog said. Little Mouse understood. So that was the case. Magma River. The fiery magma continued to churn, emitting a terrifying aura. Many female disciples of the Lion's Gate stood on the shore of the magma. As for the life and death realm emperors of the ocean demon race and other races, they were crazily attacking the bronze door. After a period of hard work, there were already signs of cracks on the bronze door. Very good. At this rate, the bronze door will be destroyed in less than half a month. Senior Sister Ding smiled. The other races also paid a heavy price to attack the bronze door. Several life and death realm emperors died. Although they had a lot of complaints, they had no choice but to do this. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as Senior Sister Ding and the enchanting woman were talking, a light pillar appeared on the surface of the churning magma. The light pillar soared into the sky, emitting a scorching aura. What's going on? Senior Sister Ding's expression changed as she felt the scorching aura. She stared at the light pillar. Under everyone's gazes, two people walked down from the light pillar. Soon, the churning magma returned to its original state. It's you. When the enchanting woman saw Fong Qin, a hint of viciousness appeared on her face as she shouted. Junior Sister Shui, do you know this person? Senior Sister Ding asked. Senior Sister Ding, this person is the human I told you about before. Junior Sister Shui said. What, isn't he dead? Senior Sister Ding was astonished. How did he come out of the magma? Did he obtain the inheritance? Thinking of this, Senior Sister Ding's expression changed. She took a step forward and arrived in front of Fong Qin and Blade 3. How did you two come out of the magma? Senior Sister Ding asked with a beaming smile. At the same time, a hallucinatory aura silently spread out. In the void, one goo after another shot toward Fong Qin. Bang! With a casual punch, all the goo worms hidden in the void were destroyed. This kind of plaything is useless against us, Fong Qin said. Seeing this, Senior Sister Ding's expression turned solemn. Her goo arts were actually useless against these two. It seemed that she had encountered a tough opponent. The Bronze Gate is not something trash like you can touch. You're courting death. The hot-tempered Blade 3 directly berated. Senior Sister Ding. For them to come out of the magma, they must have had a fortuitous encounter. Let's capture them first. A Lion Gate disciple said. Swish! Senior Sister Ding's wrist shook, and countless pills shot toward the life and death emperors. This is the antidote. Suppress the two of them. When the time comes, I can completely remove the poison in your bodies. Senior Sister Ding said. Hearing this, the life and death emperors of the two races stared at the two with scorching eyes as if they were looking at prey. Kid, speaking of which, I still have to thank you too. Obediently surrender. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. A group of life and death emperors surrounded the two of them. Humph. Life and death emperors are willing to be other people's dog slaves. How shameful. Fong Qin mocked. Brother Fong, I'll leave the low-level life and death emperors to you. I'll deal with the mid-level life and death emperors. How about it? Blade 3 divided the life and death emperors like carrots. The life and death emperors of the two races were thoroughly enraged. Chapter 1576. Kill. The first to jump out was a second-level life and death realm alien. He sensed that Fong Chen's cultivation base had yet to reach the life and death realm, so he immediately attacked. Seeing that, Fong Chen sneered. Then he shot forth a punch. Crack! The alien, who was originally full of confidence, had his skull shattered by Fong Chen's punch. Blood spurted out from the shattered skull, shocking everyone. How is this possible? Everyone cried out in alarm. It was simply too shocking. A ninth-level creation realm expert had shattered the skull of a second-level life and death realm emperor with a punch. How can he be so strong? The enchanting junior sister, Shue's pitch-black eyes flickered with astonishment. Soon after, she thought of something. This person must have obtained a fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, it was impossible for his strength to rise so quickly. It must be a very powerful inheritance. I must obtain it, the enchanting woman said inwardly. Senior Sister Ding and the others also cried out in alarm. Bang! Amidst everyone's exclamations, Fong Qin punched out again, killing the alien. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Xiao Qin easily killed a second-level life and death realm monarch. A faint smile appeared on Fong Chen's face. Amazing! Admirable! Blade 3 raised his head at Fong Qin and said, Attack together! Encircle them! Someone roared, and immediately, a large number of life and death realm emperors attacked. Your opponent is me. A few mid-level life and death realm experts wanted to suppress Fong Qin, but they were blocked by Blade 3. Blade 3 held his battle blade and swept across the world. In the blink of an eye, his aura rose to the peak. Pucci, with a slash, a fourth-level life and death realm emperor was instantly killed. Blade 3 licked his dry lips and took the initiative to attack the other mid-level life and death realm experts. At the same time, Fong Qin also started his massacre. The alien race and the ocean demon race had always been mortal enemies with the human race. If not for the human race's Saint Lord breaking through to the eternal realm at the crucial moment, the human race would have been annihilated long ago. Kill! Facing a second-layer life and death realm alien, Fong Qin killed one with a single punch. In the blink of an eye, there were countless corpses on the ground. The non-human kind and the sea monsters suffered heavy losses. A bunch of trash. You can't even suppress a manifestation realm martial artist? Senior Sister Ding shouted angrily. Not only will I give the antidote to whoever can capture him, but I will also give him an opportunity. Provoked by Senior Sister Ding's words, the crowd's attacks became even fiercer. As the battle progressed, second-level life and death realm monarchs no longer dared to attack alone. Their hearts were filled with terror. They were not fighting humans at all, but demons. Right now, Fong Chen was mainly fighting against third-level life and death realm monarchs. One or two of them were not strong, but if several of them worked together, their power would increase greatly. After a fierce battle, Fong Chen finally used the space-time book. So far, the space-time book was his greatest trump card. A divine art was a divine art. As soon as he used the space-time book, Fong Chen disappeared into thin air. Where is he? The numerous attacking life and death realm monarchs looked at each other in dismay when their attacks missed. Pucci! Suddenly, a huge hand appeared in the void. Carrying a terrifying power, it directly penetrated the body of a third-level life and death realm monarch. No, the third-level life and death realm monarch spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with unwillingness as his body slowly fell to the ground. He's hiding in the void. Attack him together. A non-human kind roared. Suddenly, everyone attacked the surrounding void crazily, not giving Fong Chen a chance to take advantage of the situation. At the edge of the lava river, the faces of Senior Sister Ding and the others turned increasingly grave. Senior Sister Ding, these two humans are too strong. Should we leave for now? Junior Sister Shui asked in a low voice. That's right, Senior Sister Ding. That saber-wielding martial artist is too strong. He's practically invincible among mid-level life and death realm experts. Another disciple said. In a short while, the non-human kind and the sea monsters suffered disastrous casualties. If this dragged on, when the non-human kind and the sea monsters were all dead, it would be their turn. At that time, they would not even have the chance to escape. Retreat. Senior Sister Ding waved her hand and took the lead to leave. In the blink of an eye, the Lion Gates people had all left. Who? The Lion Gates people returned to their base. Gate Master, something bad has happened. Senior Sister Ding said in a fluster. What happened? An ice-cold voice sounded from the darkness. Gate Master, 2 humans walked out of the lava river and started a massacre. They're too strong. The life and death realm monarchs of the non-human kind and the sea monsters couldn't resist at all. Senior Sister Ding said. A group of life and death realm monarchs couldn't even kill 2 humans. Gate Master, I suspect that those 2 have obtained some major inheritance. Their strength is too unimaginable, especially that Fortune realm martial artist, who could easily kill a 3rd-level life and death realm monarch. Senior Sister Ding continued. Voila! In the darkness, the void tore open and the golden lion walked out. Its face was filled with a gloomy expression. Cultivation Palace inheritance? The golden lion sneered and took a step forward, walking toward the passage. In front of the lava river, Fong Qin killed the last 3rd-level life and death realm monarch with a punch. Beside him, Blade 3 killed the last god of Triple God Land with a blade. The 2 looked at each other and smiled. This battle was simply too delightful. Brother Fong Qin, this is the most delightful battle I've had since I started cultivating. Blade 3 said with a smile. Fong Qin nodded. He felt the same. One had to admit that the Cultivation Palace's inheritance had allowed them to undergo a qualitative transformation. Right at this moment, the big white dog and Little Mouse appeared. Boss, you're too strong. You can easily kill a low-level life and death realm monarch with a Fortune realm martial artist. Little Mouse said with a smile. The big white dog was very satisfied with Fong Qin and Blade 3's performance. Not bad. You didn't disgrace my master's reputation. The big white dog shook its head and said, Buzz. A golden aura spread out and the lava river started boiling. The big white dog turned its head and saw that the golden lion was already standing opposite it, glaring at it. Big white dog, you'd rather let 2 irrelevant trash enter the cultivation palace than let me in. The golden lion roared angrily. Humph, you traitor. You still have the face to say that my master's inheritance won't be given to you, even if he doesn't appear in the world for the rest of his life. The big white dog hated the golden lion very much. While the big white dog and the golden lion were confronting each other, Little Mouse explained to Blade 3 and Fong Qin. After hearing this, Fong Qin came to a realization. So this golden lion is the enchanting woman's backer. Fong Qin said, I didn't expect this lion to betray Senior Longming. No wonder the big white dog hated the golden lion so much. So that was the case. Thinking of this, Fong Qin and Blade 3's eyes turned cold. They were indebted to Longming and could be considered half of his disciples. Since the golden lion had betrayed Longming, they naturally had to clean up the mess for him. Fong Qin and Blade 3 walked in front of the big white dog and stood side by side with it, full of fighting spirit. Big white dog, haven't you been looking for a successor for that old bastard Longming? Today, I'll kill the 2 of them in front of you. The golden lion laughed wildly. I'm afraid you don't have the ability, Blade 3 said coldly. Just as well, we're also preparing to clean up the mess for Senior Longming, Fong Qin said. Boom! A terrifying aura soared into the sky. Golden patterns flowed rapidly around the golden lion's body. At this moment, the golden lion unleashed his strongest strength. He knew that his opponent was strong, so he directly used his trump card. Oh no! Feeling the fluctuations in the air, the big white dog cursed inwardly. However, before it finished speaking, it felt the fluctuations in the void. Then, a formation drowned the golden lion. Do it! Fong Qin set up an improved version of the chaos killing formation and temporarily trapped the golden lion. Sword 3 took the lead and charged into the formation. The big white dog and Fang Qin entered the formation one after another. How can you leave me out of this kind of thing? After the little mouse finished speaking, a huge purple mouse phantom condensed behind it and used the extreme, piercing, divine ability. Under normal circumstances, the golden lion's combat strength was not much different from the big white dog. Last time, it was forced to retreat by the big white dog and the little mouse. Now it used the trump card that it had been hiding for many years, and its combat strength sword, becoming super strong all of a sudden. However, it thought that it could crush its opponent, but it found that it had fallen into a formation. You want to trap me with a mere formation? The golden lion's monstrous aura spread as it said coldly, "Today is the day you die." Fang Qin used the space-time book and merged with time and space, controlling the chaos-killing formation to secretly attack the golden lion. Blade 3 and the big white dog fought head-on. The battle was very intense. An entire cave was shaking. Within the river, the boiling hot magma was churning rapidly. Swoosh! Extreme piercing pierced one of the golden lion's legs, causing it to be stained with blood. Ah! The golden lion roared and spat out a terrifying golden aura, shooting toward the big white dog. Careful! The big white dog pulled Blade 3 and dodged the golden aura attack. The battle blade in Blade 3's hand slashed down, and a majestic blade light collided with the golden lion's body. The destructive power of a life and death emperor was extremely great. At this moment, the enchanting woman and the others felt the ground shaking. Gate Master is fighting with those two, Senior Sister Ding said. Humph, with Gate Master taking action, they're dead for sure. Those two humans are nothing but clowns. Gate Master's methods are heaven-defying. He can easily suppress them. The Lion Gate disciples blindly worshipped the golden lion. Only the enchanting woman had a faint feeling of unease in her heart. She kept feeling that the magma river below was extraordinary. Why do I have such a feeling? Could it be that Gate Master will lose? Chapter 1577. If the golden lion and the big white dog were at their peak, Fang Qin and the others would not be able to match up to their strength. However, because of what happened back then, the power in the big white dog's body was sealed. The golden lion, on the other hand, was seriously injured and could not recover to its peak. Otherwise, it would not have ended up like this. Originally, the big white dog and little mouse could force the golden lion to retreat if they joined forces. However, this time the golden lion unleashed its trump card and its attack power increased by more than one level. It thought that it could easily kill a few people, but it was wrong. It neglected Fang Qin and Sword 3. It was precisely these two people who changed the situation of the battle. Fang Qin's space-time cultivation system and Sword 3's cultivation system had skyrocketed after being honed in the cultivation palace. Dong! Sword 3 slashed out with his battle sword, and a terrifying sword gleam with incredible power blasted toward the golden lion. Slash! A saber mark actually appeared on the golden lion's tough body. Traces of blood flowed out from the sword mark. Roar! The golden lion roared into the sky. Its eyes as big as gongs widened, and it wanted nothing more than to tear Sword 3 into pieces. You're courting death. The golden lion gave up on attacking the others and focused on attacking Sword 3. In the blink of an eye, the two entered a state of chaotic battle. Killing power whizzed out from the chaos-killing formation. Little Mouse's two great talents were used alternately. Fang Qin's figure was hidden in the void. As time passed, Fang Qin and the others gradually took control of the rhythm of the battle. Bang! Under a joint attack, the golden lion's huge body was instantly sent flying. It's injured. Sword 3 growled and took the lead to attack the golden lion. The golden lion fought back with all its might, and a terrifying power erupted from its body. Seeing this, Fang Qin did not hesitate to activate the dark demonic wheel. This was the first time Fang Qin had used the dark demonic wheel after stepping into the 9th level of the creation realm. Boom! Extremely terrifying power gushed out from the dark demonic wheel and instantly drowned the golden lion. At the same time, Sword 3's battle sword pierced into the golden lion's body. Crack! The golden lion's body was split in half and directly annihilated by the dark power. Fang Qin hurriedly put away the dark demonic wheel. Even so, he felt that his strength had almost been sucked dry. My strength has increased, and so has the power of the dark demonic wheel. Fang Qin thought to himself. The dark demonic wheel itself was an existence that surpassed 9th-ranked divine weapons. However, limited by Fang Qin's own strength, he was unable to unleash his tyrannical power. However, now that Fang Qin's strength had increased, the power of the dark demonic wheel had also increased. Miserable screams came from the dark energy. The golden lion's body was finally shattered by the power of darkness, and it perished here. Whoosh the big, white dog looked at all of this and felt rather emotional. Once upon a time, it had called the golden lion brother, but now he had fallen to such a state. However, at the thought of the golden lion betraying its master, the big white dog's heart was filled with strong resentment. Now, the golden lion's death could be considered as cleaning up the house for Master Long Ming. With my power, there's no way I can kill the golden lion, the big white dog thought to itself. Immediately, its gaze fell on Sword 3 and Fang Qin. A gratified smile appeared on its face. It was also very happy that its master could obtain such an outstanding successor. What? The sect master has perished? Oh my God! How could the sect master have perished? Run! Suddenly, someone in the lion sect's crowd exclaimed. Then, everyone reacted and scrambled to escape this place. Even an expert like the sect master had perished in the hands of these people. They would only die if they stayed here. Sect master. Senior sister Ding took the lead, and the other disciples followed closely behind. Only the enchanting woman's pretty face was filled with desolation. She screamed, and immediately a terrifying hallucinogenic aura spread out from her body. The sect master had done her a great favor, and she wanted to avenge him. All of you must die. The enchanting woman's lips turned black and her fair face dimmed. Her entire body was filled with poison. Her palms kept waving, and her beautiful body quickly rushed toward Fang Qin and Sword 3. Die. Sword 3 did not have any protective feelings for the fairer sex. He waved the battle saber in his hand and directly cut the enchanting woman in half. Fang Qin nodded slightly. This woman is quite loyal. At this critical moment of life and death, the fact that she could stay to avenge the sect master was enough to show her loyalty. Unfortunately, their standpoints were different. It was either you die or I die. Those people are the traitor's disciples. Kill them all, the big white dog said softly. The golden lion was dead, and the hatred in its heart had dissipated. However, it could not let go of the lion sect's disciples. Fang Qin and Sword 3 looked at each other and then nodded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fang Qin used the space-time book, and his figure merged into the space-time. In the blink of an eye, he arrived above the pterosaur forbidden land. He looked down and saw Senior Sister Ding and the others fleeing in a hurry. You can't escape. Fang Qin waved his hand and set up a chaos element killing formation, instantly trapping Senior Sister Ding and the others. Then they were left to fend for themselves. Fang Qin believed that the power of the chaos element killing formation was terrifying. With the strength of Senior Sister Ding and the others, it was impossible for them to break through. There was only one outcome, and it was already destined. That was, they were destined to perish. After all this was done, Sword 3 also arrived. The big white dog and the little mouse also came out from under the lava river one after another. Rumble. At this moment, a deafening sound came from inside the passage. What's going on? Fong Qin asked in confusion. The cultivation palace left behind by Master already has an heir. This place will no longer exist, the big white dog said calmly. What about the bronze gate? Sword 3 asked. The treasure inside the bronze gate is of no help to you. It will sink into the earth and reappear after a few years. Leave it for the fated, the big white dog said. All of this was set up by Master Longming. Hearing this, Fong Qin and Sword 3 nodded. In fact, after obtaining the cultivation resources in the Summer Ring, they really didn't care about ordinary cultivation resources. By the way, I wonder if there's any rootless grass inside the bronze gate. Suddenly, Fong Qin remembered something. His initial purpose in entering the pterosaur forbidden ground was to find the rootless grass and the flame dragon whisker for his mother. He had already obtained the flame dragon whisker, but he had yet to obtain the rootless grass. Although he had heard about the rootless grass when he first entered the pterosaur forbidden ground, the big white dog shook its head, indicating that there was none. Although there's none inside the bronze gate, there's one in the pterosaur forbidden ground, the big white dog said. Brother Fong Qin, do you need the rootless grass? Sword 3 asked. Fong Qin nodded. If I find it, I'll definitely tell you, Sword 3 said with a smile. Thank you, Brother Sword 3. Fong Qin cupped his fists. The trip to the pterosaur forbidden ground had ended perfectly, and Sword 3 was ready to leave. He thought about it and asked Fong Qin, Brother Fong Qin, I've already obtained the inheritance from the cultivation palace. This trip can be considered complete, and I'll be leaving this place next. What are your plans? Sword 3 asked. I'm going to look for the rootless grass and then leave the pterosaur forbidden ground. Fong Qin said, I wonder where Brother Sword 3 lives. If I have time in the future, I'll definitely pay you a visit. Sword 3 grinned and said, I take the world as my home. I'll go wherever I go. However, when I return this time, I'll probably find a quiet place to cultivate in seclusion and strive to enter the God realm as soon as possible. Hearing this, Fong Qin's heart skipped a beat. Brother Sword 3, I know a place that's suitable for you to cultivate in seclusion. The environment and resources are good. I wonder if you're willing, Fong Qin asked. Oh, where is it? Tell me, Sword 3 said. Green Bamboo Island. Fong Qin chuckled and said, To be honest, I'm the island master of Green Bamboo Island. My alias is Sanguinati. On my Green Bamboo Island, there's a green pillar formation that's very suitable for cultivation. Sword 3 thought for a moment and finally agreed. In that case, I'll have to trouble Brother Fong Qin. After spending so much time with Fong Qin, Sword 3 also liked Fong Qin's character. Moreover, if it weren't for Fong Qin, he wouldn't have been able to open the cultivation palace. He was grateful to Fong Qin from the bottom of his heart. After hearing the latter's invitation, he instantly understood. No trouble, no trouble. Fong Qin was also very happy that Sword 3 agreed. With a powerhouse like Sword 3 overseeing Green Bamboo Island, it would definitely greatly increase the island's defense. Brother Fong Qin, in that case, I'll help you look for the rootless grass and return together, Sword 3 said. Thank you, Brother Sword 3. While Fong Qin and Sword 3 were chatting, the big white dog kept watching the two of them. Kid, I want to go to Green Bamboo Island too, the big white dog suddenly said. Fong Qin was a little surprised, but then a bright smile appeared on his face. Of course, he was very happy that the big white dog wanted to go. You don't have to stay here anymore, the little mouse said. The big white dog shook its head and a look of determination appeared in its eyes. I want to break the seal in my body as soon as possible and step into the God realm to find my master. Previously, it couldn't leave because it had to guard the cultivation palace. Now that the cultivation palace was history and its mission was completed, it could naturally leave. Haha, I'll have company from now on, the little mouse laughed. Fong Qin nodded and said, Let's go look for the rootless grass first, and then return to Green Bamboo Island together. The two humans and two monsters began to search for the rootless grass. At this time, the chaos element killing formation below was also gradually collapsing. Senior Sister Ding and the others were all wiped out. At this point, no one from the Lion Gate was left alive. The big white dog sighed. After so many years, it was finally time to clean house. It was very sad that it was deceived by the Golden Lion, but now it was relieved. While flying in the void, the big white dog's nose suddenly twitched. Chapter 1578. The big white dog was more familiar with this place, and its sense of smell was very sensitive. In the blink of an eye, it smelled the scent of the rootless grass. "Where is it?" Fong Chin asked hurriedly. Under the lead of the big white dog, they came to a slightly dark hiding place in a few breaths' time. This place was filled with an evil aura. Fong Chin looked around and frowned. "This is the Golden Lion's hiding place," the big white dog said. It was all too familiar with the Golden Lion. With just one look, it could tell. The rootless grass was planted here by the Golden Lion. The big white dog's paw pointed to the front. Fong Chin followed the dog's gaze and found a herb on a small hill. "Is this the rootless grass?" Although Fong Chin had obtained the rootless grass's branches and leaves before, he had never seen it before. This herb had no roots and was suspended above the soil. There were 9 branches and leaves on the herb, and the surroundings exuded a strong aura. "The rootless grass is not mature yet," the big white dog said, "but you can take it back and plant it yourself." Fong Chin nodded, took a deep breath, and walked to the small hill. Following the big white dog's instructions, he easily pulled up the rootless grass. Looking at the rootless grass in his hand, Fong Chin was secretly delighted. He finally got the rootless grass. Thinking of his mother's face, Fong Chin felt warm in his heart. "Let's go." Putting away the rootless grass, Fong Chin took Sword 3, the little mouse, and the big white dog and left the pterosaur forbidden ground. The pterosaur forbidden ground, which once terrified people, became an ordinary cultivation place. No one would have thought that the foreign tribes and the Sea Demon clan, who were struggling to survive in the pterosaur forbidden ground, would fall because of one person. What happened in the pterosaur forbidden ground was naturally unknown to outsiders. Whoosh! Passing through the seal, Fong Chin felt the rich spiritual energy in heaven and earth. He took a deep breath. The outside world felt more comfortable. He took out the celestial dragon boat and took Sword 3 to Green Bamboo Island. 5 days later, the star-field dragon boat stopped above Green Bamboo Island, and Fong Chin and Sword 3 stepped out of it. "Big white dog, this is Green Bamboo Island, my boss's territory. I'll show you around." As soon as he walked out of the star-field dragon boat, the little mouse left with the big white dog. Fong Chin did not pay any attention to it. In the entire lower realm, there were not many who dared to attack the little mouse. He knew all the great beings on the universe combat power list, so he wouldn't attack them casually. This is Green Bamboo Island. Sword 3's divine consciousness enveloped Green Bamboo Island as a smile appeared on his face. This was indeed a holy land for cultivation. It was far away from the other islands, and was almost at the edge of the void ocean. Most importantly, almost no one would disturb him here. After all, Fong Chin was the island master of Green Bamboo Island. Moreover, Sword 3 soon discovered the wonders of the Green Pillar Formation. "This formation is really amazing," Sword 3 could not help but exclaim. "How is it, Saber 3 brothers?" Fong Chin asked. Sword 3 nodded with satisfaction. He had decided to cultivate here from now on. "If you need anything, just look for me directly," Fong Chin said. At that moment, Sword 3 discovered the old faker. Sword 3 was considered a knowledgeable person. He could tell at a glance that the old faker was extraordinary. The old faker stood on Green Bamboo Island as if he had existed since ancient times. If not for the fact that his main torso had been cut off, his aura would have been even more powerful. Now he was recovering on Green Bamboo Island. "This is my partner, a quasi-divine tree." "What a pity," When he mentioned the old faker, Fong Chen's expression dimmed. The old faker had become like this in order to save Tian Xan, although the old faker kept saying that he was fine. However, how could Fong Chen not know that? Cutting off half of his main torso was equivalent to cutting off the old faker's path to godhood. This was a huge blow to a plant. One had to know that in the last tens of thousands of years, there had been no plants in the lower realm who had cultivated to godhood. The old faker had been able to reach this stage after a lot of effort and countless opportunities. Blood, Fiend Emperor. Fong Chen's heart was burning with anger. If it weren't for that despicable Blood Fiend Emperor, the old faker would not have fallen to this point. However, it was useless to say this now. Fong Chen could only pray that the old faker could recover. Of course, he would also think of a way to help the old faker find some heavenly treasures to help him recover. The main torso has been cut off. This is a method to cut off his cultivation. Who on earth is so vicious? Sword 3 asked in surprise. Fong Chen told him everything about his grudge with Blood Fiend Emperor. After hearing this, Sword 3 also shook his head and sighed. He sympathized with Fong Chen. The latter was a person who valued friendship. Brother Fong, I believe that he will definitely rise again. Sword 3 comforted. Fong Chen nodded and did not think too much. He took Sword 3 back to the island master's residence. After a period of development, Green Bamboo Island had not only recovered its former strength, but also became more prosperous. As soon as he entered the island master's residence, Yin Fong came to welcome him. Island master, you're back. Yin Fong chuckled. Fong Chen nodded and introduced Sword 3. Then he said, find a place for Brother Sword 3 to cultivate in seclusion. Remember, he must not be disturbed. After saying this, Fong Chen was still not at ease. He warned, if Brother Sword 3 has any instructions, you must do your best to satisfy him. Yin Fong had followed Fong Chen for a long time, so he understood the latter very well. For him to warn him like this, it could be assumed that Sword 3 had a close relationship with the island master. Moreover, as a peak manifestation expert, Yin Fong could naturally sense the terrifying aura coming from Sword 3. Life and Death Emperor. Yin Fong inwardly said. Moreover, this person should not be an ordinary life and death emperor. Thinking of this, Yin Fong rejoiced inwardly. Their Green Bamboo Island finally had a life and death emperor overseeing it. Brother Fong Chen, I need to leave Green Bamboo Island first. Just as Yin Fong was about to leave with Sword 3, the latter said. And Brother Sword 3, what's the matter? Fong Chen asked. After a moment of silence, Sword 3 said, I received a message from Lu Xiong. Lu Xiong. Fong Chen was somewhat surprised, but he soon understood. Martial artists in the creation realm could cultivate the doppelganger technique and condense doppelgangers. How could a life and death emperor not have a clone? Thinking about it, the one left in the outside world should be Lu Xiong's clone. Indeed, as Fong Chen guessed, the one destroyed was Lu Xiong's main body. Lu Xiong and I have been together for a long time. The two of us have a very good relationship. Back then, we agreed that no matter who obtained the inheritance, we should help the other party. Sword 3 said, I know Lu Xiong's character. If it was an ordinary matter, he would be too embarrassed to ask. However, this time he sent me a voice transmission. He seems to be in danger. Lu Xiong is in danger. The strength of a clone was definitely not as strong as the main body. I want to save Lu Xiong. If it goes smoothly, I will bring him back to Green Bamboo Island. Sword 3 said, I'll go with you. No matter what, the three of them were comrades who fought side by side in the cultivation palace. Fong Chen and Sword 3 were somewhat sad that Lu Xiong had died midway. Now that Lu Xiong's clone was in danger, they naturally had to go save him. Sword 3 looked straight at Fong Chen and nodded heavily. Did he tell you where he is? Fong Chen asked. He did. The The two boarded the Starfield dragon boat and quickly set off. They traveled through the void according to the address Lu Xiong gave them, Azure Civ Islands, amongst the many islands of the lower realms. This was one of the stronger islands. According to the detailed information of the human race's sacred land, the Azure Civ Islands' overall strength ranked in the top 5. From this, one could see how powerful the Azure Civ Islands were. The Azure Civ Islands produced geniuses in large numbers. The geniuses of each generation were incomparably dazzling. However, ever since Sanguinati appeared, the geniuses of the Azure Civ Islands dimmed. Since then, the young geniuses of the Azure Civ Islands no longer went out. They all went into seclusion, hoping to make a breakthrough. There were many life and death emperors on the Azure Civ Islands. Moreover, the legendary ancestor of the Azure Civ Islands was a high-level life and death expert. Because of the ancestor's existence, the Azure Civ Islands intimidated the surrounding islands. There were many islands in the Azure Civ Islands territory. One of the islands that few people knew of was called Tyrant Dragon Island. There weren't many people on this island, and the martial artists weren't too strong. Lu Xiong's clone had always been hiding on this island. However, Lu Xiong's clone had encountered some trouble recently. Hu Hua Life and Death Emperor was chasing after him. Lu Xiong's clone strength was equivalent to a 3rd-level Life and Death Emperor. The one chasing after him was a 4th-level Life and Death Emperor. Surrender obediently. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. An old man behind Lu Xiong coldly said. His speed was extremely fast. No matter how Lu Xiong fled, he couldn't escape his grasp. Why are you chasing after me? Lu Xiong didn't understand. He furiously roared as he fled. Submit to me, and I'll spare your life. The old man said. Lu Xiong was very anxious. His main body had died in the cultivation palace, so he only had one clone. Once the clone died, he would truly die. He was unwilling. He had a bloodline cultivation system and could absorb bloodline power to increase his strength. His future was limitless, and he could even step into the divine world. He didn't want to die. There's so many life and death emperors. Why me? Lu Xiong asked. The old man smiled sinisterly and didn't say anything else. His figure flickered as he chased after Lu Xiong. This guy can actually absorb the bloodline power of demonic beasts to increase his cultivation. The secret art he cultivates must be extraordinary. It might even be a divine art. No matter what, I must obtain it. The old man thought to himself. Actually, the old man had passed by Tyrant Dragon Island by accident. He happened to see Lu Xiong absorbing the bloodline power of demonic beasts. Immediately, he became greedy for Lu Xiong. After tracking him for a while, he figured out Lu Xiong's whereabouts and acted swiftly to capture him. However, the result was beyond his expectations. Lu Xiong was much stronger than he had imagined. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble and would have captured him long ago. Chapter 1579. Lu Xiong felt helpless. In his current state, there was no way he could escape from this life and death sovereign. I can't continue like this. I have to think of a way. Lu Xiong pondered as he fled. A moment later, he thought of a way. Taking a deep breath, a resolute expression appeared on his face. This was an extreme method. If he failed, his clone would also be destroyed. Even if he succeeded, his clone would suffer heavy injuries and wouldn't be able to recover in a short time. If I go all out, there's still a chance. If I don't, there won't be any. Lu Xiong decisively made his decision. Crash! Lu Xiong, who had been fleeing, suddenly stopped. His expression was gloomy as he quietly floated in the air. Why aren't you running? You know you can't escape. The old man smiled and stared at Lu Xiong. I said that as long as you obediently let me capture you, I won't kill you. The old man greedily looked at Lu Xiong. If my guess is correct, you should be cultivating a legendary divine art, right? To be able to absorb bloodline energy to increase one's strength, I've never seen or heard of such a thing. As long as you hand over this divine art, I can spare your life. Hearing the old man's words, Lu Xiong finally understood why the old man was chasing him. It seemed the old man was treating his bloodline cultivation system as a divine art. I do indeed have a divine art. Lu Xiong's eyes flickered and he said, "But how can I believe you?" "How? Do you think you still have any leeway to bargain?" The old man sneered. In his eyes, Lu Xiong was just a prisoner. Prisoners didn't have the qualifications to bargain. "It's fine if you don't hand it over. After I kill you, I'll be able to obtain it myself." The old man said, "However, if you are willing to take the initiative to hand it over, this old man's mood will be good. Perhaps I will accept you as a servant and let you live." Cold killing intent was hidden in the depths of Lu Xiong's eyes. "All right, I promise you." Lu Xiong took a step forward and approached the old man. The old man was bold and wasn't afraid of Lu Xiong playing any tricks. "You should have done this from the start." The old man looked at Lu Xiong and chuckled. Lu Xiong got close to the old man and reached his hand into his bosom, fiddling with it. The old man's gaze was fixed on Lu Xiong's palm. "Here." Suddenly, the hand that had reached into his chest suddenly pulled out. A small green snake instantly shot out from his palm. The old man grabbed the small green snake, and with a crack, the small snake's body exploded. Boom! A terrifying power swept out in an instant, submerging the old man's body. Lu Xiong seized the opportunity and disappeared into the void in a flash. "Damn it!" The old man let out an angry roar. His clothes were somewhat tattered. Although the explosive power of the little green snake did not injure him, it still caused him some damage. Courting death. The old man's eyes were filled with killing intent as he gave chase. The old man's speed was raised to the limit. Soon he caught up with Lu Xiong. "Die." I've already given him a chance, but he didn't cherish it. The old man's powerful punch landed on Lu Xiong's body. Bang! Lu Xiong's body was sent flying as he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Am I going to die?" Lu Xiong's face was filled with despair. His eyes were a little dazed, and he was already prepared to die. His trump card had failed, and he was destined to die. However, just as he was about to close his eyes, he suddenly saw the void in front of him being torn apart, and a huge Starfield dragon boat appeared out of nowhere. "That is—" Lu Xiong's eyes widened as he looked at the two people who walked out of the Starfield dragon boat. "It's you." Lu Xiong, who had fallen into despair, suddenly had the desire to live burning in his heart. He suddenly turned around and used all his strength to throw out a punch in an attempt to block the old man's attack. Bang! As expected, his body was sent flying again. This time his body did not fall, but was caught by Sword 3. "How are you?" Sword 3 asked. "I'm fine." Lu Xiong was very confident. He did not expect Sword 3 and Fong Qin to be able to rush over so quickly. "Brother Lu Xiong, leave the rest to us," Fong Qin said. "You must die today. Even if someone saves you, it's useless." The old man sneered and continued to attack. Fong Chen's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. In the next moment, a terrifying strike appeared in the void and struck the old man's body. The old man's attack was neutralized, and his body was forced to retreat. "Who are you?" Only the younger generation of the 4 great sacred lands could block his attack at the 9th level of the creation realm. Sanguinati. Fong Qin said his name. "What? You're the Green Bamboo Island Master?" The old man was obviously a little panicked. He did not expect this person to be the Green Bamboo Island Master. He gradually suppressed the surprise on his face and laughed. "So, it's the Green Bamboo Island Master. This person has a grudge against me. I believe the Green Bamboo Island Master will not go against me. Right? He's my brother. If you want his life, you want mine." Fong Chen made his stance clear. The old man did not want to go against the Green Bamboo Island Master. However, the Green Bamboo Island Master did not know how to appreciate his kindness. Green Bamboo Island Master, don't fail to appreciate my kindness. It's not that I'm looking down on you. Although you're strong, you're nothing in front of me, the old man said gravely. No matter what, he was still a 4th level life and death realm monarch. Green Bamboo Island Master provoked him like this. Even if he killed him, no one would say anything. Humph, what a joke. While you're talking about others, you're also trash in their eyes, Saber 3 said. How can you interrupt when I'm speaking? The old man was already angry. Now that Saber 3 said this, he became even more furious. Boom! Saber 3 did not say anything else and directly released his tyrannical aura. In my eyes, you're just that weak. The aura released by Saber 3 made even a high-level life and death realm monarch's heart palpitate, let alone this 4th level life and death realm old man. The old man felt his heart palpitate. His body involuntarily trembled. This kind of power was simply too strong. Brother, I think there's some misunderstanding here. How about this matter end here? I'll leave immediately. The old man hastily said. You want to leave now? Why didn't you say that earlier? Saber 3 sneered. If he hadn't released his tyrannical aura, the old man wouldn't have compromised. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. If they were weak today, they would have died long ago. Therefore, he had never thought of letting this old man live. What do you want? The old man asked. I want to kill you. As soon as he said this, a 30-meter-long saber, light, appeared in the void. It carried a vast power and shattered the old man's attack. Kacha! The old man's body was cleaved in two. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, the battle ended. Lu Xiong couldn't help but smile bitterly. If his true body hadn't been destroyed, he would be as strong as Saber 3. Many thanks to Saber 3 and Brother Fong Qin for this. Lu Xiong cupped his fists towards the two. Brother Lu Xiong, there's no need for this. Fong Qin waved his hand. Brother Lu Xiong, your true body has been destroyed. It's not safe for your clone here. Why don't you come with me to Green Bamboo Island? Saber 3 said. Green Bamboo Island is Brother Fong Qin's territory. I'm going to cultivate in seclusion there. If you go, we can take care of each other. Sure. Lu Xiong agreed immediately. Fong Qin and Saber 3 took out a large number of cultivation resources from their sumerings and gave them to Lu Xiong. These were all obtained in the cultivation palace. Your clone is still weak and needs them, Saber 3 said. Lu Xiong didn't pretend and accepted them directly. However, he was very touched. Brother Lu Xiong, the core inheritance we obtained has restrictions. We can't pass it on to you. However, if I see anything related to the bloodline cultivation system, I'll definitely tell you, Saber 3 said. Thank you. Lu Xiong was very happy. Although his true body had been destroyed in the cultivation palace and he had gained nothing. However, he was very happy to have such a good brother. After killing the old man, the three of them left the island together. They weren't in a hurry, so they didn't use the Starfield Dragon boat. Instead, they prepared to go through the transportation array. It just so happened that Fong Qin was going to the Luo clan's sacred land, so Saber 3 could bring Lu Xiong back. On an island not far from the Tyrant Dragon Island, Sword Demon Island. In fact, this island wasn't originally called Sword Demon Island. However, a fierce person rose up and took over the island. He then changed the name to Sword Demon Island. There was only one power on Sword Demon Island, and only one person was the king. Sword Demon Island's core area, Island Master's Mansion. A black-robed, middle-aged martial artist had just finished cultivating when he suddenly sensed a new life. And he even dared to kill my subordinates. The black-robed, middle-aged martial artist's face was gloomy. Killing intent surged from his body. He had taken over Sword Demon Island and gathered many experts, including some life and death emperors. Taoist Mo Shu was his right-hand man. He had always trusted Taoist Mo Shu. This time, Taoist Mo Shu went out to temper himself. Not long after he left, he died. He died on the Tyrant Dragon Island. The black-robed, middle-aged man muttered to himself. His body was filled with an extremely dense energy. 88. Oh, he waved his hand, and his divine sense spread out in his mind. A picture was formed in front of him. This picture was the scene of Saber 3 killing Taoist Mo Shu. Before Taoist Mo Shu died, he sent this picture to the black-robed, middle-aged man, hoping that he could avenge him. Not long ago, Taoist Mo Shu's doppelganger died while exploring the ruins. A new doppelganger is in the process of forming, but now his true body has been killed. He truly deserves to die. After speaking, the black-robed, middle-aged man stood up. Killing intent spread out in the hall. Chapter 1580. Fang Chen and the other two arrived at Sword Demon Island through the teleportation circle of Tyrant Dragon Island. This Sword Demon Island is strange. Sword Qi soars into the sky. Everyone seems to be sword cultivators, Saber 3 said. Lu Xiong nodded. Above Sword Demon Island, invisible sword Qi surrounded the island, forming a strong defense. Only Fang Chen's expression changed. His eyes flickered as if he was thinking about something. Brother Fang Chen, let's part ways here. There's a teleportation circle to Old Hua Islands on Sword Demon Island. I'll bring Lu Xiong back to Green Bamboo Island first, Saber 3 said outside the teleportation circle. They took a detour because there was a teleportation circle to Green Bamboo Island on Old Hua Islands. Sword Demon Island could only teleport to Old Hua Islands. Fang Chen nodded. He wanted to go to Luo Islands. There was no teleportation circle there, so he had to go to Green Luo Island, the core of Green Luo Islands. The three parted ways again. The martial artists guarding the teleportation circle turned serious when they saw Fang Chen and the other two. Why do these three look so familiar? Yeah, I think I've seen them somewhere before. These three are the people our master is looking for. Hurry up and inform him, the leader of the guards said telepathically. At this moment, Fang Chen and the other two walked over. We're going to Old Hua Islands, Saber 3 said. I'm going to Green Luo Islands, Fang Chen said. The leader of the guards said, I'm really sorry. There's a problem with the teleportation circle just now. We're trying our best to fix it. Please wait for a moment. We'll inform you as soon as it's fixed. Fang Chen and the other two were helpless. Don't worry. It's just a small problem. We'll fix it in less than 3 minutes, the leader of the guard said, afraid that Fang Chen and the other two would be suspicious. The three nodded. They could only wait. The leader of the guards was secretly happy. At the same time, he prayed that the master would come as soon as possible. Sword Demon Island, Island Master's Mansion. Not long after the black-clothed, middle-aged man gave the order, he received a message. Master, the three of them have arrived at Sword Demon Island. They're going to leave through the teleportation circle. The guards are trying to delay them. After hearing the message, the black-clothed, middle-aged man turned into a sword light and shot into the sky without hesitation. Life and death realm monarchs were extremely fast. In just a few breaths of time, they arrived before the teleportation array. As Fang Chen and the other two waited, they suddenly felt the sword Qi in the air become oppressive. What happened? Sword 3 jumped to his feet and asked in a deep voice. Fang Chen raised his eyes and stared at the sky, cursing inwardly. Then he turned to look at the guard leader. A sly smile appeared on the latter's face. The three of you have killed the people of our Sword Demon Island, and you still dare to appear here? You are truly courting death. His Excellency had already arrived, so he was not afraid of these three people. I see. In an instant, Fang Chen understood. It seemed that the life and death realm monarch he killed in the Tyrant Dragon Island was from the Sword Demon Island. Fang Chen's expression was solemn. He was ready to fight. However, as the sword light in the void got closer and closer, a look of shock appeared on his face. His eyes widened as he stared at the scene before him in disbelief. Voila! The resplendent sword light broke through the void and shot over, turning into a black-robed, middle-aged man. His body emitted a terrifying aura as his sword, Qi, soared to the sky. Let me. Sword 3 could feel the terror of this person. He took a step forward and stood in front of Fang Chen and Lu Xiong. In the city, all the martial artists were staring at the black-robed, middle-aged man. These 3 have offended the Excellency. They are truly courting death. Yeah, the Excellency has not appeared for a long time. This time he actually came personally. It seems like he is really angry. I have no regrets in my life to be able to see the Excellency in action. The martial artists of the Sword Demon Island had already reached the point of blind worship for the black-robed, middle-aged man. When they saw the black-robed, middle-aged man appear, their eyes burned with passion as they cheered. The atmosphere was very solemn. Sword 3's expression was gloomy as he smiled bitterly. The black-robed, middle-aged man's aura was very strong. Even Sword 3 felt pressured. This person is very strong. I might not be able to defeat him. When the battle starts, Brother Fang Chen, use the Star Field Dragon Boat and find an opportunity to escape. Sword 3 secretly transmitted his voice. Lu Xiong's expression was also very solemn. He had just escaped danger and did not expect to encounter such a strong opponent. Did the heavens want him, Lu Xiong, to die? The situation was very tense. The guard leader ran to the black-robed, middle-aged man and whispered, "Sir, these 3 are the people you are looking for." When the black-robed, middle-aged man landed on the ground, his gaze was fixed on Fang Chen. Fang Chen met his gaze, and a smile appeared on his shocked face. The sky demon sword Qi in his body started to circulate automatically. Then, under the gaze of Sword 3 and Lu Xiong, he walked step by step toward the black-robed, middle-aged man. Brother Fang Chen. Sword 3 wanted to stop him, but heard Fang Chen's words. I did not expect us to meet in such a way. The black-robed, middle-aged man smiled when he heard that. Dense sky demon sword Qi exuded from his body. Buzz! The sound of a sword rang through the sky. The sky demon, Sword Emperor. When Fang Chen was weak, he had obtained the inheritance of the sky demon, Sword Emperor. The latter had left behind 2 inheritances. One was the sky demon sword technique, and the other was the black demon sword technique. At that time, Fang Chen had obtained the sky demon sword technique. Mo Yun Lianheng had obtained the black demon sword technique. Of the 2 successors, only one was destined to grow. However, in the end he had the last laugh. He merged the power of the black demon sword technique and completely controlled the sky demon sword technique. At that time, the sky demon sword technique had helped Fang Chen a lot. It was not an exaggeration to say that without the sky demon sword emperor's inheritance, Fang Chen might not have achieved what he had now. Yes, it has been so long that even I have forgotten. The sky demon, Sword Emperor said slowly. The 2 of them chatted like old friends, causing the surrounding people to be stunned. What is going on? Does Sir know this person? Sir never smiles, but he actually smiled when he saw this person. Who is this person? Why is Sir treating him like this? Not only were the people of Sword Demon Island shocked, but Sword 3 and Lu Xiong were also shocked. What is going on? Lu Xiong asked. Sword 3 shook his head. He did not know either. At that moment, Fang Chen turned around and said, "Both of you wait for me here. I will be back soon." Brother Fang Chen. Sword 3 was a little worried. Fang Chen shook his head. "It's fine. Don't worry. Island Master's Mansion in the Garden Pavilion." Fang Chen, and the Sky Demon, Sword Emperor, laughed loudly. Disciple Feng Chen greets, Senior Sword Emperor. Feng Chen kowtowed to the Sky Demon, Sword Emperor. Although they were not master and disciple in name, they were master and disciple in reality. I did not expect my successor to grow to such an extent. I did not even dream of it. The Sky Demon, Sword Emperor, laughed loudly. He was very satisfied with Feng Chen. When he left behind the Sky Demon sword technique and the Black Demon sword technique, he did not expect this either. How did you obtain the Sky Demon sword technique? The Sky Demon, Sword Emperor, asked. Feng Chen spoke frankly with assurance, starting from when he left the mark to when he killed demonic fate Lianheng, fused the power of the Black Demon sword technique, and completely mastered the Sky Demon sword technique. After hearing Feng Chen's words, the Sky Demon Sword Emperor nodded. The Sky Demon sword technique was not wasted in your hands, the Sky Demon Sword Emperor said. Feng Chen chuckled and changed the topic, asking, Senior Sword Emperor, why are you here? Back then, Feng Chen suspected that the Sky Demon Sword Emperor was not dead. After he became the Green Bamboo Island Master, he had inquired about the Sky Demon Sword Emperor, but to no avail. He did not expect to meet the Sky Demon Sword Emperor by chance this time. It's a long story. The Sky Demon Sword Emperor sighed and said, Back then my strength improved very quickly, and many people were jealous of me. Later, I obtained some treasures in a ruin. Those who were jealous of me joined forces to assassinate me. I was heavily injured and risked my life to kill one of them. In the end, I was lucky enough to escape. Who would have known that one of the people I killed had a powerful, blessed realm cultivator behind him? At that time, the blessed realm was an insurmountable obstacle to me. I changed my name and came to the Sword Demon Island to hide. That blessed realm expert couldn't find me, so he gave up. Later, I cultivated on the Sword Demon Island and obtained countless opportunities. Finally, I stepped into the life and death realm. Then I occupied the island and became the king, the Sky Demon Sword Emperor said simply. Although it was said casually, Feng Chen could feel the danger. Then what about your enemy? Feng Chen asked. My enemy had already reached the life and death realm when I stepped into the 5th layer of the creation realm. All these years, I have been paying attention to him. Unfortunately, he did not know that I was the Sky Demon Sword Emperor. The Sky Demon Sword Emperor smiled. His strength is much stronger than mine. Once I am exposed, he will definitely take revenge. However, the current me is no longer a pushover. If he wants to touch me, he will have to consider his own strength. Feng Chen understood. No wonder his search for the Sky Demon Sword Emperor's whereabouts was fruitless. It turned out that he had hidden himself here. If he hadn't gone to save Lu Xiong, who knew when he would have met the Sky Demon Sword Emperor? Feng Chen and the Sky Demon Sword Emperor chatted for a long time, from the beginning of the Sky Demon Sword arts to their encounters over the years. When the Sky Demon Sword Emperor learned that Feng Chen was Sanguinati, he was also somewhat shocked. Sanguinati's name resounded throughout the lower realms, so he naturally knew of it, but he didn't expect that Sanguinati was his successor. Kid, your name has resounded throughout the lower realms. The Sky Demon Sword Emperor smiled. He was very happy to meet Feng Chen. Senior Sword Emperor, why don't you come to my Green Bamboo Island? Feng Chen asked. The Sky Demon Sword Emperor looked at Feng Chen and slightly shook his head. I'm already used to this place. I have no worries and can cultivate wholeheartedly. If one day I want to go out, I will definitely go to Green Bamboo Island. Feng Chen nodded and did not insist. The Sky Demon Sword Emperor had lived in seclusion here for many years. Just as he said, he was already used to it. Half a day later, Feng Chen stood up and bid farewell to the Sky Demon Sword Emperor. Senior Sword Emperor, Junior will take his leave first, Feng Chen said. The Sky Demon Sword Emperor nodded and watched Feng Chen leave. Chapter 1581. No matter what, the Sky Demon Sword technique played an indispensable role in Fang Chen's cultivation. If not for the Sky Demon Sword technique, perhaps he could still reach his current level. However, if that was the case, he would definitely take many detours, and it would take a long time. Fang Chen was still very grateful to the Sky Demon Sword Emperor. Meeting the Sky Demon Sword Emperor this time could be considered to have fulfilled one of Fang Chen's wishes. Back then, he guessed that the Sky Demon Sword Emperor was not dead and had always had a wish, which was to meet the Sky Demon Sword Emperor. Of course, even he did not expect that their meeting after so many years would be like this. Although his cultivation was not as high as the Sky Demon Sword Emperor's, his strength was not to be underestimated. Moreover, he had become the Green Bamboo Island Lord, the most outstanding younger generation in the lower realm. All these achievements made him extremely dazzling. The Sky Demon Sword Emperor was also happy. It was fate for such an outstanding younger generation to be able to cultivate the Sky Demon Sword technique. After knowing that the Sky Demon Sword Emperor had an enemy, Fang Chen planned to help him deal with it when he was strong enough. Of course, perhaps by then, the Sky Demon Sword Emperor would already have the strength to deal with it. After leaving the Sword Demon Island, Fang Chen went to the Green Luo Island. Then, he went through the transportation formation of the Green Luo Island and arrived at the Luo clan's sacred ground again. The 2 times he came to the Luo clan's sacred ground, his mentality was obviously different. The last time he came, he was filled with apprehension. This time he was in an incomparably joyful mood. After arriving at the Luo clan's sacred ground, Fang Chen went straight to the Lapis Lazuli Palace. Coincidentally, the Luo clan lord was also in the Lapis Lazuli Palace. Clan Lord Saintis Sanguinati requests an audience, the subordinate reported. Hearing this, the Luo clan lord's face was filled with surprise. Then he said, "Let him in." As soon as Fang Chen entered, Luo Liuli hurriedly stood up and held his hand. She asked worriedly, "Chen, where have you been these days? Why did you leave without saying goodbye?" "Mother, I've made you worry," Fang Chen said in a low voice. At this moment, the Luo clan lord looked at Fang Chen and said, "You're back so soon. Did you get the thing?" The words of the Luo clan head confused Luo Liuli. However, she soon found out. Fang Chen nodded and grinned. "Although the process was a bit complicated, I still got it." Then, Fang Chen took out the flame dragon whisker and rootless grass from his spatial ring. Luo Liuli's pretty face was filled with astonishment when she saw these 2 herbs. Then, she stared at Fang Chen with clear eyes. "Chen, you left without saying goodbye just to find these 2 medicinal herbs." Luo Liuli gently stroked her son's face. Needless to say, her son must have suffered a lot in order to obtain these 2 medicinal herbs. "You're too reckless. What if you ran into danger?" Luo Liuli rebuked. The leader of the Luo clan, who was standing by the side, praised Fang Chen without restraint. He did not expect that Fang Chen would be able to obtain both herbs at once. This was truly a miracle. "I can always see miracles from you, lad." The head of the Luo clan tried his best to suppress the shock in his heart as he spoke slowly. It was just a coincidence. Fang Chen laughed mischievously. Then he placed the flame dragon whisker and rootless grass in his mother's hands. "Mother." Luo Liuli held the 2 medicinal herbs, her eyes glistening with tears. "Mother, I'm fine." Fang Chen hurriedly said. Luo Liuli hugged Fang Chen. "Chen, don't leave without saying goodbye in the future. If something happens to you, how am I supposed to live?" "I know." Fang Chen nodded like an obedient child. Because the leader of the Luo clan was also present, Luo Liuli quickly let go of Fang Chen. "Liuli, with these 2 medicinal herbs, I think your Luo water 3000 divine art will be able to take another step forward," said the leader of the Luo clan. "If you need anything, just tell me." "Thank you, Patriarch," said Luo Liuli. You two have a good chat. I won't disturb you any longer." The leader of the Luo clan stood up and prepared to leave. At that moment, Fang Qin stopped the leader of the Luo clan. "Patriarch." "Yes. Is there something you need?" Fang Qin hesitated for a moment, but still said it. "I wonder if Patriarch can agree to a request of mine," said Fang Qin. "Speak." "I want to bring my mother to Green Bamboo Island to reunite with my father." The leader of the Luo clan pondered for a long time, then said, "Liuli is the holy maiden of the Luo clan. It's not good for her to go out so openly. However, I can't just stand by and watch you two not be able to meet." He paused for a moment, then continued, "Hide your identities and go to Green Bamboo Island. After meeting her, immediately return to the sacred land." "Thank you, Patriarch." To Luo Liuli, this was like a meat pie falling from the sky. She was very excited. Nighttime. Fang Chen and Luo Liuli silently left the Luo clan's sacred land. With Fang Chen's current achievements in the Tao of space-time, it was impossible for anyone to discover him. Soon, they arrived at Green Bamboo Island. Luo Liuli was a little nervous and held Fang Chen's hand tightly. "Mother," Fang Chen said. Luo Liuli nodded. "I'm fine." Island Lord Mansion, a certain residence. This was Fang Chen's residence. Without Fang Chen's permission, no one could enter this residence. The security here was very tight. Even life and death monarchs couldn't barge in. Fang Tianyu couldn't sleep, so he prepared to go to the study to read. Just as he entered the study, he felt something was wrong. He suddenly turned his head, and the scene that entered his eyes made him stunned. Am I dreaming? Why am I seeing Liuli? Soon after, Fang Tianyu shook his head and muttered to himself, "Brother Yu." Luo Liuli couldn't hold back her tears and threw herself into Fang Tianyu's embrace. Fang Tianyu was completely stupefied. "I'm not dreaming. Brother Yu, this is all real." Fang Qin didn't disturb his father and mother's reunion. He sighed in his heart. After going through so many hardships, his parents were finally reunited. Soon after, Fang Qin went to see his parents on Earth. They were doing very well, and their cultivation was also gradually increasing. However, because their foundation was weak, their cultivation was still inferior to the natives of this world. The two old people were happy and harmonious. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen was satisfied. Soon after, Fang Chen found Saber 3 and Lu Xiong. Lu Xiong and Saber 3 were cultivating together. At night, the two were drinking wine. "You're in such a good mood." Fang Chen suddenly appeared and smiled. "Brother Fang Chen, come and drink." Lu Xiong waved his hand. Fang Chen didn't act pretentious and directly sat on the stone bench, picked up a jug of wine and started drinking. The three drank while chatting. Suddenly, Lu Xiong talked about the old faker. "Brother Fang Chen, after I came to Green Bamboo Island, I found a quasi-divine technique here, but half of its body was lost." Lu Xiong said, "Later, I heard Saber 3 say that it was your brother, but half of its body was cut off by the blood evil emperor of the Sea Demon clan, and its cultivation path was cut off." Fang Chen nodded and sighed, "It's all my fault." The old faker also wanted to protect my disciple, so Fang Chen looked a little sad. He was very sad that the old faker became like this. He wanted to help the old faker, but it was too difficult. "Brother Fang Chen, I once saw this situation in the inheritance left by my master. Strictly speaking, it's not impossible to recover, but it's more difficult." Lu Xiong continued. Hearing this, Fang Chen hurriedly asked, "Is there a way?" Lu Xiong nodded and said, "Half of the main body was cut off and its origin was damaged. If you want to completely recover, you need to absorb some heaven-defying plants. Of course, just absorbing is not enough." Fang Chen listened quietly. "My master encountered this situation before, so he knows more about it. Perhaps he was worried that I would encounter it, so he left it in the inheritance." Lu Xiong took a deep breath and said, "According to my master, you only need to find 3 types of immortal trees to recover." "Which 3 types?" Fangchen asked anxiously. "Brother Fangchen, we can understand how you feel, but there's nothing you can do even if you're anxious. Let Lu Xiong finish first." Saber 3 persuaded from the side. "The first type is called the immortal peach tree. This type of immortal tree is very rare in the lower realm and only exists in legends. You don't need the entire immortal tree, just its fruits. The second type is called the Dragon Moon Sky Tree. You only need its fruits, but you need at least 9 Dragon Moon Sky fruits. As for the third type, I know where it is," Lu Xiong said. Fang Qin secretly remembered what Lu Xiong said. Immortal Peach Tree, Dragon Moon Sky Tree. He had seen these 2 types in the inheritance of the bone progenitor, but he did not expect to use them. "What's the third type?" Beside him, Saber 3 was also curious. As everyone knows, the Yuan tribe, the leader of the 3 god tribes, had a treasure tree beside their progenitor. This treasure tree was just an ordinary tree, but it had followed the Yuan tribe progenitor in battle from the beginning. After being tempered by blood and tears, it finally changed its nature and became an extremely powerful immortal tree. With the help of the Yuan tribe progenitor, the treasure tree completely changed its nature and became the most dazzling immortal tree in the lower realm. It was then planted in the Yuan tribe's sacred land. After the Yuan tribe progenitor left the lower realm, the treasure tree became the Yuan tribe's guardian tree, and at the same time, the Yuan tribe's totem. The sword origin tree. Fang Chen and Saber 3 said it almost at the same time. The Yuan tribe's sword origin tree was famous in the lower realm. Countless martial artists wanted to get a sword origin fruit, but could not. The sword origin tree bloomed once every 10,000 years, bore fruit once every 10,000 years, and matured once every 10,000 years. There were only 9 fruits each time. In other words, there would only be 9 ripe sword origin fruits every 30,000 years. The sword origin fruit was very suitable for the Yuan tribe's physique. Every 30,000 years, the Yuan tribe would pluck 9 ripe sword origin fruits and reward them to the 9 people with the most potential in the tribe. The sword origin fruit was the Yuan tribe's ultimate treasure. Even if a human holy lord asked for it, they would not give it to him. Chapter 1582. With these 3 fruits and the means left behind by my master, there's an 80% chance of healing the quasi-divine tree, Lu Xiong said. Hearing this, Fang Qin was secretly delighted, although it was very difficult to obtain these 3 fruits. But having hope was better than having no hope at all. "Brother Fang Qin, this is all I can help you with." Lu Xiong said, "Although my master left behind the inheritance, I really don't know where the other 2 trees are. These 3 fruits are hard to find in the world. Brother Fang Qin, you don't have to carry too much burden. It's best if you can get them. But it doesn't matter if you can't," Saber 3 advised. In fact, he didn't believe that Fang Qin could gather these 3 fruits. "I'll definitely work hard." Fang Chen clinked glasses with Lu Xiong and Saber 3, then drank in big gulps. They drank until the wee hours of the morning. Fang Chen got up and left, quietly sending his reluctant mother back to the Luo clan's sacred land. No one knew about the entire process. Although Luo Liuli was very reluctant, she could understand. After returning to the Luo clan's sacred land, Luo Liuli went into seclusion. After seeing Fang Tianyu, she was even more motivated to cultivate. This time, she had to completely cultivate the Luo River 3,000 before coming out of seclusion. After settling his mother, Fang Chen returned to Green Bamboo Island again. Yin Fang and the others told him about entering the pterosaur forbidden ground. After hearing this, Fang Chen was also a little surprised. What kind of battle could even hurt the universe's origin? No wonder when he returned from the pterosaur forbidden ground, he clearly felt that the spirit energy in the void had become thinner and thinner. Moreover, he felt that this space was different. Immediately, Fang Qin contacted Realm Lord Fu Mo. However, the latter didn't reply. In the end, Fang Chen's clone went to Fu Mo World. After arriving at Fu Mo World, Fang Qin found Realm Lord Fu Mo. The latter's face was pale, and he was lying on a recliner, his aura somewhat weak. Realm Lord, what happened? Fang Qin was shocked. He thought that the one fighting the 5 giants was a Realm Lord. However, when the Realm Lord told him the details, Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. Are you okay? Fang Qin asked. I'm fine. I just used a supreme treasure from the divine world and injured myself. I'll recover after some time, said Realm Master Fu Mo, but where have you been? I went to the Pterosaur Forbidden Ground, Fang Qin said. Realm Lord Fu Mo nodded. He could feel that Fang Chen's strength was steadily increasing. This made him feel very gratified. The universe's origin being damaged was not something Fang Qin could handle. Besides, he didn't have the ability to do anything about it. He asked Realm Lord Fu Mo if he knew about the other 2 treasured trees. Realm Lord Fu Mo shook his head, indicating that he did not know. These 2 treasured trees are hard to find in this world. But don't worry, I'll keep an eye out for you. If there's any news, I'll let you know immediately. There were many disciples in subduing Devil World, and they were scattered in every corner of the lower realm. It was very easy to find out things. From this, it could be seen how powerful subduing Devil World's information network was. Realm Lord, there's one more thing I want to ask, said Fang Qin. Speak. I want to go to the Yuan race and ask for a sword origin fruit, said Fang Qin. The hidden demon Realm Master's expression changed when he heard this. He pondered for a moment and said, The Yuan clan's sword Yuan fruit cannot be given to outsiders. How do you know it won't work if you don't try? Fang Qin wasn't willing to give up. Seeing that Fang Qin had made up his mind, Realm Lord Fu Mo said, Since you want to try, I'll go with you. Realm Lord, you still haven't recovered from your injuries. Realm Lord Fu Mo interrupted Fang Qin and waved his hand. The Yuan race hates you. If you go alone, although Yuan-gu won't attack you, you'll be in danger. If I take you, the Yuan race will restrain themselves a bit. As for whether or not you can obtain the sword origin fruit, that'll depend on your ability, said Realm Lord Fu Mo. He was only going to intimidate Yuan-gu. Fang Qin still had to rely on himself to obtain the sword origin fruit. Many thanks, Realm Lord. The Yuan race's sacred land. Although Yuan-gu had experienced a great battle, he hadn't been injured at all. At his level, if he wanted to step into the eternal realm, it wasn't something that could be accumulated over a long period of time. He needed to comprehend the nature of heaven and earth. He needed an epiphany, so when he had nothing to do, he had to relax. In the towering Holy Land, there was a unique garden. There was a pond and a pavilion in the garden. The black-robed monarch Black Blade sat on a stone bench with a black chess piece in his hand. Opposite him was the Yuan clan master, Yuan-gu. Emperor Black Blade chuckled and placed the black piece in his hand on the chessboard. Yuan-gu raised his head and looked at Emperor Black Blade. Black Blade, you're deliberately going easy on me, aren't you? Yuan-gu smiled. You can't beat me in the first place, but you're going easy on me. Emperor Black Blade smiled and said, I can't hide anything from you. Isn't it just giving Purple Blade a chance to fight for the sword origin fruit? Is there a need to be like this? Besides, you've also paid a corresponding price, Yuan-gu said. It had been nearly 30,000 years since the last batch of sword origin fruit ripened. In less than half a year, the sword origin fruit would completely ripen. Countless Yuan race's martial artists hoped that they could get one of the 9 sword origin fruits. Yuan-gu treated his clansmen fairly. All the clansmen could participate in the test. As long as they passed the test, they could get the sword origin fruit. Only the 9 people who persisted to the end could get the sword origin fruit. At this time, Emperor Blackblade found Yuan Gu shamelessly, wanting to ask for a spot for his disciple. In the end, Yuan Gu agreed, but the condition was that Emperor Blackblade had to be a consecrator of the Yuan race for 30,000 years, which was when the next batch of sword origin fruit ripened. Of course, if Emperor Blackblade stepped into the divine world during this period, the agreement would automatically end. Emperor Blackblade agreed without hesitation. That was why the scene just now happened. In order to thank Yuan Gu, he deliberately gave in. Blackblade, you are now considered a consecrator of my Yuan race. Giving you a spot is nothing, Yuan Gu said with a smile. It was just a spot. As for whether he could get it or not, it was hard to say. After all, there were too many clansmen who wanted to get the sword origin fruit. Some of them had already fallen into madness. Emperor Blackblade also nodded. This is all I can do for my disciple. As for whether he can get it or not, it will depend on his luck. Yuan Gu nodded, looking at the lower realm. Which of the countless martial artists did not want to get the sword origin fruit? Blackblade, after that great battle, the Holy Lord was severely injured and had no time to manage the lower realm. I have an idea, but I don't know if you want to hear it. Oh, tell me. That terrifying Blood Eye is related to the Holy Lord. His battle with Blood Eye caused the universe's origin to be injured. The spiritual energy in the air became thin, and the environment we live in became much worse. The Holy Lord has to take full responsibility for this matter. As the Holy Lord, he should be thinking of the human race wholeheartedly, but he did something that went against the interests of the human race and caused the human race to be injured. I think he is not qualified to continue to be the Holy Lord, Yuan Gu said. Emperor Blackblade's heart skipped a beat. Seeing Emperor Blackblade's expression, Yuan Gu laughed and said, Don't worry, Brother Blackblade. I'm not asking you to betray the human race with me. My Yuan race will never do such a disgraceful thing. Blackblade Monarch relaxed slightly. To be honest, it was absolutely impossible for Yuan Gu to ask him to betray the human race. As long as the four of us impeach the Holy Lord at the same time and ask him to take responsibility for this matter, the Holy Lord will be relieved of his position. I believe that the Sacred Master will also step down from the position of Sacred Master. I hope that Brother Blackblade can help. Yuan Gu's words were very clear. The 5 giants represented the 5 forces and were considered the top forces of the human race. If the 4 of them did not agree with the Holy Lord, then the Holy Lord would definitely be relieved of his position. But how will you get the 2 old fellows of the Ling clan and Luo clan to support you? Blackblade asked. In that case, Brother Blackblade and I will have to go and convince them separately. Yuan Gu was very confident. As long as we can persuade them with reason and move them with emotion, they will agree with my point of view. Besides, as long as we rope one in, even if the other doesn't agree, it won't change anything. When the time comes, we will elect a new Holy Lord and lead the human race to rise. I'm doing this for the sake of the human race, Yuan Gu said. Emperor Blackblade pondered. After a long while, he asked, What if that mysterious expert appears? Yuan Gu's eyelids twitched. He had really neglected this person. His expression changed, and then he said, That mysterious expert's heart isn't here. As long as the human race is not in danger of being exterminated, he definitely won't appear. Brother Yuan Gu, this matter needs to be considered at length, said Emperor Blackblade. As Yuan Gu was about to speak, a terrifying ripple spread toward them all of a sudden. Who is it? Yuan Gu looked up at the sky. At this moment, a vortex appeared in the sky, and Feng Qin walked out of it. It's you. Yuan Gu and Emperor Blackblade's gazes were drawn to Realm Lord Fuming Demon. The 2 of them were shocked to see him. Why is he with Sanguinati? Yuan Gu's heart was in turmoil. Could this person be the expert behind Sanguinati? Brother, may I ask why you've come to my Yuan race? Yuan Gu did his best to calm his shock. Emperor Blackblade nodded at Realm Lord Fuming Demon. Back then, Realm Lord Fuming Demon's appearance had been too intimidating. One man and one hammer had directly tied down Blood-Eye, allowing the 5 of them to join forces and completely destroy him. "Fellow Taoists, I've indeed come for some matters," said Realm Lord Fuming Demon with a smile. "Greetings, seniors." Fong Qin cupped his fists. Yuan Gu and Emperor Blackblade looked at Sanguinati with complicated expressions. "Sanguinati, I really didn't expect you to have such a fellow Taoist behind you," said Emperor Blackblade. Yuan Gu's expression was grave. He stared at Sanguinati without saying anything. Chapter 1583. Hearing Fong Chen's words, Yuan Gu was also a little stunned. Fong Qin came to ask for something. He sneered in his heart, but pretended as if nothing had happened and said, "I want something. I heard that the Yuan clan has a sword origin tree. I would like to ask for a sword origin fruit from clan leader Yuan," Fong Qin said. Hearing this, Yuan Gu's face instantly darkened. The sword origin fruit only matured once every 30,000 years, and there were only 9 fruits each time. It was ridiculous that Sanguinati wanted to ask for one. "Do you know what the sword origin fruit means to the Yuan clan?" Yuan Gu said in a deep voice, with a touch of displeasure between his eyebrows. The sword origin fruit meant a lot to the Yuan clan. Every time the sword origin fruit matured, it meant that a few martial artists would rise in the Yuan clan. It represented the hope of the Yuan clan's rise, and was also an important reason for the Yuan clan's longevity. And now, a Creation Realm martial artist came to ask for a sword origin fruit from him. Not to mention other things, just the fact that he had killed Yuan Ming meant that Yuan Gu would not give it to him. "Of course I know. The sword origin tree blossoms every 10,000 years, bears fruit every 10,000 years, and matures every 10,000 years. There are only 9 fruits each time." Fong Qin paused for a moment and continued, "But I really need it. I hope clan leader Yuan Gu can give me one. I can pay any price. Exchange it with your life. Otherwise, don't talk about it." Yuan Gu did not want to talk to Fong Qin. If Realm Lord Fu Mo was not here, he would have suppressed Fong Qin. A wry smile appeared on Fong Qin's face. He knew it would not be so easy. Realm Lord Fu Mo spoke at this moment. "Yuan Gu, I know the sword origin fruit means a lot to the Yuan clan. However, I will not force you. I just hope you can give him a chance." Realm Lord Fu Mo said, "I know the rules of the Yuan clan. Every time the sword origin fruit matures, there will be a competition. The 9 winners will get the sword origin fruit. How about giving me face?" Realm Lord Fu Mo said. Immediately, Yuan Gu fell silent. His expression kept changing. Behind him, Monarch Blackblade spoke up. "Fellow Taoist, since you know how important the sword origin fruit is, why do you have to do this?" Monarch Blackblade asked. There were only 9 sword origin fruits in total. He had gone through a lot of hardships to get a spot for a fair competition for his disciple. How could he let others fight for it? Sanguinati's cultivation is only at the 9th level of the creation realm. Could it be that you, Yuan Gu, are afraid that Sanguinati will enter the list of the final 9 and obtain the sword origin fruit? Realm Lord Fu Mo continued. There was a hint of mockery in his words. "Humph! Our Yuan clan has many geniuses. Even if we give him a spot, it's impossible for him to obtain the sword origin fruit." Yuan Gu said, "However, he's an enemy of my Yuan clan. Me not killing him is already giving you enough face. The quota absolutely can't be given to him." Yuan Gu made his stance clear. It was impossible for him to give Fong Qin a spot. This made Fong Qin a little anxious. There were 3 kinds of fruits to treat the old faker, but he had no clue about the other 2. It was not easy to find one, but he could not get it. Is it really impossible to get it? Fong Qin said to himself, feeling a little disappointed. Yuan Gu, you really don't give me face, Realm Lord Fu Mo shouted, a little angry. Yuan Gu looked at Realm Lord Fu Mo with some fear. At this time, Monarch Blackblade took a step forward and stood side by side with him. Suddenly, Yuan Gu felt a little more confident. Fellow Daoist, although you're strong, this is my Yuan clan. If I join forces with Monarch Blackblade, I'm afraid you won't have a good time, Yuan Gu said in a deep voice. He naturally did not want to fight with Realm Lord Fu Mo. But if Realm Lord Fu Mo really attacked him, he was not afraid. If he joined forces with Monarch Blackblade, it was impossible for him to win unless he was an Eternal Realm expert. Fellow Daoist, if I'm not wrong, you should have consumed a lot of energy by forcibly activating the supreme treasure of the God world, Monarch Blackblade said with a smile. Although the supreme treasure of the God world is strong, it can't be activated without restraint. So, you don't have to scare Brother Yuan Gu here. The quota absolutely can't be given to you. Go back. Boom! A terrifying aura surged from Realm Lord Fu Mo's body. Fellow Daoist, are you really going to attack? Yuan Gu asked in a deep voice. Realm Lord. Fang Qin secretly transmitted. Realm Lord Fu Mo was injured. Once he attacked, he would not be able to gain any advantage. In truth, Realm Lord Fu Mo was just trying to scare Yuan Gu. How laughable. The great Yuan clan doesn't even dare to give you a chance to compete fairly. Is there no one else in the Yuan clan? Realm Lord Fu Mo laughed and took out the supreme treasure of the God world. Instantly, a terrifying aura spread from the hammer. Yuan Gu and Monarch Blackblade's expressions changed drastically. The supreme treasure of the God world was very powerful. Even Yuan Gu and Monarch Blackblade were not willing to fight it head-on. Humph. Do you really think my Yuan clan is easy to bully? Yuan Gu was angry. This was the Yuan clan. Realm Lord Fu Mo had come to the Yuan clan without asking for the right or wrong, and had taken out the supreme treasure of the God world to threaten them. How laughable! If this matter spread, how could the Yuan clan establish itself in the lower worlds in the future? So they could not back down. Yuan Gu's aura fluctuated. Monarch Blackblade was also ready to attack. For a moment, the aura of the three experts became chaotic. They faced each other. Fang Chen cursed inwardly, but he could not intervene. Just as Realm Lord Fu Mo was about to make a move, a sigh suddenly came from the void. Then a terrifying sword aura shot into the sky and tore through the void. The entire sacred land of the Yuan clan was shaken. Buzz! The sound of a sword rang through the sky. In the forbidden land of the Yuan clan, the Yuan demon's sword shook violently. What's going on? In the sacred land of the Yuan clan, all the martial artists widened their eyes and looked at the forbidden land. Monstrous sword aura appeared and covered the entire sacred land of the Yuan clan. The vibration of the Yuan demon's sword made Yuan Gu and Monarch Blackblade's expressions change drastically. Whoosh! The Yuan demon's sword turned into a huge sword shadow and traveled through the void from the depths of the forbidden land of the Yuan clan to the garden where Yuan Gu was. At the same time, Fang Chen's body shook. Yuan demon sword. Fang Chen was overjoyed. Yuan demon sword. Below, Yuan Gu exclaimed. Buzz! The huge shadow of the Yuan demon sword gradually dissipated, and the true body of the Yuan demon sword appeared in front of everyone. Dong! The Yuan demon sword swooped down from the sky and stabbed into the soil. The sword shook, giving off a shocking aura. Yuan Gu! A voice came from the Yuan demon sword. Senior, Yuan Gu said respectfully. The Yuan demon sword was the supreme divine weapon that had followed the ancestors of the Yuan clan. It had a very high status in the Yuan clan and was also the most precious treasure of the Yuan clan. Even Yuan Gu, as the leader of the Yuan clan, had to call it senior, because the Yuan demon sword had that qualification. Give this kid a chance to compete, the Yuan demon sword said. Hearing this, Yuan Gu's face was filled with astonishment. He did not understand why the primordial demon's sword would speak up for Fangchen. Senior Yu. Before Yuan Gu could finish, the Yuan demon's sword continued. I once followed this kid when I lost my memory. This time, I'll return him a favor. At this time, even Monarch Blackblade was a little shocked. This kid's luck is too heaven-defying. The Yuan demon sword had disappeared for countless years, and the Yuan clan had been looking for it but could not find it. However, this kid had only cultivated for a few years, and he could find the Yuan demon sword. Most importantly, the Yuan demon sword had taken the initiative to follow him. What did this mean? It meant that the Yuan demon sword recognized Sanguinati's potential. Thinking of this, Yuan Gu's face was extremely solemn as he stared straight at Sanguinati. He had always thought that Sanguinati was a lucky guy. He was just a little luckier than Yuan Ming and the others. Otherwise, he would not have achieved so much. However, after hearing the Yuan demon sword's words, Yuan Gu's opinion of Fangchen had changed greatly. It was not until now that he began to take Fangchen seriously. This guy who had been ignored by him before really had incredible potential. Yuan Gu could not ignore the Yuan demon sword's words. He fell into silence. He even hated Fangchen a little. Why was he always so damn lucky? Even the Yuan clan's most precious treasure, the Yuan demon sword, came out to speak for him. Damn it. Yuan Gu clenched his fists and cursed in his heart. Kid, work hard. The Yuan demon sword said something to Fangchen and then disappeared. The terrifying sword chi that shrouded the Yuan clan's sacred ground disappeared in an instant. The Yuan demon sword had returned to the forbidden ground of the Yuan clan. Fangchen's face was full of smiles. He had thought that he would not be able to get the sword origin fruit. Who would have thought that things would turn out like this? Even he did not expect the Yuan demon sword to speak for him. Realm Lord Fumo Emo looked at Yuan Gu with a smile. After a long time, Yuan Gu snorted and looked coldly at Fangchen. You're lucky that the Yuan demon sword spoke for you. I'll give you a spot. I hope you can get what you want when the time comes. He said the words, get what you want, through gritted teeth. Thank you, Patriarch Yuan Gu. Fangchen cupped his fists and thanked him. Yuan Gu flicked his sleeves and turned around. Come to the Yuan clan in 3 months. I won't wait for you after that. Fangchen nodded and then left the sacred ground of the Yuan clan with Realm Lord Fumo Mo, brother Yuan Gu. This. Emperor Blackblade was very confused. I don't want to do this either, but I can't ignore the Yuan demon sword. Yuan Gu sighed. This kid is really lucky. The Yuan demon sword actually followed him, Emperor Blackblade said in a low voice. Yuan Gu shook his head and looked indifferently at the blue sky. Maybe we've underestimated Sanguinati from the beginning. No one knew the Yuan demon sword better than Yuan Gu. Anyone who could be recognized by the Yuan demon sword was definitely the most talented martial artist in this era. He had not thought that the Yuan demon sword had followed Sanguinati before. This was his mistake. Killing geniuses is my favorite thing. Yuan Gu thought to himself. He had already thought of a way to deal with Sanguinati. Sanguinati was becoming more and more of a threat. He had to kill him before he could grow his wings. Chapter 1584. The commotion caused by the origin demon sword began to spread throughout the sacred land. Many clansmen began to discuss what was going on. Why would the origin demon sword shake for no reason? However, apart from Monarch Blackblade and Yuan Gu, no one knew exactly what had happened. In just a short time, the commotion caused by the origin demon sword had spread throughout the entire sacred land. However, before this shock dissipated, another piece of news caused another uproar in the Yuan race's sacred ground. This time, it wasn't just commotion. It was public anger. You only get this chance once every 30,000 years. Why should you give it to Sanguinati? That's right. Sanguinati is our enemy. We can't give him a spot. I'll be the first to disagree. Sanguinati is a piece of trash. He's dreaming if he thinks he can get the sword origin fruit. Many cultivators roared to express their dissatisfaction. The younger generation, led by Yuan Liang and Yuan Jiaojiao, was also confused. Why would the patriarch agree to give Sanguinati a spot? Asked Yuan Liang. Is the human race's sacred leader pressuring the patriarch? That's impossible, said Yuan Jiaojiao. Yuan Liao frowned. No matter what, we can't give Sanguinati a spot. No, I don't think it's a big deal to give Sanguinati a spot, said Yuan Qian. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a few burning gazes land on him. What I'm saying is, if Sanguinati also competes for the sword origin fruit, wouldn't he be competing with us? Said Yuan Liao. Sanguinati is our enemy. Normally, we don't have a chance to deal with him. Isn't this the best chance? Yuan Liang and the others' eyes brightened. They all nodded. Yuan Liao is right. As long as Sanguinati dares to compete, he'll definitely die, said Yuan Liang. Within the sacred palace of the Yuan race, the elders had all come to see the patriarch. Patriarch, why are you giving Sanguinati a spot? That's right, patriarch. Sanguinati killed Yuan Ming. We haven't even gotten revenge yet. We can't give him a spot. Is the human race's sacred leader pressuring him? If that's the case, we'll resist. The elders were very firm. They wouldn't give Sanguinati a spot. Yuan Gu waved his hand, indicating for everyone to be quiet. I can understand your feelings. Yuan Gu looked down and continued. However, I have no choice but to make such a choice. It's not what you think. If the human race's holy master forced me, how could I lower my head? Said Yuan Gu. Then what's the reason? Some elders asked curiously. Yuan Gu pondered for a moment and said, Origin Demon Sword. Yuan Demon Sword. Could it be that the Yuan Yao sword was shaking because of this? Many elders were shocked. Yuan Gu informed the elders about the course of events. After they heard that, they felt rather helpless. They could also understand their clan chief's actions. No, we can do something during the competition and make it impossible for Sanguinati to return. That's right. Sanguinati's existence is the greatest shame of the Yuan race. We must use this opportunity to kill him. The elders spoke one after another. On the throne above, Yuan Gu's eyes were filled with killing intent. Realm Lord Fu Mo had already returned to the Fu Mo realm. He was injured and couldn't stay outside for long. He needed to go into seclusion to recover. Fang Chen was very grateful that he was willing to go to the Yuan race for him. After Realm Lord Fu Mo left, Fang Chen took the teleportation formation and returned to the Old Hua Islands. There were still 3 months, so Fang Chen wasn't in a hurry to return to Green Bamboo Island. He sat in the Starfield Dragon boat and floated in the void ocean, enjoying the endless joy brought by nature. Not far from Fang Chen, there was a fight in the void ocean. There was a martial artist in a blood-red robe. He was bathed in blood and was fighting a group of people. You can't escape. The leader of the group was a 5th-level creation realm martial artist. His face was ferocious, and he held a long saber in his hand. Bloodthirsty Palace Lord, you can't escape. Everyone in the Black Heaven sect will die. The martial artist in the blood-red robe was the Bloodthirsty Palace Lord of the Black Heaven sect, who used to belong to the same sect as Fang Chen. Back then, the Bloodthirsty Palace Lord thought highly of Fang Chen and wanted to rope him in. However, Fang Chen never agreed. At that time, Bai Qingqing was still the Vice Palace Lord of the Bloodthirsty Palace. Sect Master won't let you go, the Bloodthirsty Palace Lord roared. Ever since the Black Heaven Sect Master became the master of Clear Sky Island, the Black Heaven Sect became the dominant force on Clear Sky Island. No one dared to set their sights on the Black Heaven Sect. However, the Green Spirit Sect had risen from the ashes in recent years and had been secretly opposing the Black Heaven Sect. Recently, they even brazenly challenged the Black Heaven Sect martial artists. This time, the bloodthirsty palace lord went out on a mission and was unexpectedly ambushed by the Green Spirit sect. Heavily injured, he fought as he fled. Unknowingly, he was already close to the core of the Old Hua Islands. On the void ocean, the bloodthirsty palace lord was riding on a Starfield flying ship. Behind him, an extremely fast Starfield flying ship was in hot pursuit. Bloodthirsty palace lord, you can't escape. Splash! As they spoke, the Green Spirit sect members surrounded the bloodthirsty palace lord. Even if I die, I won't let your scheme succeed. The bloodthirsty palace lord let loose and fought to his death. Rumble! A powerful aura emanated from the bloodthirsty palace lord's body. The bloodthirsty palace lord's face was ferocious as he roared furiously and continuously launched fierce attacks. However, the other party outnumbered him and he was injured. Soon, the bloodthirsty palace lord was completely suppressed. Pucci, the leading martial artist, slashed the bloodthirsty palace lord's body with his long saber. The bloodthirsty palace lord's body flashed. He wanted to dodge, but failed. A large wound was cut open on his chest, and blood flowed out quickly. Go to hell! At the same time, the other martial artists attacked together. Pucci! In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen holes appeared on the bloodthirsty palace lord's body. Blood sprinkled all over the Starfield dragon ship. The bloodthirsty palace lord knelt on the ground with one knee. His face was ferocious as he stared at the people attacking him with scarlet eyes. Sect master won't let you off. Blood flowed out of his mouth and his aura was weak. If he didn't receive treatment, he would die without a doubt. Bloodthirsty palace lord, death is at hand, yet you're still so stubborn. Aren't you very capable? Today, let me send you on your way. The leading martial artist held his long saber and walked step by step toward the bloodthirsty palace lord. The Starfield dragon ship drifted on the void ocean. Fang Chun lay inside the ship, carefully sensing the power of laws between heaven and earth. At his level, if he could sense the power of laws, it would be of great help to him when he entered the life and death realm. All of a sudden he heard a commotion. Pirates! Fang Chin stood up and looked into the distance. At first, he thought it was a battle between pirates and adventurers. However, when his gaze fell on the warrior who was kneeling on one knee and covered in blood, his eyes immediately widened. Bloodthirsty palace lord! Fang Chen cried out in alarm. He didn't expect to meet the bloodthirsty palace lord here. Without thinking, he used the time book and merged with time and space. In the next instant, he appeared in front of the bloodthirsty palace lord. The sudden appearance of a figure startled the leading martial artist. Soon after, he roared loudly, "Brett Scram!" The saber in his hand fiercely chopped down at Fang Chin. Crack! Fang Chin just stood there, not understanding. He allowed the long saber to hit him. However, an unexpected scene appeared. With a cracking sound, the long saber in his hand shattered into pieces. At the same time, a terrifying power engulfed his whole body. Bang! The leading martial artist's body instantly exploded, and a bloody mist gushed out. Boss! Seeing this, the others cried out in alarm. They looked at Fang Chin as if they were looking at a devil, continuously retreating. Don't even think about leaving. Fang Chun was really angry. The bloodthirsty palace lord's situation was very dangerous. If he had come a little later, the former would have died. Seeing the unconscious, bloodthirsty palace lord, Fang Chin turned to look at the others. Bang! He threw a punch out in anger, and the void exploded. A terrifying fluctuation enveloped the few of them. Crash! When the explosion dissipated, all the martial artists who were chasing after the bloodthirsty palace lord were dead. Fang Chin gave the bloodthirsty palace lord some healing pills, and then injected his spirit chi into his body. After a while, the bloodthirsty palace lord opened his eyes. His injuries had stabilized. When he saw Fang Chin, he was very surprised. "It's you! the bloodthirsty palace lord said weakly. Palace lord, why were you chased by them? Fang Chen asked. The bloodthirsty palace lord briefly explained the situation of the Black Heaven sect. Hearing this, the latter frowned slightly. The Green Spirit sect is courting death, Fang Chen said coldly. Thank you for this time. Otherwise I would have died. The bloodthirsty palace lord thanked him. Fang Chen waved his hand. I still owe you a favor when we were at the bloodthirsty palace. The bloodthirsty palace lord was stunned, and then he remembered. Back then, when Fang Chen needed the illusory mercury, he provided it to him, and the latter owed him a favor. However, too much time had passed, and he had long forgotten. Now that he thought about it, the investment he made in Fang Chen back then was worth it. I didn't expect you to have grown to this extent. The bloodthirsty palace lord sighed. Palace lord, recuperate first. I happen to be free, so I'll make a trip back to Tongtian Island and help the Black Heaven sect solve the problem, Fang Chen said. The bloodthirsty palace lord nodded and closed his eyes to rest. The Starfield dragon boat sped through the void ocean, heading toward Tongtian Island. Tongtian Island, Island Lord's residence. The Black Heaven sect master was very anxious. CCC Pavilion C, the bloodthirsty palace lord hasn't returned yet? Island Lord, the bloodthirsty palace lord seems to be in danger. We can't contact him, the elder said. Bang! The Black Heaven sect master slammed his palm on the table, somewhat angry. If anything happens to the bloodthirsty palace lord, I'll definitely flatten the Green Spirit sect. Island Lord, I've sent a large number of disciples to search for the bloodthirsty palace lord. However, we haven't been able to find him. I suspect that the bloodthirsty palace lord has left Tongtian Island. Chapter 1585. Back then, the Green Spirit sect colluded with the Xia clan and caused the willpower of Tongtian Island to act and forcefully reduce ancestor Green Spirit's cultivation. After that, Fang Chen personally killed ancestor Green Spirit in the Coiling Moon Fairy Cave. Since then, the Green Spirit sect had fallen apart. However, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Although the Green Spirit sect had fallen apart, its power was not something that other small sect could compare to. Normally, the Green Spirit sect would avoid the Black Heaven sect whenever they encountered them. However, recently the Green Spirit sect suddenly became high-profile and openly provoked the Black Heaven sect. Now, even the master of the bloodthirsty palace might be killed. The Black Heaven sect master was furious and immediately left the Black Heaven sect for the Green Spirit sect. Whoosh! Whoosh! It did not take long for the Black Heaven sect master to arrive at the Green Spirit sect's stronghold. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out, and the people of the Green Spirit sect below immediately felt extremely oppressed. What's going on? The people of the Green Spirit sect were surprised. At this moment, the person in charge of the Green Spirit sect floated in the sky. Black Heaven sect master, what brings you to the Green Spirit sect? Hand over the master of the bloodthirsty palace, the Black Heaven sect master said angrily. His voice was like thunder. How ridiculous! The master of the bloodthirsty palace is missing, and you come to the Green Spirit sect to ask for her. The elder sneered. If it was in the past, he would definitely be afraid of the Black Heaven sect master. But now he was not afraid at all. You're courting death. The Black Heaven sect master sneered and immediately reached out his hand to capture the elder. Bang! A deafening sound was heard, and then the Black Heaven sect master was forced to retreat. He looked into the distance and saw a black shadow appear in front of the elder of the Green Spirit sect. The black shadow's aura was very powerful. The Black Heaven sect master was a little surprised, and his face changed drastically. Who are you? The Black Heaven sect master asked. I didn't want to attack you so soon, but since you're here, I'll kill you along the way, the black shadow said indifferently. It seemed that the Black Heaven sect master was nothing to him. You're overestimating yourself. The Black Heaven sect master was a little angry. You're too weak. The black figure laughed coldly. Immediately he waved his hand. Immediately a black ray of light shot over Pucci the Black Heaven sect master's arm. The Black Heaven sect master's arm was, "Who are you?" The Black Sky sect master looked at the black figure in horror. The black shadow's strength far exceeded his. He felt his heart palpitate. When did the Qingling sect have such an expert? The dead don't need to know so much, the black figure said indifferently. Then he waved his palm again. Seeing this, sect master Xiantian immediately retreated. However, it was to no avail. The black light seemed to have locked onto him. Damn it! Sect master Xiantian looked up to the sky and roared in anger. Die! The black figure muttered to himself. While just as the black light was about to touch the Black Heaven sect master, the void was torn apart, and a huge Starfield dragon boat appeared out of nowhere. Bang! The Starfield dragon boat easily blocked the black light. Fang Chen walked out of the Starfield dragon boat and sneered. I didn't expect there to be remnants of the alien race hiding in the lower realms. Who are you? The black figure was a little stunned as he asked. Sanguinati. Hearing the name Sanguinati, the black shadow's body went limp. Without saying a word, he fled. Do you think you can escape? Fang Chen sneered and reached out his hand to capture the black figure. Tell me, how many alien race members are there? Fang Chen asked coldly. I won't tell you even if I die. After saying that, the black figure triggered the energy in his body to self-destruct. However, Fang Chen beat him to it and crushed his head. This, the elder of the Qingling sect, looked at this scene in a daze. His heart raced and his body trembled. Thinking of how arrogant he was in front of the sect master Xiantian, he felt extremely regretful. Sect master, are you all right? The master of the Bloodthirsty Palace walked out of the Starfield dragon boat and asked the sect master Xiantian. It's you. The sect master Xiantian woke up from the shock and looked at the master of the Bloodthirsty Palace. I was out on a mission and was attacked by the Qingling sect. Fortunately, Fang Chen arrived in time and I escaped, the master of the Bloodthirsty Palace said. Only then did the sect master Xiantian notice Fang Chen. The shock in his heart could not be described with words. This, in the sect master Xiantian's memory, Fang Chen was still at the heavenly body realm. After not seeing him for a few years, he had actually become a peak creation realm elite. Sect master, how have you been? Fang Chen chuckled and walked to the sect master Xiantian. The sect master Xiantian also looked at each other and smiled. You always bring surprises, the sect master Xiantian said. Sect master, the Qingling sect colluded with the alien race and betrayed the human race. There's no need for it to exist, the master of the Bloodthirsty Palace said. Hearing this, a hint of killing intent appeared in the sect master Xiantian's eyes. Indeed, there's no need for the Qingling sect to continue to exist. Sect master Xiantian, please let the Qingling sect go. The elder from before knelt and begged for mercy. Unfortunately, it was useless. The sect master Xiantian personally took action and destroyed the Qingling sect with lightning speed. At this point, the Qingling sect was completely history. The sect master Xiantian personally brought Fang Chen back to the sect. The entire sect master Xiantian was completely lively on this day. Fang Chen saw many disciples who had fought side by side with him. Some had already become elders, and some were still disciples. However, everyone was steadily improving. After everyone learned that Fang Chen was Sanguinati, they were even more envious. Oh my God, the most outstanding disciple in the history of the sect master Xiantian, Fang Chen, is the Sanguinati who's famous in the universe. He's so amazing. At such a young age, he's already the most powerful person among the younger generation in the universe. Moreover, He's the island master of Green Bamboo Island. Yes, the island master is on the same level as the sect master. I can't imagine that he came from the sect master Xiantian. Many people were shocked. Back then, Fang Chen left a series of legends in the sect master Xiantian. Although he left, the disciples who came after him were extremely respectful whenever they heard of Fang Chen's legend. Moreover, everyone regarded Fang Chen as a goal to strive for. Now that they saw the legendary genius, all of them were extremely excited. In order to thank Fang Chen for saving his life, the sect master Xiantian specially held a banquet and invited all the leaders of the forces on Tongtian Island to attend. In fact, this was also a kind of borrowing power. The sect master Xiantian wanted to take this opportunity to use Fang Chen's power to intimidate many forces. On this day, the sect master Xiantian was extremely lively. Fang Chen was also very respectful. He chatted and laughed with everyone without any arrogance. The major forces who came to attend the banquet were deliberately trying to befriend Fang Chen. Fang Chen knew that from this day onwards, the sect master Xiantian's power on Tongtian Island would be even more stable. The sect master Xiantian was very happy. With a smile on his face, he received the leaders of the major forces. The banquet continued for the entire night. The next day, Fang Chen found Tongtian Peak. When he left Tongtian Peak on Tongtian Island. After so many years, Tongtian Peak was still the same as before. Whoosh! Fang Chen entered Tongtian Peak. Master, the weapon spirit and the beast man said respectfully. They could feel the aura emanating from Fang Chen's body. It was very shocking. I want to teleport all the people living in Tongtian Peak to the outside world. If you want to leave, you can. Fang Chen briefly explained the situation on Tongtian Island. After knowing that the outside world was very safe, the beast man was also eager to give it a try. After all, they had been trapped here for a long time. With Fang Chen's current means, it was easy for him to teleport everyone out. From now on, you will live in the sect master Xiantian. Fang Chen said to everyone, "You are the descendants of the previous master of Tongtian Island. Cultivate well. If you need anything, just tell the sect master Xiantian." After Fang Chen settled these people down, he bid farewell to the sect master Xiantian. "You're leaving now." The sect master Xiantian was a little reluctant. However, he knew that Fang Chen was a dragon among men. This was not his stage. His stage should be the boundless sky. If you need anything in the future, come to Green Bamboo Island to find me. Fang Chen casually threw a token to the sect master Xiantian and then disappeared into the void. Looking in the direction where Fang Chen disappeared, the sect master Xiantian's face was full of smiles. Perhaps a few years later, when he was on the verge of death, his vitality had dissipated and he was about to die, he might be proud of this. His greatest achievement in this life was that the sect master Xiantian had recruited a monstrous genius like Fang Chen. The matter of the sect master Xiantian had come to an end. Although Tongtian Peak wanted to follow in Fang Chen's footsteps, the latter rejected it. Firstly, with Fang Chen's current strength, Tongtian Peak could not help much at all. Secondly, it was more suitable for Tongtian Peak to stay on Tongtian Island. It could shelter the descendants of the previous master of Tongtian Island. The promise to the master of Tongtian Peak on the ancient Sword Continent was finally fulfilled. Moreover, it was more than fulfilled. With Fang Chen's deterrence and the powerful sect master Xiantian, his descendants could almost live the rest of their lives in peace. After leaving Tongtian Island, Fang Chen went to Scar Island. He secretly helped Scar Island solve some problems and left quietly. Then he passed by Qingyi Island and left some resources for the Bai clan. After doing all this, Fang Chen sighed. Back then, when he was on Qingyi Island, he was almost killed by the Zhou clan's patriarch and Dao ancestor magic. Fortunately, Dao ancestor Black Yin appeared in time. He had also checked on Tongtian Island. Dao ancestor Black Ian was not there, and even the Xianyuan siblings had left Tongtian Island. I hope we can meet again if fate wills it. After settling his mind, Fang Chen returned to Green Bamboo Island. He happened to see Nile and Chiu Xian sparring with each other in the Green Pillar Formation. 88-8. On the other side, Sword 3 was teaching his disciple, Tian Xan. Fang Chen was a little surprised and walked toward Sword 3. Brother Fang Chen, you're back. Master, Tian Xan greeted. Fang Chen nodded and said, Brother Sword 3, why are you teaching my disciple? Chapter 1586. Saber 3's words surprised Fang Chen. As a master, he was naturally very clear about his disciple's level. Although his disciple's talent was not bad compared to most martial artists, and he also had a very special physique, the Sky Desolation sword body. But it was not as exaggerated as Saber 3 said. Who was Saber 3? He was a peerless monster who cultivated other cultivation systems. Although his potential was not as good as Fang Chen's in the lower realm, almost no one could compare to him. However, Saber 3 did not like to be ostentatious and had always been very low-key. In addition, he wanted to break through to the Eternal Realm and set foot in the Immortal Realm. Therefore, after coming out of the Winged Dragon Forbidden Land, he only came to Green Bamboo Island to cultivate. Brother Fang Chen, didn't you notice? Saber 3 saw Fang Chen's expression and continued. At this time, Fang Chen's gaze fell on Tian Xan. First of all, Fang Chen felt that Tian Xan's cultivation had improved. He had reached the heavenly body tier, which was also within Fang Chen's expectations. Then, Fang Chen found that Tian Xan's Sky Desolation sword body had undergone some subtle changes. Fang Chen was a little puzzled, and his divine sense shrouded Tian Xan's body. He was surprised to find that there were layers of sword-shaped runes on the surface of Tian Xan's body, which were quite similar to his own perfect, simplified form. Tian Xan, your physique? Fang Chen asked aloud. Tian Xan chuckled, clasped his fists, and said, Master, not long ago, I awakened the bloodline power in my body. The Sky Desolation sword body has also undergone a great change. No, to be exact, it should not be called the Sky Desolation sword body, but the Sky Desolation bone body. The Sky Desolation bone body. This was the first time Fang Chen had heard of it. Brother Fang Chen, don't think that this Sky Desolation bone body is just an ordinary physique. If that's the case, you're very wrong. When it came to the Sky Desolation bone body, Saber 3 said excitedly. Oh, Brother Saber 3 seems to know a lot about the Sky Desolation bone body, Fang Chen asked. Saber 3 nodded and introduced it to Fang Chen in detail. Brother Fang Chen, you know my cultivation system, Saber 3 said. Fang Chen nodded. He naturally knew. The Golden Shield cultivation system allowed one to possess a powerful physical body, which would strengthen the physical body and ultimately intimidate the heavens. I can tell you clearly that the heavenly desolate bone body is the best candidate for our Golden Shield cultivation system. Sword 3 said in a low voice, My master once left behind his last words in the inheritance. If one day we were able to obtain the heavenly desolate bone body, we would definitely be able to cultivate our Golden Shield cultivation system to the extreme. Upon hearing Sword 3's words, Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. Sword 3 caught the change in Fang Chen's expression and immediately laughed out loud. Brother Fang Chen, you and I call each other brothers. Little Tianqin even calls me martial uncle. Why would I do that to him? Fang Chen smiled awkwardly when he heard this. Brother Saber 3, please don't blame me. I was being a little petty. Fang Chen cupped his fists and apologized. Sword 3 shook his head, not caring at all. After all, any martial artist who knew about their cultivation system would have some scruples when they heard this. Brother Fang Chen, although Tianqin is your disciple, I have a presumptuous request, Sword 3 asked. Please speak, Brother Sword 3. I want to teach Tianqin. If he's willing, I can even teach him the Golden Shield cultivation system. He has the Heavenly Desolate Bone Body, and cultivates the Golden Shield cultivation system with twice the result with half the effort. It won't take long for him to surpass me, Sword 3 said eagerly. Fang Chen's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he wanted. The Golden Shield cultivation system was not as powerful as the space-time cultivation system. However, every cultivation system, if cultivated to the extreme, would give people an extremely shocking feeling. Logically speaking, Sword 3 should protect the Golden Shield cultivation system very well. However, he was willing to take the initiative to teach Tianqin. How could Fang Qin not be happy? This is Tianqin's good fortune, Fang Qin said with a smile. Seeing that Fang Qin had agreed, Sword 3 breathed a sigh of relief. If Tianqin was not Fang Qin's disciple, he would definitely take him as his disciple. However, Fang Qin had already taken him in as his disciple, so he could not say anything. He could only teach as a martial uncle. Brother Fang Qin, Tianqin has the bloodline of an ancient almighty in his body. The power of the bloodline is extremely powerful. This awakening has successfully turned his heavenly desolate sword body into a heavenly desolate bone body. That's amazing! Sword 3 could not help but praise. Fang Qin nodded. He had already discovered this when he checked Tianqin's body earlier. The heavenly desolate bone body was indeed more powerful than the heavenly desolate sword body. Moreover, the sword qi around his body was even more powerful. Fang Qin was not too surprised about the awakening of Tianqin's bloodline. Perhaps in ancient times, Tianqin's ancestor was an almighty. Tianqin had the bloodline and encountered an opportunity to awaken his bloodline. Tianqin, cultivate well, Fang Qin said. Master, I definitely won't let you down. Tianqin nodded heavily. It won't be long before I replace you to deal with your enemies. I will surpass all the geniuses who once competed with you in the same era, Tianqin vowed. The path of martial arts requires a tenacious and indomitable heart. I'm very happy that you have such confidence, Fang Qin said. He then turned to look at Sword 3. Brother Sword 3. Brother Fang Qin, I know what you want to say. Sword 3 immediately stopped Fang Qin. There's no need to be so polite between us. Seeing this, Fang Qin did not say anything else. Since Sword 3 had already said so, if he said anything else, it would seem that he did not treat Sword 3 as a brother. After that, Fang Qin asked about Lu Xiong's cultivation situation. The latter's original body was destroyed, and his clone was somewhat affected. Brother Lu Xiong entered the state very quickly. Although he did not obtain anything in the cultivation palace, his bloodline cultivation system is also very domineering. It won't take long for him to fully recover, Sword 3 said. Fang Qin nodded. Now he was relieved. Finally, he gave Tianqin a careful reminder. He told him to look for him or ask Sword 3 directly if he had any problems with his cultivation. After arranging everything, Fang Qin returned to the island master's residence. Time passed. After returning to Green Bamboo Island, Fang Qin had been cultivating. His cultivation was stuck at a bottleneck and could not break through for the time being. In fact, his cultivation speed was already shocking enough. It was shocking to be able to reach such a realm after cultivating for less than 100 years. However, given Fang Qin's requirements for himself, he was still somewhat unsatisfied. After all, he had a golden heart, a supreme true intent, and a space-time cultivation system. However, it was too difficult to break through to the life and death realm. Even Fang Qin did not have the confidence to do so. Buzz! Fang Qin sat cross-legged. His body was faintly discernible, and he was surrounded by a dense aura. These auras were very strange, giving people a feeling that they were both real and illusory. In his mind, The illusory aura was constantly circulating. After a long time, Fangchen opened his eyes. The true meaning of dreamland has finally broken through to grade 6. Fangchen sighed. Apart from the true meaning of space-time, the true meaning of dreamland was the highest level of true meaning he possessed. Even among high-level true meanings, it could be ranked among the top. However, this was not Fangchen's goal. He wanted to transform the true meaning of dreamland into the true meaning of dreamland. If he could cultivate the true meaning of dreamland, it would be like adding wings to a tiger for Fangchen, and his strength would skyrocket. The true meaning of dreamland was a supreme, true meaning. Although it was not a supreme true meaning, due to its characteristics, it was comparable to a supreme true meaning. Fangchen himself was a space-time cultivation system martial artist. His comprehension of the true meaning of dreamland was abnormally strong. Hope that I can fully comprehend the true meaning of dreamland before fighting for the sword essence fruits, Fangchen said to himself. Following that, he continued to cultivate true meaning of dreamland and true meaning of dreamland, although there was only a one-word difference. The difference was like heaven and earth. Fangchen was not too anxious either. His mentality was more peaceful. One day after a month, an uninvited guest came to Green Bamboo Island. He was discovered by the guards as soon as he arrived, but he declared that he knew the island master. The guards reported this news to Deputy Island Master Yin Fang. The latter was afraid of delaying the island master's important matters and immediately informed the island master. "And he knows me." Fangchen was somewhat stunned. He immediately stood up and said, "Let him wait for me in the main hall." "Okay." The deputy island master left. Fangchen quickly went to the main hall of the island master manor. After arriving at the main hall, Fangchen saw a martial artist in a black robe. He felt that this martial artist was somewhat unfamiliar. He did not recognize him at all. Chapter 1587. When the black-robed martial artist saw Fangchen, his expression became grave. Whoosh! His body underwent a huge change. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a bird. He flapped his wings and floated in the air, looking down at Fangchen. "It's you." Fangchen opened his eyes wide in disbelief. This little bird was the one he met after entering the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. After that, he went to the Crystal Palace in the Shallow Water region to steal the crystal dragon scale stone. He also owed the latter a favor. If he hadn't kept it a secret, he might have been discovered by the Crystal Princess. All in all, Fangchen was grateful to him. After that, the two of them didn't meet again. After the sea demon race was destroyed, the little bird disappeared from Fangchen's memory. He didn't expect the little bird to appear again after such a long time. Furthermore, he came to Green Bamboo Island. "I didn't expect you to recognize me." The little bird turned into human form and said indifferently. Before he came, he thought about it for a long time. But in the end, he decided to give it a try. If he succeeded, he wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing in the future. But if he failed, there was only one result: death. "Will you send me to the human sacred land?" asked the little bird. The sea demon race was completely destroyed. As long as the human martial artists found any survivors, they would kill them. The little bird looked at Fangchen. The latter pondered for a moment and then shook his head. "Back then in the Crystal Palace, you did me a favor," Fangchen said. "You know the current situation. My sea demon clan has been completely wiped out. I survived by a fluke and have already given up. I came to find you only to ask that you let me stay on Green Bamboo Island and let me cultivate in peace. I no longer have any attachment to the lower realms. I want to step into the divine world as soon as possible." The little bird said what he wanted. Hearing this, Fangchen nodded. "You and I have different standpoints. My human race and your sea demon race are mortal enemies. But if you want to stay on Green Bamboo Island, you have to swear a martial oath to never be an enemy of the human race." Fangchen said, "I swear in the name of the sea god that I will never become enemies with the human race." Chick made a prompt decision and immediately swore a martial oath. The sea god was the faith of the sea demon clan. Making an oath on the sea god was enough to show Little Bird's sincerity. From now on, you can stay on Green Bamboo Island. But normally, you still have to face others in your human form, Fong Chin said. To be honest, he heaved a sigh of relief when Chick was able to make an oath. Otherwise, he could only kill the little bird. Obviously, he was unwilling to do that. After all, he was indebted to Little Bird. Thank you, Chick said solemnly. Under the restrictions of the environment, it was not easy for him to persuade him to stay. Xiaoniao was very grateful to Fong Chin from the bottom of his heart. After settling Birdie, Fong Chin left. The chick's deep eyes stared at Fong Chin's disappearing back, speechless for a long time. However, what Fong Chin didn't know was that he was just returning a favor. Unexpectedly, in the future, under the protection of Green Bamboo Island, Chick once again gave birth to the Sea Demon Clan. Of course, at that time, the Sea Demon Clan absolutely obeyed the orders of the Human Clan and became the staunchest supporters of the Human Clan. All of this could not be separated from one person, and that was Green Bamboo Island's master, Sanguinati. Of course, this was something that happened hundreds of millions of years later. On this day, Fong Chin came to the Green Bamboo Array. The Green Bamboo Array had now become Green Bamboo Island's cultivation holy land. Only by passing through layers of screening could one enter the Green Bamboo Array to cultivate. After Fong Chin entered the Green Bamboo Array, he directly came to a certain area. Look, it's the Island Master. What is the Island Master doing here? Is he here to check on our cultivation situation? The Island Master is so young. The Island Master is really a peerless genius. Many outstanding geniuses of the younger generation had never seen Fong Chin before. At this moment, when they saw Fong Chin, they all exclaimed. Seeing Fong Chin walk over, the warriors in this area stopped cultivating and all stood up to welcome Fong Chin. Island Master, everyone greeted. Fong Chin nodded in response. Island Master, are you here to check on their cultivation situation? An elder in charge of this area asked with a smile. Elder Liu, are there any illusory warriors among these people? Fong Chin asked. There are a total of 875 warriors in this area, and about 200 of them are illusory warriors. Among them, more than 30 have reached the creation realm. Elder Liu introduced. Fong Chin nodded and then said, the illusory warriors of the creation realm stay. The others continue to cultivate. After a while, more than 30 illusory warriors of the creation realm walked in front of Fong Chin. Their faces were filled with joy and excitement. One by one, use your strongest illusory skills to attack me, Fong Chin said. Okay, I'll go first. A warrior in blue couldn't help but take a step forward and look at Fong Chin. Lan Hao's illusory skills are considered above average among us. I wonder if the Island Master can withstand it, the other illusory warriors whispered. After a few breaths, Lan Hao still stood there in confusion. What's going on? Why isn't Lan Hao attacking? Could it be that Lan Hao is waiting for the best opportunity? Look at the Island Master's eyes. Hearing someone shouting, everyone's gaze fell on Fong Chin. At this moment, Fong Chin's eyes shot out a gray aura. The moment everyone looked at him, their minds went blank. Is this an illusion? Everyone was completely stunned. They didn't expect the Island Master's illusory skills to be so powerful. Dang, dang, dang! At this moment, Lan Hao's body involuntarily retreated. His forehead was full of sweat and his body was trembling uncontrollably. His heartbeat accelerated and his mind went blank. After a long time, Lan Hao gradually calmed down. He raised his head and looked at the Island Master with a complicated expression. He cupped his fist and said, the Island Master's illusory skills are too strong. Lan Hao admits defeat. Fong Chin nodded gently. If he wanted to improve his true meaning of Dreamland, he had to constantly sharpen it. Every illusory warrior had a different understanding of illusory skills. Perhaps he could find a breakthrough from them. Next, one after another, illusory warriors cast their illusory skills on Feng Chen. However, almost no one could resist Feng Chen's illusory skills. In the process, Feng Chen's harvest was not small. Half an hour later, the last illusory warrior stood opposite Feng Chen. Buzz, when he saw Feng Chen, the latter felt a shock in his mind. What kind of illusory skill is this? It was rare to see an illusory skill that could surprise Feng Chen. Feng Chen closed his eyes and carefully sensed this person's illusory skill. After a long time, Feng Chen's face showed a trace of joy. Illusory skills, passing off the false as the real. Feng Chen muttered under his breath. He had always been on the wrong path. Now he finally had a deep understanding of the true meaning of illusory skills. Buzz, it was also at this time that Feng Chen's body burst out with a bright light. At the same time, more than 30 illusory warriors instantly fell into a state of stupefaction. They were like walking corpses. This scene was witnessed by the martial artists in the other regions, and their hearts were shaken. Heavens, the island master's strength is too strong. Yes, more than 30 illusory warriors can't resist his illusory skills. I didn't expect the island master's illusory skills to be so tyrannical. When many warriors saw this scene, they were even more determined to cultivate hard. Rumble. In Feng Chen's mind, his primordial spirit trembled. The illusory aura was undergoing an earth-shaking change. His body just stood there quietly, as if he was invisible in the air hidden in the void. Illusory yet real, illusory yet real. This is the essence of the true meaning of illusory skills. Feng Chen opened his eyes with joy on his face. His body was very illusory, and the illusory aura around him instantly disappeared. Crash! More than 30 illusory warriors woke up from their stupefied state. They shook their heads and smiled bitterly. The island master's illusory skills were 100 times more powerful than theirs. The true meaning of Dreamland had transformed into the true meaning of illusory skills. Feng Chen's heart was incomparably carefree, and then he gave pointers to more than 30 illusory warriors. Finally, he floated away from the green bamboo array. CCC Pavilion, the island master is really a genius. Of course, I thought he only had heaven-defying potential in the Tao of arrays and martial Tao. I didn't expect him to be so powerful in illusory skills. Many warriors sighed. In their hearts, they secretly regarded the green bamboo island master as their goal. Whoosh! Whoosh! Feng Chen's figure was like transparent air, shuttling through the void clouds. Chapter 1588. There was still some time before the 3-month deadline. Feng Chen stopped cultivating and sent someone to inquire about the divine blacksmiths in the lower realm. Island Master's Mansion, Conference Hall. The deputy island master hurried in. Island Master, this is the news sent back by our intelligence personnel. The deputy island master handed a booklet to Feng Chen. Feng Chen took the booklet and opened it. Blacksmith ranking. As soon as he opened the booklet, he saw these 3 words, which immediately aroused Feng Chen's curiosity. Island Master, this blacksmith ranking is a list made by the divine blacksmiths in the lower realm. Although it doesn't have the authority of the universe combat strength list, the divine blacksmiths who can make it on the list rely on their own true skills. The deputy island master introduced. The blacksmith ranking was ranked by the level of the divine blacksmiths. Feng Chen nodded slightly and then looked at the blacksmith ranking. There were only 36 names in the blacksmith ranking. There were 3 in total. 2 were 9-star divine blacksmiths and the rest were 8-star divine blacksmiths. Island Master, these 2 9-star divine blacksmiths are famous divine blacksmiths in the lower realm. One of them is an itinerant cultivator, and the other is a consecrator in the ancestral sacred land. The deputy island master explained. The blacksmith ranking was made by the number 1 divine blacksmith master, Italian. Yin Fong continued. Fong Chen's gaze fell on the number 1. It was the first time Fong Chen heard the name Tailian. He didn't pay much attention to the divine blacksmiths in the lower realm before. This divine blacksmith Tailian is an itinerant cultivator. He doesn't like to be tied down, and his whereabouts are uncertain. He likes to play, so he made the blacksmith ranking out of boredom. Yin Fong said, in the beginning, the blacksmith ranking was almost unrecognized by the divine blacksmiths. But when they learned that the person who made the ranking was recognized as the number 1 in the lower realm, the blacksmith ranking quickly spread in the lower realm. After these years of development, the blacksmith ranking has become more and more important. The list will be updated every other year. Oh, Tai Laiyuan and Divine Master Muzhen are both 9-star divine blacksmiths. Why is it that Tai Laiyuan is publicly recognized as the number 1 blacksmith? Asked Fong Qin. If one wanted to be recognized without any objections, they had to be like the human race's holy master, who had absolute strength. Speaking of which, Tai Laiyuan's life is truly legendary. He was born on a tiny particle continent, relying on his monstrous talent. He swept through everything and finally grew to where he was now. The reason why he's stronger than Divine Master Muzhen is because he's reached a higher level. Yin Fong couldn't help but sigh when he talked about Tai Laiyuan. I've touched the threshold of a higher level. Upon hearing this, Fong Chen's expression turned grave. He was also a divine blacksmith, although his cultivation level was slightly lower. However, he knew better than anyone else the difference in levels between god refiners and god refiners. A 9-star divine blacksmith was the highest rank in the lower realm. This meant that Tai Laiyuan would be able to refine supreme treasures from the god realm in the near future. This wasn't something that ordinary people could compare to. No wonder he was publicly recognized as the number 1 blacksmith in the lower realm. Even Divine Master Muzhen, who was ranked 2nd, would feel inferior. Amazing. As the saying went, every field has its own specialization. They might not be the strongest, but if they specialized in a certain field, they would be able to stand at the peak one day. As the saying went, every path leads to the same destination. After that, Fong Chen roughly looked at the 36 names on the list. However, the 2 that left the deepest impression on him were Tai Laiyuan and Divine Master Muzhen. All right, you can leave now. Send someone to keep an eye on Divine Master Tai Laiyuan, said Fong Chen. Island Master, don't worry. Once we find Divine Master Tai Laiyuan's whereabouts, I'll report to you immediately, said Yin Fong as he left the meeting hall. Fong Chen looked at the blacksmith list in his hand and smiled. There was only 1 month left before the 3-month deadline. Finally, there was news about Tai Laiyuan. After looking at the blacksmith list, Fong Chen immediately chose Tai Laiyuan. If Tai Laiyuan wasn't willing to forge weapons for him, he would go to Divine Master Muzhen. Divine Master Tai Laiyuan has appeared on the Black River Island, Fong Chen said to himself. Then he took the Starfield Dragon boat and headed to the Black River Island. 7 days later, Fong Chen arrived at the Black River Island. The Black River Island was the core island of the Black River Archipelago. As soon as he arrived at Black River Island, Fong Chen heard the news about Tai Laiyuan. There are so many martial artists coming to the Black River Island recently. That's right. I heard that Divine Master Tai Laiyuan, who is ranked 1st on the blacksmith list, has settled down on the Black River Mountain. Countless people want to ask him to forge weapons for them. It's a pity that almost no one can see Divine Master Tai Laiyuan. Speaking of which, Tai Laiyuan has a weird temper. He doesn't have any disciples, and he's not willing to accept any. Many people are rejected. Let's go and take a look. No matter what, it's enough to see him from afar. In the past few days, the number of martial artists coming to the Black River Island had increased significantly. Among these martial artists, a large portion of them were divine artificers. Black River Mountain. Fang Chen's divine master spread out and caught some information. He immediately left the Black River Island and headed to the Black River Mountain. The Black River Mountain was the tallest mountain on the Black River Island. There's a natural array on the Black River Mountain. No wonder Divine Master Tai, Lai Yuan, chose to settle down here. He probably doesn't want to be disturbed by others. Fang Chen raised his head and looked at the towering Heihe Mountain, sighing. The Black River Mountain was packed with people. However, no one dared to climb the Black River Mountain for fear of angering Divine Master Tai Lai Yuan. Voila! Fang Chen used the space-time book and his body merged with space-time. He silently arrived at the top of the Black River Mountain. This array is quite strange, but it can't trap me. With Fang Chen's understanding of arrays, this natural array was not a problem for him. Fang Chen entered the natural array without any difficulty. There was a thatched hut at the top of the Black River Mountain. In front of the thatched hut, an old man in tattered clothes was crafting a weapon. Divine Master Tai Lai Yuan? Fang Chen hid in the void and carefully observed Divine Master Taiyan, who was refining the weapon. Bang! Bang! Tai Yuan's sledgehammer had a complicated trajectory every time he swung it. It contains the power of the law. Fang Chen sighed. Divine Master Tai Lai Yuan was indeed worthy of his title. His crafting skills were really impressive. Unknowingly, Fang Chen was already shocked by Tai Yuan's skills. Half an hour later, Tai Yuan's handiwork produced a level 9 divine weapon. Divine Master Tai Lai Yuan looked at the rank 9 divine weapon in his hand and shook his head slightly. He threw the divine weapon in his hand and looked at the sky. You've been watching for an hour. Aren't you tired? Hearing this, Fang Chen was a little embarrassed and a little surprised. He walked out of the void and cupped his fists. Junior, Sanguinati greets Divine Master Tai Lai Yuan. So it's the Lord of Green Bamboo Island. No wonder you could sneak into my cultivation place. Tai Lai Yuan nodded. I'm really amazed to see a Divine Master crafting a weapon today. Moreover, people say that Divine Masters are good at crafting weapons, but weak in fighting. Now it seems that the rumors are not entirely true. Fang Chen smiled. Your concealment skills are really impressive. If it wasn't for my sharp senses, I wouldn't have noticed you. Tai Lai Yuan said. You're different from others. I have a good impression of you. Tell me, why are you looking for me? If you want me to craft a weapon, then forget it. I, Tai Lai Yuan, don't craft weapons for others. Hearing this, Fang Chen curled his lips and felt a little helpless. However, he still told Tai Lai Yuan what he wanted. Divine Master Tai Lai Yuan, Junior has 2 divine weapons. I want Senior to help me upgrade them. After saying that, Fang Chen took out the somewhat tattered red glass sword and the hidden star sword. You have the nerve to take out such trash, Tai Lai Yuan said impatiently without even looking at them. Senior, what will it take for you to help? Fang Chen asked anxiously. Tai Lai Yuan turned and left, ignoring Fang Chen. However, just as he was about to enter the thatched hut, he said something. If you can help me find some Blood River crystal iron, I can craft a divine weapon for you. Clearly, Tai Lai Yuan was trying to make things difficult for Fang Chen. However, after hearing those words, Fang Chen smiled. His smile was very brilliant. With a thought, a piece of Blood River crystal iron appeared in his hand. Chapter 1589. I wonder if this is what Senior is talking about. Fang Chen laughed heartily. Tai Lai Yuan, who had just entered the thatched hut, turned his head. When he turned his head, he fell into a daze. His heart was filled with great astonishment. He had bitterly searched for Blood River crystal iron for several hundred years, but to no avail. However, he had actually seen it today. Blood River crystal iron. Tai Lai Yuan didn't care about his image and directly charged out of the thatched hut, rushing to Fang Chen's side, holding the Blood River crystal iron. His entire body trembled. It really is Blood River crystal iron. Ha ha ha. Tai Laiyuan was too excited to be able to see Blood River crystal iron in his life. His dream had already been fulfilled. After a long time, Tai Laiyuan finally calmed down. He raised his head and looked at Fang Qin, a complicated expression appearing in his pitch-black eyes. "Where did you get this Blood River crystal iron?" "By chance I found it in a ruin." Seeing that Fang Qin wasn't willing to speak, Tai Laiyuan didn't ask any further. "I can help you raise the grade of your weapon, but you have to promise me that the remaining Blood River crystal iron will belong to me," Tai Laiyuan said. This, Fang Qin was somewhat hesitant. What if Tai Laiyuan purposely held back during the refining process and affected the weapon? As if seeing through Fang Qin's thoughts, Tai Laiyuan sneered. "Although the Blood River crystal iron is very attractive to me, I'm still the first ranked blacksmith. How could I do such a thing?" "I believe, Senior." Fang Qin heavily nodded. First, his goal was to raise the grade of his weapon. Second, even if the remaining Blood River crystal iron was useless to him. In conclusion, he agreed to Tai Laiyuan's request. Seeing Fang Qin nod, Tai Laiyuan was very forthright. "Kid, Tai Laiyuan, owe you a favor. If you need it, I'll definitely do my best," Tai Laiyuan promised. Fang Qin was overjoyed when he heard this. Tai Laiyuan's favor wasn't light at all. The number 1 blacksmith on the blacksmith ranking waved his arm and countless life and death sovereigns rushed over. Such a scene was unimaginable. "Thank you, Senior. It will take some time to upgrade the grade of the 2 divine weapons with the Blood River crystal iron. However, with my methods, I will definitely be able to complete it within a month at the latest. For the time being, you can stay here with me," Tai Laiyuan said. After Tai Laiyuan greeted Fang Qin, he couldn't wait to start refining. Fang Qin, on the other hand, had nothing to do, so he carefully observed Tai Laiyuan's refining techniques. Time passed in a blink of an eye. Half a month later, the red glass sword was completely repaired. After fusing with the Blood River crystal iron, it emitted a dazzling light. In the end, the grade of the red glass sword exceeded Fang Qin's expectations and reached the 9th level. Level 9, Divine Weapon. Fang Qin was extremely excited. Of course, there was another reason for his excitement. Watching Tai Laiyuan forge a weapon, Zhang Xian's comprehension of the way of blacksmithing had unknowingly increased. In the past half a month, his refining realm had quietly risen to 5 stars. This, Fang Qin smiled brightly and continued watching. It was easier to upgrade the hidden star sword. Tai Laiyuan finished forging about a week before the month-long deadline. Boom! Flames soared into the sky, and a scorching aura spread out. Tai Laiyuan looked at the 2 divine weapons on the refining table and laughed. However, when he saw Fang Qin, he was stunned. This kid is also a divine blacksmith. With Tai Laiyuan's status, he could tell that Fang Qin was a divine blacksmith. He entered an epiphany after watching me. Tai Laiyuan did not disturb Fang Qin. After half an hour, Fang Qin woke up from his epiphany. At this time, his artifact crafting level had reached the 7 stars realm. Not bad. Such a young 7-star divine blacksmith has great potential. Tai Laiyuan praised. "I don't dare to talk about my refining potential in front of you," Fang Qin said modestly. "Kid, if you are willing to focus on refining weapons, I can give you some guidance," Tai Laiyuan said. Fang Qin shook his head. Voila! Tai Laiyuan threw the 2 divine weapons to Fang Qin. Great! Fang Qin was very excited when he felt the fluctuations from the 2 divine weapons. The red glass sword and the hidden star sword were the result of Fang Qin's hard work. After reaching the 9th rank, their power was boundless, as expected of a 9th rank divine weapon. Fang Qin sighed inwardly. He then thanked Tai Laiyuan. "Thank you, Senior." "I still have to thank you. I found the Blood River crystal iron so easily after searching for so long." Tai Laiyuan was in a good mood. After chatting with Tai Lai Yuan for a while, Fang Chen left Black River Mountain. On the way back to Green Bamboo Island, he went back to the devil-subduing world and left the red glass sword with his clone. His main body continued to use the hidden star sword. Everything was ready. Next was to wait for the sword origin fruit to ripen. Unknowingly, the 3-month deadline was approaching. During this period, not only did Fang Chen convert the true meaning of dreamland to the true meaning of illusion, but he also cultivated the true meaning of illusion to the 6th grade realm. The true meaning of illusion was a transcendent grade, true meaning. Combined with the true meaning of space-time, its life-saving ability was simply super strong. In the lower realm, unless it was an eternal realm expert, otherwise, almost no one could capture Fang Chen's body. Of course, if Emperor Blackblade and Yuan Gu joined forces to seal the void, it would be hard to say. After all, to be able to become an expert at the level of one of the 5 giants, their strength was simply not what ordinary people could imagine. Their means were often unimaginable. The sword origin fruit that ripened once every 30,000 years shook the entire lower realm. All the experts' eyes were focused on the Yuan clan's sacred ground. However, they only watched and did not dare to make trouble at all. Not to mention other things. Just the foundation of the Yuan clan's sacred ground was enough to make them unable to make a comeback forever. Ever since the sword origin tree existed, no one had obtained the sword origin fruit from the Yuan clan. This time, the fight for the sword origin fruit was also unusually fierce. Fang Chen had already adjusted his body to the best state and was ready for battle. In the Yuan clan's sacred ground, all the clansmen were incomparably excited. Such an opportunity only came once every 30,000 years. If they missed it, there would be no more. If they could swallow the sword origin fruit, they would be able to soar into the sky. Fang Chen still felt the attraction of the sword origin fruit. When he came to the Yuan clan's sacred ground alone, the entire sacred ground was very noisy. The life and death realm emperors who usually stayed in seclusion also came out one after another. There was no cultivation limit in the competition for the sword origin fruit. As long as one was a Yuan clan clansman, they could participate. Therefore, Fang Chen's biggest opponent this time was not the younger generation who had been defeated by him, but the older generation life and death realm emperors, although their potential was limited, and some might not be able to break through to the eternal realm in their lifetime. However, the unimaginable attack methods they had developed were impossible to guard against. 3 months ago, Realm Lord Fuemo had also repeatedly warned Fang Chen to be careful. The competition for the sword origin fruit would only begin tomorrow. He came early today just to familiarize himself with the venue. The reception elder arranged a residence for Fang Chen. "Sanguinati, this is your residence," the reception elder said impatiently. If it wasn't for the patriarch's order to not provoke Sanguinati, he would have killed him with one palm. "This?" Fang Chen frowned. "How is this a residence for humans? This is a storeroom." It was no wonder that Fang Chen was angry. He was actually arranged to live in a storeroom. "Brat, arranging a storeroom is already good enough for you. If you have the ability, don't stay here," the reception elder said disdainfully. Fang Chen suppressed his anger and sneered. "Is this how the dignified Yuan clan receives guests?" The reception elder rolled his eyes at Fang Chen and said, "Are you a guest?" At this moment, a hothead ran over. "Sanguinati, don't be arrogant. Giving you a storeroom is already thinking highly of you." "I'd rather be looked down upon by the Yuan clan," Fang Chen sneered. "Sanguinati, what are you being arrogant for? If you have the ability, suppress your cultivation and fight with me. If you can defeat me, I'll give you my residence. If you're defeated, scram back to where you came from," the person said arrogantly. "Okay." Fang Chen's eyes lit up and he asked with a smile, "Are you serious?" "Of course. Why would I, Yuan Mo, lie to you? Moreover, the reception elder can testify," Yuan Mo said. Seeing this, the reception elder nodded lightly and said, "To be fair, Sanguinati, you have to suppress your cultivation to one level lower than Yuan-Mo." Fong-Chin had the urge to vomit blood. This was the so-called fairness. The Yuan clan had gone too far. Chapter 1590. Yuan-Mo was a genius in the second tier of the Yuan clan. He had also entered the ancestral land of inheritance, but his fame had been completely suppressed by Yuan Liang and the others. After returning, he had been cultivating in the Yuan clan's sacred ground, and his strength had steadily increased. Now his cultivation had reached the 8th level of the creation realm. Yuan-Mo naturally knew how crazy Sanguinati was. Originally, he wanted to let Sanguinati suppress his cultivation and then fight with him. However, the reception elder deliberately let Sanguinati suppress his cultivation level to be on the safe side. In this way, it would be very difficult for Sanguinati to defeat him with his cultivation level of the 7th level of the creation realm. Most importantly, Yuan-Mo had asked the master blacksmith in the clan to upgrade his divine weapon to the 8th level not long ago. "Sanguinati, if you don't dare to agree, I won't force you. You can stay in this storeroom if you want." This was a blatant look down on him. Fong-Chin clenched his fists, and a disdainful smile appeared on his face. "A clown like you only dares to challenge me like this," Fong-Chin said, "not to mention suppressing one level. Even if I suppress 2 levels to deal with trash like you, I can easily destroy you." Since the other party didn't give him face, he didn't need to give him face either. Fong-Chen's words were very arrogant. It directly angered Yuan-Mo, and the latter's aura shook. "Sanguinati, you're courting death," Yuan-Mo shouted. "If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't, then get lost." Sanguinati said impatiently, "Sanguinati, this is the Yuan clan. Don't be presumptuous." Yuan-Mo took a step forward and came to a flat ground. He held the 8th level divine weapon in his hand and faced Fong-Chin. The clamor that occurred here attracted many martial artists of the younger generation. Among them were Yuan Liang and the others who had fought with Fong-Chin. "Sanguinati." Yuan Liang saw Sanguinati and clenched his fists in anger. However, he knew the difference between him and Sanguinati. "Why would Yuan-Mo challenge Sanguinati?" asked Yuan Liao. "Is there something wrong with his brain?" Yuan Qian asked, puzzled. "No, there's something wrong," Yuan Jiaojia said in a low voice. At that moment, the reception elder said loudly, "Sanguinati, Yuan-Ma's cultivation is at the 8th level of the creation realm. According to the rules, you have to suppress your cultivation to the 7th level of the creation realm. Otherwise, you will be breaking the rules." There was a hint of threat in the envoy elder's words. "To deal with trash like him, I can even suppress my cultivation by 1 level." Fong-Chin sneered, looking down on Yuan-Mo. "Sanguinati, you're courting death." Yuan-Mo was enraged. He brandished his 8th-ranked divine weapon as an icy aura gushed forth. Fong-Chen's 6th-level creation realm aura surged out from his body. "Even if I'm at the 6th level of the Fate realm, I can still defeat you." Fong-Chen deliberately provoked Yuan-Mo by suppressing his cultivation to the 6th level of the creation realm. Seeing that Yuan-Mo's attack was about to reach him, Fong-Chen suddenly threw a punch. This punch seemed to be able to shatter heaven and earth. Everyone around was amazed, and even Elder Lien turned pale with fright. Bang! As expected, Yuan-Mo was sent flying by Fong-Chen's punch. "You're too weak." Fong-Chen sneered as he looked down at Yuan-Mo, who was lying on the ground. Yuan-Mo was so angry that he vomited blood and fainted. "Yuan clan's genius is just SOSO." Fong-Chen sneered, glanced at the reception elder, and swaggered to the luxurious house next to him. "Sanguinati, you've gone too far." The person who spoke was Yuan Qian. Yuan Qian had been defeated by Fong-Chin in the ancestral land. Now that he had the chance, he had to get back at Yuan-Mo. Why is the Yuan clan going back on their word? Fong-Chin said in a low voice, "Sanguinati, weren't you very capable and arrogant just now? I, Yuan Qian, will challenge you. I don't believe that you can defeat me at the 6th level of the creation realm, Yuan Qian said shamelessly. Fang Qin pursed his lips. Yuan clan's people were indeed shameless. Yuan Qian could even say such words. He was indeed a disciple of the Yuan clan. Fang Qin turned around, glanced at Yuan Qian, and then looked at Yuan Liang. I know that you also want to take this opportunity to fight with me. Fang Qin said, I'll say it here today. Yuan clan's disciples have all been defeated by me. I have nothing to fear. If anyone wants to challenge me, bring it on. Even if you want to join forces to attack me, it's fine. At this moment, Fang Qian's attitude was extremely arrogant. His voice shocked everyone. The reception elder frowned, not knowing what to say for a moment. Yuan Liang walked out step by step and stared at Fang Qian with narrowed eyes. Sanguinati, I admit that you are very strong and are a hero among the younger generation, but you are too arrogant. You are not qualified to challenge all the younger generation of the Yuan clan as a 6th level creation realm martial artist, Yuan Liang said coldly. If I use my full strength, would the younger generation of the Yuan clan still dare to attack me? Fang Qian said sarcastically. For a moment, Yuan Liang did not know what to say. It's useless to say more. Come on. Let me see if you, the so-called strongest person of the Yuan clan's younger generation, have the demeanor of Yuan Ming back then. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Boom Yuan Liang attacked, his 9th level creation realm cultivation instantly erupting. He launched a fierce and domineering attack, attacking Fang Qian at lightning speed. Bang! Fang Qian exchanged a punch with him, and his body retreated slightly. Trash! Yuan Liang sneered. Fang Qian was completely speechless about the Yuan clan. The reception elder was watching him covetously and forcing him to suppress his cultivation. Yuan Liang, who was at the 9th level of the creation realm, dared to say such words after forcing him, who was at the 6th level of the creation realm, to retreat slightly. Who is trash? Fang Qian did not hold back and took out the hidden star sword. Swoosh! A 9th level divine weapon was extremely powerful. The hidden star sword streaked across a strange trajectory in the void, and a resplendent sword light burst out in an instant and shot towards Yuan Liang. Puchi! Yuan Liang's fist was pierced by the sword light, and he quickly dodged. No! Yuan Liang roared as he felt a trace of danger. Bang! At the critical moment, the reception elder attacked and defeated the sword light. Why is the young one losing and the old one can't help but attack? Fang Qian sneered. The reception elder's face was indifferent and a little unhappy, but he still held it in. Sanguinati, this matter ends here. Stay here obediently and don't move around. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. With that, the reception elder dismissed the Yuan clan disciples and glared at Fang Qian fiercely before turning around and leaving. In a luxurious courtyard, Fang Qian sat on the stone bench with a calm expression on his face. With the deterrence of Hidden Demon Realm Lord and the Yuan Demon Sword, the upper echelons of the Yuan clan would not dare to attack him. The rest of the younger generation was nothing to be afraid of. The only thing I need to worry about is those old farts of the Yuan clan. Fang Qian said inwardly. If it was a one-on-one battle, he would not be afraid of low-level life and death realm emperors. However, the competition for the sword origin fruit was set by the Yuan clan. He was afraid that the Yuan clan would tamper with the rules. However, since things had already come to this, there was no other way. Yuan clan's holy land, sacred palace. You are the life and death realm emperors that I value the most. This time, you must obtain the sword origin fruit no matter what. Yuan Gu stood with his hands behind his back and said in a deep voice. Behind him, 9 figures stood side by side, emitting a terrifying aura. The 9 of them were the life and death realm emperors that Yuan Gu had carefully nurtured. They had never appeared in the world before. This time, the 9 of them were summoned by Yuan Gu for the ripening of the sword origin fruit. Patriarch, don't worry. As long as it's not a powerhouse on the universe combat power list, the 9 of us are 100% confident. That's right. The 9 sword origin fruits will belong to the 9 of us. No outsider will get it. Yuan Gu trusted the 9 of them. I have great confidence in you guys. However, during this competition, pay attention to one person. Yuan Gu said, "His name is Sanguinati, an enemy of our Yuan clan. However, due to the mysterious powerhouse behind him, I can't make a move. Patriarch, how strong is this person? He hasn't stepped into the life and death realm." Hearing this, the 9 of them became even more confident. Don't worry. This competition for the sword origin fruit will be the day of his death. We won't let him leave the Yuan clan's holy land safely. How can an enemy of our Yuan clan be allowed to live freely? Moreover, he came to participate in the competition for the sword origin fruit. What a joke! The 9 of them expressed their stance. They had already treated Sanguinati as their prey. Since ancient times, it had always been the hunter who hunted the prey. I hope this guy can give us a surprise. The 9 of them laughed sinisterly. Chapter 1591. The next day, the day of the sword origin fruit competition, finally arrived. Fang Chen followed the crowd to the plaza. Countless Yuan clan disciples stood densely in the huge square. Roughly estimating, there were more than 3,000 people. Among them, there were more than 80 life and death monarchs, and the rest were creation realm cultivators. As for heavenly body realm cultivators, they didn't even have the right to participate. Even if they participated, it wouldn't help. Out of Fang Chen's expectations, he saw Zi Dao in the crowd. He also got a spot? Fang Chen guessed. Right at this moment, Zi Dao turned and looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen felt that the Yuan race disciples had a lot of evil intentions towards him, especially the 9 figures in the front row. They gave him a dangerous feeling. Looks like it'll be a little difficult to get the sword origin fruit. Actually, Fang Chen also had his own trump card. If he used the true intent of illusion and the true intent of time and space, even if he couldn't win, he would be invincible. In the crowd, everyone was discussing. At this moment, Yuan Gu appeared. Monarch Blackblade was by his side. Greetings, Patriarch. Greetings, Consecrator. In the plaza, everyone shouted in unison. Fang Chen nodded. It turned out that Blackblade Monarch had become a consecrator of the Yuan race. No wonder the Yuan race would give Zi Dao a spot. Looks like in order to help Zi Dao get a spot, Blackblade Monarch had also put in a lot of effort. Everyone. Yuan Gu waved his hand and said, "The sword origin fruit of the Yuan race's guardian tree, the sword origin tree, ripens once every 30,000 years. And this time, the 9 sword origin fruits are about to ripen. Today, the competition will be held. Only the final 9 winners have the right to enjoy the sword origin fruits." Yuan Gu's words successfully ignited the fighting spirit of everyone in the plaza. "Patriarch, let's start quickly. I can't wait." Everyone shouted. Yuan Gu waved his hand to signal for everyone to be quiet, and then started to announce the rules of this competition. This competition will be divided into 5 rounds. The first round will be a mixed battle, and only 1,000 people can advance to the second round. Yuan Gu laughed and said, "The remaining 1,000 people will enter the second round," and so on and so forth. The final 9 people will be decided in the 5th round. Below there was a commotion. Everyone was waiting for the battle to begin. Wally Yuan Gu and Monarch Black Blade joined forces and set up a battlefield in the void. All the participating martial artists will enter the battlefield. If he was no match for his opponent, he could withdraw from the battlefield. Swords and spears have no eyes on the battlefield. Let's stop here. After Yuan Gu finished speaking, he opened the battlefield. A dense crowd of martial artists rushed in. Fang Qin also followed the large group and entered the battlefield. Let the first round begin. As Yuan Gu's voice faded, a deafening roar immediately resounded throughout the battlefield. The disciples of the Yuan race attacked, one after another. At this moment, everyone was an enemy. Every person that was eliminated would increase his chances. However, just as Fang Qin was about to make a move, he felt that he was being watched. It's those 9 people. Fang Qin felt that these 9 people's auras were somewhat strange and were approaching him. Without hesitation, he cast the Time Book Divine spell and disappeared from the battlefield. Yes, where is he? When the 9 of them arrived, they found nothing. They couldn't sense Fang Qin's existence at all. Damn it, this kid must have some concealment secret art. Search carefully. The 9 of them ignored the chaotic battle and carefully searched for Fang Qin. The battle progressed quickly and fiercely. Many weak disciples felt that their lives were in danger and directly admitted defeat. Below, Yuan Gu and Monarch Black Blade exchanged a glance and smiled. Brother Black Blade, do you think Sanguinati can survive this round? Monarch Black Blade shook his head and said, It'll be extremely difficult. How could Monarch Black Blade not know that Yuan Gu had already arranged for a life and death emperor to deal with Fang Qin? Most likely he was already dead by now. If he dies on the battlefield, that mysterious expert will have nothing to say. Even the Yuan demon sword won't speak up for him. Yuan Gu smiled. An hour later, there were still 1,000 people left on the battlefield. The closer it was to the end, the crueler and fiercer the battle became. No one dared to act rashly. Otherwise, they would face danger. However, there were still some who couldn't resist. 2 hours later, there were only 1,000 people left on the battlefield. Huff, it's finally over. Most of the martial artists scanned the battlefield with their spiritual sense and discovered that there were only 1,000 people left on the battlefield. Only 1,000 people could advance in the first round of the chaotic battle. Haha, we advanced to the second round. At this moment, many people let out cheerful laughter. If the battle dragged on a little longer, they would definitely be eliminated. Fortunately, they persevered. However, just as everyone was about to let down their guard, a voice suddenly rang out. With a bang, a martial artist near the edge of the battlefield was directly kicked off the battlefield by a large foot that appeared out of nowhere. It's over. Fang Qin's figure leisurely appeared from the void and grinned. Seeing this, everyone was somewhat stupefied. The first round is over. At this moment, Yuan Gu's voice sounded. The battlefield was cleared, and 1,000 people landed in the center of the plaza. Sanguinati, I'll kill you. The martial artist who was kicked away by Sanguinati couldn't accept this fact and charged at him. Bang! He was once again mercilessly kicked away by Sanguinati. Sanguinati, you've gone too far. Everyone was infuriated. On the platform, Yuan Gu and Monarch Black Blade frowned slightly. Sanguinati, the battle is already over. Do you really think my Yuan race is afraid of you? Said Yuan Gu. Patriarch Yuan, you also saw that he was the one who attacked me first. Am I not allowed to fight back? Asked Fang Qin. Patriarch Sanguinati is too despicable. He hid in the dark and attacked me when I wasn't paying attention. Said that person hastily. Shut up. Don't you find it embarrassing? Yuan Gu's expression was gloomy. After being scolded by Yuan Gu, that person lowered his head and left. After this interlude, Yuan Gu glanced coldly at Fang Qin and then said, The first round was just the appetizer. The following trials will be life-threatening at any moment. If you're afraid, you can withdraw now. Yuan Gu swept his gaze over everyone. No one withdrew. What a joke. They had barely managed to stand out in the first round. Who would withdraw? Very good. If no one withdraws, then you'll have 15 minutes to rest. After that, the second round will begin, said Yuan Gu. Everyone used every second to recover their energy. The 9 people at the front looked thoughtfully at Sanguinati. Killing intent appeared in the depths of their eyes. Black River Archipelago, Black River Island, in front of a thatched cottage. Tai Lai Yuan had many friends and was very well informed. He quickly learned that Sanguinati was also participating in the fight for the sword origin fruits. This brat has some ability. He actually managed to get a spot from the Yuan race, smiled Tai Lai Yuan. No matter what, I still owe this brat a favor. He'll definitely be rejected by the Yuan race. I'll go and help him. Tai Lai Yuan waved his hand, and the space in front of him tore open. He stepped through. Not long after, Tai Lai Yuan arrived at the Yuan race's sacred land. Yuan Gu and Monarch Blackblade were the first to discover Tai Lai Yuan's arrival. What wind has brought a god like you here? Yuan Gu personally came out to welcome him. Tai Lai Yuan appeared and laughed. Yuan Gu, I trust you've been well since we last met. Tai Lai Yuan, I didn't think you'd like to join in the fun. As they spoke, the three of them landed on the main stage. Tai Lai Yuan's status was extraordinary, so Yuan Gu didn't dare to not give him face. The square below instantly burst into an uproar. Isn't that the #1 blacksmith, Divine Sovereign Tai Lai Yuan? Yeah, why has Divine Sovereign Tai Lai Yuan come to the Yuan race? It really is Divine Sovereign Tai Lai Yuan. He actually came. Many of the Yuan race's disciples had heard of Tai Lai Yuan. Now that they saw him in person, they were incomparably excited. Everyone's eyes were focused on Tai Lai Yuan. The Yuan race's sword origin fruits are supreme treasures of the lower realms. It only ripens once every 30,000 years. To be able to see it once, it's worth the trip, said Tai Lai Yuan. I think that's not your only goal, right? Yuan Gu looked directly at Tai Lai Yuan. Tai Lai Yuan laughed heartily. Of course not. I'm here to cheer for my brother. At this time, it was Yuan Gu and Monarch Blackblade's turn to be surprised. Tai Lai Yuan's brother was also participating in the competition? Could this brother of Tai Lai Yuan be someone from the Yuan race? Thinking of this, Yuan Gu felt inexplicably excited. The people below also exchanged glances, not knowing who Tai Lai Yuan was talking about. Chapter 1592. Cheering for my brother. Yuan wouldn't have cared if someone else had said that, but it was Tai Lai Yuan who was ranked first on the blacksmith leaderboard. He was the leader of the Yuan clan, one of the 5 overlords. However, he had to be respectful to Tai Lai Yuan. Although Tai Lai Yuan was only a divine blacksmith, his means and connections were frightening. Many years ago, Yuan Gu had tried to rope Tai Lai Yuan in, but it had been to no avail. He hadn't expected Tai Lai Yuan to come to the Yuan clan to cheer for his brother. What was going on? Yuan Gu and Emperor He Run were confused. However, Yuan Gu suppressed his curiosity and asked, May I know who has the ability to become your brother? Tai Lai Yuan. Actually, Yuan Gu was somewhat expectant when he asked this question. After all, Tai Lai Yuan's brother was a member of his Yuan clan. If that was the case, it would be great. It's him. Tai Lai Yuan's gaze swept across the crowd and landed on Fong Qin. Then he pointed at Fong Qin. Immediately, everyone in the square focused their attention on Fong Qin. How is that possible? Yuan Gu and Emperor Blackblade cried out involuntarily as their expressions changed drastically. The square below was also in an uproar. All the disciples of the Yuan clan widened their eyes and looked at Fong Qin in disbelief. He's actually Tai Lai Yuan's brother. What's going on? How did he get acquainted with Tai Lai Yuan? Why is this damned guy so lucky? Many cultivators were filled with jealousy after the initial shock. Then it turned into hatred. How could he be Tai Lai Yuan's brother? It wasn't fair. However, in this world, the strong were respected. There was no such thing as absolute fairness. Fong Qin pursed his lips as everyone stared at him. He didn't want to be too high profile, but Tai Lai Yuan's words had pushed him into the limelight. Under everyone's gaze, Fong Qin stood up and cupped his fists at Tai Laiyuan. I have high hopes for you. Work hard. Tai Laiyuan nodded. Yuan Gu and Monarch Blackblade looked at each other helplessly. Before this, they had planned to kill Fong Qin in the competition. Now it seemed that it was almost impossible. Of all his calculations, he did not expect Tai Laiyuan to come. Moreover, he called Fong Qin his brother. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Yuan Gu smiled awkwardly and broke the deadlock. He then said, So this Green Bamboo Island master is your brother, Tai Laiyuan. I was wondering who it was. So it's Island Lord Green Bamboo, said Monarch Blackblade. Tai Laiyuan sat down in the center of the rostrum. Yuegu, do you mind if I watch? Tai Laiyuan asked. Of course not. I couldn't ask for more, Yuan Gu said with a smile. Tai Laiyuan nodded and said, Since your Yuan clan allowed my brother and I to compete for a spot, then it should be a fair competition. I don't want my brother to be treated unfairly. Tai Liuan's words carried a hint of warning. Hearing this, Yuan Gu's eyes flickered, and then he said, Don't worry. My Yuan clan is one of the 3 god clans. Why would we do such a thing? Then he and Monarch Blackblade looked at each other and then sat down on the rostrum. On the plaza below, the eyes of the 9 people in the front row were filled with cold, killing intent. They turned their heads and glanced at Fong Qin. Boss, what should we do now? Asked one of them. Yes, boss. Tai Laiyuan is watching from above. We'll definitely be discovered once we make a move. A few of them were asking for their boss's opinion. The latter pondered for a moment and then said, Don't act rashly. Wait for my command. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. The 1,000 martial artists participating in the competition were almost fully rested. At this moment, Yuan Gu stood up and announced the 2nd round of the competition. The 2nd round of the competition is about to begin. I hereby announce, the location of the 2nd round of the competition is Yuanlong Peak. The 3 words Yuanlong Peak caused an uproar in the crowd. Yuanlong Peak was one of the forbidden areas of the Yuan clan. Under normal circumstances, martial artists of the younger generation were not qualified to enter. Even among the older generation, only life and death realm monarchs could barely enter. But now the location of the 2nd round of the competition was actually Yuanlong Peak. Everyone looked at Yuan Gu with burning eyes. The latter nodded and continued. Yuanlong Peak is the cultivation, holy land of the Yuan clan. There are a total of 9 steps on Yuanlong Peak. As long as you can step on the 5th step, you'll be considered to have advanced. If you can reach the top, you'll advance to the finals of the 5th round. Rumble. At the same time, Yuanlong Peak was officially open to the public. Under Yuan Gu's lead, the 1,000 participants arrived at the foot of Yuanlong Peak. Looking from afar, Yuanlong Peak looked like a huge dragon coiling around a mountain peak. It was said that the origin of Yuanlong Peak was very mysterious. Even the Yuan clan was not clear about it. However, there was no doubt that there was a great resistance to stepping on Yuanlong Peak. The slightest carelessness would cause serious injuries or even death. Standing at the foot of Yuanlong Peak, Fong Qin felt a terrifying aura spreading out. So oppressive, Fong Qin said inwardly. The aura on Yuanlong Peak gave people a very strange feeling. Fong Qin stared at Yuanlong Peak carefully. The Yuan clan disciples also looked at Yuanlong Peak curiously. Yuan Gu, you're really generous. You actually opened Yuanlong Peak for a competition. Clearly, Tai Laiyuan knew more about Yuanlong Peak. The sword origin fruit will belong to the strongest 9 people in the end. Therefore, it's a comprehensive test, Yuan Gu said in a deep voice. Among the 1,000 participants, Zi Dao and Sanguinati were the only ones who were from the Yuan clan. Therefore, even if Yuanlong Peak was opened, it was equivalent to the Yuan clan opening it up internally. There was no loss. Moreover, the 2nd round of the competition had chosen Yuanlong Peak to deal with Sanguinati. It was even more wishful thinking for someone who was not from the Yuan clan to climb Yuanlong Peak. At this moment, Black Blade Monarch's expression changed. However, he still chose to believe in his disciple. Zidao, Yuanlong Peak is not ordinary. Don't force yourself. Just climb the 5th step. Black Blade Monarch secretly transmitted his voice to Zidao. Zidao nodded in response. All right, let the competition begin. Yuangu waved his hand and lit up an incense stick in the air. After 1 incense stick's worth of time, all those who have not reached the 5th step will be eliminated, Yuangu said. Immediately, 1,000 cultivators scrambled to climb Yuanlong Peak. This is Yuanlong Peak. When Fong Qin stepped onto Yuanlong Peak, he suddenly felt a shock in his mind. Then a dragon roar resounded in the sky. A horrifying aura surged in from all directions, pressing down on Fong Qin. Could it be that the legends are true? That a true dragon came here before? Fong Qin's heart trembled. What was that dragon roar just now? From afar, Yuanlong Peak looked like a true dragon coiled around it. Could it be that all of this is true? The horrifying aura blocked Fong Qin's path forward. The perfect, simplified body cannot block it at all. This energy can seep into my body. Fong Qin's expression changed drastically. The sword-shaped runes on his skin quickly dissipated. He wanted to use the space-time book, but he shockingly discovered that the space here was different from the outside world. Even the space-time book could not be used. Damn it! Fong Qin cursed as he watched the disciples of the Yuan clan step onto the 2nd step one by one. Fong Qin realized that Yuanlong Peak rejected outsiders. He turned his head and saw that Zidao was in the same situation as him, struggling to resist the obstruction of the horrifying energy. Buzz! Fong Qin took a deep breath. He was trying to resist the horrifying aura. The dragon's roar reverberated in his mind. However, just as Fong Qin was caught between a rock and a hard place, the undying flame suddenly erupted from his qi. Then the essence blood of the undying bird instantly appeared. In the blink of an eye, the undying bird's aura covered Fong Qin's entire body. Suddenly, the terrifying power that came from all directions disappeared without a trace. Could that aura really be the aura of a true dragon? In ancient times, the true dragon and the undying bird belonged to the category of divine beasts. Now, even the perfect, simplified body could not resist that energy, but the undying bird's aura could. Could it have sensed it too? Fong Qin looked inside his body. The undying bird's aura surrounded him, protecting him. Seeing this, Fong Qin grinned. Then he took a step forward. Yuan Gu looked at the martial artists on Yuanlong Peak with a faint smile on his face. Sanguinati's potential is strong, but I'm afraid he can't climb Yuanlong Peak, said Black Blade Emperor. Yuan Gu nodded with a smile. Don't jump to conclusions until the end. Tai Laiyuan, although Sanguinati is your brother, you should know more about Yuanlong Peak. However, you should be clearer than me about the situation at Origin Dragon Peak. Emperor Black Blade smiled. Tai Liyuan's face was solemn. However, at this moment, Fong Qin, who had been motionless all this time, moved. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he stepped onto the 2nd staircase. I knew my brother wouldn't be trapped by a mere Yuanlong Peak. Tai Laiyuan was very happy. It's just the 2nd staircase, said Black Blade Emperor. Humph, your disciple didn't even reach the 2nd staircase, said Tai Laiyuan. Black Blade Emperor's expression changed. Just as he was about to say something, Yuan Gu stopped him. Brother Black Blade, why argue about this? Let's just wait for the results, said Yuan Gu. Black Blade Emperor laughed. That's right. Let's wait for the results. The process isn't important when climbing Yuanlong Peak. The results speak for themselves. Just as Black Blade finished speaking, Violet Blade stepped onto the 2nd staircase. He was very happy that Violet Blade had made him proud. Some of the Yuan disciples had already stepped onto the fifth staircase. However, after stepping onto the fifth staircase, many of them slowed down. Some even stopped at the fifth staircase and gave up. The 9 people at the front were climbing with all their might. Their goal was the peak of the Origin Dragon Peak. Chapter 1594. The Origin Dragon Peak was the sacred cultivation ground of the Yuan race. Since ancient times, no outsider had ever been able to withstand the repulsive force of the Origin Dragon Peak. There were 9 staircases on Yuanlong Peak, and each staircase contained a terrifying power. When this power seeped into one's mind, not only did one have a strong physical defense, but one could also withstand it. The Origin Dragon Peak tested many aspects and honed one's overall abilities. The 9 strongest members of the Yuan race were all geniuses that Yuan Gu had secretly nurtured. However, only 3 of them had stepped onto the 8th step. From this, one could see how strong the repulsive force of the Origin Dragon Peak was. There were no lack of outstanding geniuses in the Yuan race's history. Every generation, there would be one person who would step onto the Origin Dragon Peak. Any genius who stepped onto the Origin Dragon Peak would become the strongest generation in the Yuan race's history. However, ever since Yuan Gu had become the clan leader, no one had been able to step onto the Origin Dragon Peak. Back in the day, before Yuan Gu had become the clan leader, he had attempted to climb the Origin Dragon Peak, but had failed in the end. If he had been able to reach the peak, he would have already stepped into the divine world. But now, an outsider who had not even reached the life and death realm had easily stepped onto the 9th step. Is this real? The entire Origin Dragon Peak was filled with cries of surprise. Some people even rubbed their eyes hard, thinking that everything before them was an illusion. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How can an outsider conquer the Origin Dragon Peak? This is all fake, I don't believe it. There are so many outstanding geniuses in the Yuan race, but none of them have been able to step onto the Origin Dragon Peak. What right does Sanguinati have? The clamor resounded throughout the entire space. Even Yuan Gu and Emperor Blackblade, who were below, were completely dumbfounded. Tai Lai Yuan, who was standing at the side, was smiling. Previously, he was full of confidence in Feng Qin. In fact, it was also because he supported Feng Qin. In fact, he did not think that Feng Qin would be able to reach the peak either. However, this was reality. It was always filled with miracles and inconceivable things. Feng Qin stood tall and straight on the 9th step. A dense aura instantly enveloped his body. At this moment, Feng Qin was incomparably dazzling. Everyone's gaze shifted to the peak of Yuanlong Peak in shock. How is this possible? After a long time, Yuan Gu woke up from his shock, his face covered in a gloomy expression. A hint of killing intent appeared in the depths of his eyes as he looked at Feng Qin. He knew better than anyone else what it meant to reach the summit of the Origin Dragon Peak. Even if they were from the same clan, if they reached the top, their future achievements would be limitless. And this person was an outsider who had some grudges with the Yuan race. It was impossible for Yuan Gu to allow such a threat to continue growing. If there came a day when he grew to the point where he could threaten the Yuan clan, it would be too late for regrets. From this moment on, Yuan Gu finally began to take Feng Qin seriously. In the past, although he hated Feng Qin, he thought that Feng Qin was just an ant who did whatever he wanted just because he had someone backing him. But now he didn't think so. "Damnable fellow," Monarch Blackblade said grimly. He did not care what it meant to step onto the Origin Dragon Peak. He only knew that his disciple, Purple Blade, had gained another competitor. This was only the 2nd round, but it was already so intense. What did I say? My brother. When have you ever lost face for me? Tai Lai Yuan knew how Yuan Gu and Monarch Blackblade felt, so he intentionally struck a blow. It's only the 2nd round. It's nothing. Yuan Gu suppressed his anger and said, "As long as my brother enters the finals, He'll definitely occupy a spot. Tai Lai Yuan said confidently. He had personally experienced Fang Chen's abnormal concealment ability. If not for him, who would be able to discover Fang Chen's concealment ability? Even if he enters the finals, it won't matter. Monarch Black Blade said indifferently. After all, the two were at the level of the 5 tycoons. They quickly restrained their emotions and calmly watched the scene. At this moment, at the summit of the Origin Dragon Peak, a dense true dragon chi wrapped around his body and continuously seeped into it. So comfortable. Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Originally, true dragon chi was the biggest obstacle for martial artists to step onto the Origin Dragon Peak. But after reaching the summit, they discovered that true dragon chi was a great tonic. After the true dragon chi entered his body, it rapidly merged with the undying bird chi and continuously nourished Fang Chen's body. In a short moment, Fang Chen's body underwent a huge transformation. As expected of the Origin Dragon Peak, Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. If he wasn't an outsider, he might really be able to step into the life and death realm under this nourishment. Even so, Fang Chen felt his Yuan spirit tremble. He seemed to have caught a glimpse of the threshold to the life and death realm. The true dragon, Qi, gradually dissipated from Fang Chen's body. At this moment, everyone's body trembled, feeling an enormous pressure. The 3 on the 8th staircase were incomparably ashamed. Thinking back to how they had mocked Fang Chen, they wished they could find a hole to hide in. Fortunately, Fang Chen ignored them. Standing on the 5th staircase, Purple Blade's face was filled with a complicated expression. Ever since he had made his debut, he had never lost in the younger generation. However, ever since he inherited the ancestral land, he had been defeated by Sanguinati one after another. Now, Sanguinati had suppressed everyone and reached the top of the Origin Dragon Peak. Purple Blade's heart was filled with complicated emotions. Unknowingly, he had already regarded Fang Chen as his lifelong rival. His greatest goal in life was to catch up to Sanguinati, surpass Sanguinati, and defeat him fair and square. Sanguinati, one day I will defeat you. Purple Blade clenched his fists and roared in his heart. Although Fang Chen had greatly provoked him, Purple Blade didn't give up. There were still the 3rd and 4th rounds. He must strive to enter the finals. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the incense stick in the void had completely burned out. The 2nd round is up. Yuan Gu's voice spread throughout the entire Origin Dragon Peak. All disciples below the 5th staircase are eliminated. Immediately, the disciples below the 5th staircase came down from the Origin Dragon Peak unwillingly. It was just the 2nd round, and 800 people were eliminated. Only 200 people out of 1,000 stepped onto the 5th staircase. Of course, the most dazzling one among them was Sanguinati. He had successfully reached the top of the Origin Dragon Peak and directly advanced to the finals. The 200 of you have successfully advanced to the next round. Sanguinati has reached the top of the Origin Dragon Peak and directly advanced to the finals. There is no need to participate in the 3rd and 4th rounds, Yuan Gu said in a deep voice. After speaking, his gaze fell on Fang Chen. Sanguinati, you can choose to go back and rest or continue to watch the battle, Yuan Gu said. As he spoke, the 200 people who had advanced walked down from the Origin Dragon Peak in a single file. I choose to watch the battle. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Although he had advanced to the finals, he didn't know anything about his opponent. The 3rd and 4th rounds were a good opportunity for him to familiarize himself with his opponent. Yuan Gu nodded and looked at the others. I'll give you an hour to rest. After speaking, his figure flashed and returned to the square. When everyone left, the Origin Dragon Peak closed again. Kid, you always surprise me. Tai Lai Yuan walked in front of Fang Chen and said with a smile, I've made a fool of myself in front of Senior. Fang Chen said modestly. Tai Lai Yuan stroked his beard and said, You're already so dazzling. yet you're still so humble. Why didn't I see you being humble just now? Before stepping onto the top of the Origin Dragon Peak, the people of the Yuan race were all mocking Fang Qin. The latter was not to be outdone and attacked. Fang Qin smiled awkwardly when he heard that. At that time he was also swayed by his emotion, so he counterattacked. Now that he thought about it, there was really no need to pay attention to those shameless people. Tai Lai Yuan admired Fang Qin more and more, not to mention that he had obtained the Blood River crystal iron that he had dreamed of from Fang Qin. 88. Just Fang Qin's performance in the Yuan race was enough to gain his approval. Kid, I think you're already confident in this sword origin fruit, said Tai Lai Yuan. Senior, you've also seen that the Yuan race has as many experts as the clouds. I'm at a disadvantage because my cultivation base is too low. I can only do my best. Fang Qin didn't dare say he was certain. After all, those 9 people had been personally raised by Yuan Gu, who knew what tricks they had up their sleeves. Until the end, no one dared to say that they would definitely obtain the sword origin fruit. It's good to be cautious. The path of the martial path is filled with many dangers. The more cautious you are, the longer you'll live. Chapter 1595. The Yuan race's sword origin fruit test was the center of attention. The entire lower realm's attention was on the Yuan race's sacred ground. However, apart from the other 3 sacred grounds, no other force could obtain information about the Yuan race's internal affairs. The news of Fang Qin reaching the top of the Yuan Dragon Peak caused a huge commotion in the 3 sacred grounds. The human sacred ground. In the battle with Blood Eye, the Sacred Lord had been severely injured, causing his realm to become unstable and almost fall to the life and death realm. Fortunately, the Sacred Lord's Yuan spirit had fused with the world and was protected by the world, thus preserving his cultivation. Even so, the injuries on his body couldn't be healed in a short time. After the Sacred Lord went into seclusion, the first elder took over the sacred ground. What? Sanguinati reached the top of the Yuan Dragon Peak? When the first elder heard this news, his heart was in a state of shock. The fact that Sanguinati had obtained the sword origin fruit quota had already shocked the entire sacred ground. But now he had suppressed the Yuan race and reached the top of the Yuan Dragon Peak. Could it be that another bone progenitor is about to appear? The first elder muttered to himself. Even someone as strong as the bone progenitor wouldn't be so dazzling when he was in the creation realm. After a long time, the first elder smiled brightly. I really want to see Yuan Gu's expression. Sanguinati was the master of Green Bamboo Island and could be considered a genius of the human sacred ground. The first elder was very happy that he could obtain such a dazzling achievement. If he can really obtain the sword origin fruit this time, so what if he becomes the next sacred lord? The first elder thought to himself. At the same time, the spiritual race and the Luo clan's sacred grounds were also in a great commotion, especially the Luo clan's sacred ground. The Luo clan master and Luo Liuli were discussing the cultivation of the Luo water 3,000 divine art. Suddenly, the Luo clan master's body shook and his expression changed. Clan master, what happened? Something that could make the clan master pale should be very important. A trace of worry appeared on Luo Liuli's face as she hurriedly asked. The Luo clan master suppressed the joy in his heart and looked at Luo Liuli. It's about Fang Qin. Luo Liuli became even more anxious when she heard that it was about her son. No one loved their son more than their mother. What happened to him? Could it be that he's in danger? Luo Liuli asked in a panic. Seeing this, the leader of the Luo clan said, Liuli, no matter what, you're still a saintess. Moreover, you're a genius second only to the Luo Shin in the history of the Luo clan. You've even mastered the Luo water 3,000 divine technique. Why can't you calm down at all? Clan head, don't keep me in suspense. What happened to Qin? Luo Lioli didn't want to listen to the clan head's long-winded words. She only wanted to know if her son had encountered any danger. Seeing how much Luo Lioli loved her son, the Luo clan had no longer kept her in suspense. He laughed loudly and said, "Lioli, you gave birth to a precious son. Not long ago, I also told you that I don't know how he obtained the Yuan clan's sword essence fruit quota. Today, the competition for the sword origin fruits has entered the second round. Do you know what happened?" Luo Lioli shook her head, her beautiful eyes staring at the Luo clan leader. He actually suppressed everyone and successfully ascended the origin dragon peak. The Luo clan leader said in one breath, "What do you mean by reaching the summit of the origin dragon peak?" Luo Lioli thought she had heard wrongly and asked again. "You didn't hear wrongly. Your son ascended the origin dragon peak. It's absolutely true," the Luo clan leader said. Buzz. Luo Lioli's heart and mind shook when she heard this. Chen ascended the origin dragon peak. As the Luo clan's holy maiden, she naturally knew the significance of the origin dragon peak. As an outsider, he had ascended the origin dragon peak. Her son had created history. Thinking of this, Luo Lioli's fair face revealed a brilliant smile. Ever since she met her son, the smile on her face had increased. "This little fellow surprises us time and time again," the Luo clan leader said. Fang Chen had the Luo clan's bloodline and could be considered half a Luo clan member. Moreover, his mother was the Luo clan's holy maiden. The stronger Fang Chen was, the happier the Luo clan leader would be. "Chen has grown up." Luo Lioli sighed. "If this kid is interested, I don't mind letting him take over the Luo clan." The Luo clan leader said casually, "Clan leader, please reconsider." Luo Lioli reminded, "Chinner is still young and hasn't stepped into the life and death realm. His future is unknown. You mustn't let the Luo clan fall into an abyss of suffering because of a momentary thought." It wasn't that Luo Lioli didn't trust her son. She just didn't want her son to bear such a heavy burden. The Luo clan leader shook his head and said, "Lioli, there's no need to beat around the bush with me. Do you think I don't understand you?" Luo Lioli didn't speak. "All right, I'm just saying this casually. You don't have to take it to heart. Properly cultivate the divine art 3,000 Luo water." The Luo clan leader stood up and prepared to leave. "Clan leader, I hope you'll pay more attention to Qin. Yuan clan's holy land on the plaza." Fang Qin didn't need to participate in the next 2 rounds. Therefore, Tai Laiyuan had Fang Qin follow him. In theory, whether it was in terms of experience or strength, Fang Qin wasn't qualified to step on the platform. But there was no other way. He was Tai Liyuan's brother. Just this identity alone was enough to deter any outside forces. Moreover, Yuan Gu and Emperor Blackblade couldn't do anything if Tai Laiyuan insisted. An hour of rest time passed in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, the 3rd round of the competition began. Besides Fang Qin, there were 199 people who needed to participate in the 3rd round of the competition. This 3rd round would eliminate half of the warriors. The 3rd round is a test of the strength of the primordial spirit. Yuan Gu said, "The medicinal effect of the sword origin fruit is very domineering. If the primordial spirit is too weak, even if you swallow the sword origin fruit, your primordial spirit will collapse and you will die." Yuan Gu's words surprised Fang Qin. The sword origin fruit is a very magical fruit. In the history of the Yuan clan, there were people whose primordial spirits collapsed after swallowing the sword origin fruit, Tai Laiyuan explained. Fang Chen nodded in realization. Whoosh! Yuan Gu waved his hand, and a stone tablet fell from the sky and landed in the middle of the plaza. The front of this stone tablet had the word Yuan. On the back was a drawing of a giant sword with a towering tree beside it. Floating light flowed on the surface of the stone tablet. After the stone tablet appeared, the eyes of the Yuan clan members were burning. Yes. Fang Qin felt that this stone tablet was not ordinary. This stone tablet has a powerful background, Tai Laiyuan said. Do you see the giant sword and the towering tree on the back of the stone tablet? Fang Qin nodded. It should be the traces of the sword origin tree and the sword origin sword. The picture is actually real. It was left by the sword origin sword and the sword origin tree, Tai Laiyuan said. Hearing this, Fang Qin was shocked. Although this stone tablet is used to test the primordial spirit, it is one of the supreme treasures of the Yuan clan. It's called the Soul Refining Tablet. Tai Laiyuan was very knowledgeable and knew a lot. This stone tablet has existed for as long as the Yuan clan. It was said that when the ancestor of the Yuan clan established the sect, he discovered this strange stone and placed it in the Yuan clan's territory through some magical means. The sword origin fruit and the sword origin sword sensed that it was extraordinary and left their marks on it. After that, this stone tablet became more and more powerful. Every once in a while, it would emit a powerful soul Dao aura for the disciples of the Yuan clan to absorb and strengthen their primordial spirits. Tai Laiyuan said. Fang Qin was extremely shocked when he heard this. It's a pity that you directly advanced to the finals. Otherwise, you could use this soul refining tablet to train your primordial spirit. Tai Laiyuan was a little disappointed. Not everyone had the opportunity to use the soul refining tablet to train their primordial spirit. As they spoke, the primordial spirit test had already begun. The first disciple of the Yuan clan to be tested was a creation realm martial artist. His primordial spirit entered the soul refining tablet. In the blink of an eye, his face twitched and his body trembled. His face was ferocious, and he fell into a state of madness. His primordial spirit is too weak and his mind is not firm. He was bewitched by the soul refining tablet. Tai Laiyuan explained to Fang Qin. It was also at this time that Yuangu made a move. He forcibly took the disciple's primordial spirit out of the soul refining tablet. The disciple was still in shock and fell to the ground. Continue, Yuangu said coldly. Floating light flowed around the soul refining tablet. Chapter 1597. The fourth round's test was relatively simple. It was mainly a test of physical strength. The medicinal effect of the sword origin fruit was very overbearing. Only when the physical body and primordial spirit reached the standard could one withstand the overbearing medicinal effect of a sword origin fruit. The purpose of these few rounds was very strong. It was to select the most suitable candidate. In a short while, the competition began. The requirement for physical strength was very high. Therefore, there were people who were eliminated from the beginning. At this time, everyone felt the cruelty of the competition. However, there was no choice. There were only 9 sword origin fruits. Moreover, they ripen once every 30,000 years. Therefore, no matter what, they would do their best to seize this opportunity. The strongest 9 people passed the test very easily. They did not even reveal too much of their strength. Zi Dao also passed the test, but he was a little embarrassed. It seemed that physical strength was his weakness. Fang Qin looked at the purple saber, deep in thought. If he met Zi Dao in the finals, he might be able to attack his physical body. In the following tests, martial artists were eliminated one after another. After an hour, the 4th round of the competition ended. This round was very cruel. There were a total of 100 people. In the end, only 47 people successfully advanced. The remaining 53 people were all eliminated. It was not that their physical bodies were not strong enough. It was that the 47 people who advanced had too strong physical bodies. After the 4th round of the competition ended, Yuangu simply said a few words and let everyone go back. Tai Laiyuan was the first on the blacksmith ranking. His name shook the lower realm. Naturally, he received Yuangu's hospitality. In the blink of an eye, everyone dispersed. At night, Fang Qin closed his eyes and cultivated. He recalled the day's competition in his mind. After some comprehension, the aura around his body revolved. In his qi si, the 9-pointed astral light was filled with power. He felt that he could break through at any time. However, it was this feeling that prevented him from breaking through. After a long time, Fang Qin stopped cultivating. The laws are too illusory. It's very difficult to comprehend. Fang Qin muttered to himself. After a silent night, early the next morning, including Fang Qin, the 48 martial artists who advanced to the finals all came to the square. Yuan Gu and Emperor Blackblade came together. Tai Lai Yuan was also among them. Today is the 5th round of the Sword Origin Fruit Contest. It's also the final round. This round is very simple. It's a 2-on-1 battle. Yuan Gu said loudly. 48 martial artists will draw lots. Martial artists who draw the same number will fight. The loser will be eliminated. The winner will continue to fight. Yuan Gu gave a simple explanation of the rules of the battle. They were not allowed to deliberately injure others. Of course, he also said that swords and spears had no eyes in battle. If he felt that he was no match for his opponent, he should immediately admit defeat. He could not joke about his life. If they did not admit defeat, they would die in vain. Fang Qin felt that these words were targeted at him, but he didn't say anything. Next, the draw. 48 people walked up to the rostrum to draw lots. Soon, the lot drawing was completed. Fang Qin opened his lot. It was number 1. This meant that he would be the first to go up to battle. All right, now that we've gotten the lots, the competition will officially begin. The 2 people who have drawn lot number 1 will come up to the stage and fight, Yuan Gu said. Yuan Liang took out his Sword Origin Fruit Contest and walked to the practice platform. Just as he was looking around for his opponent, he suddenly saw the scene he did not want to see the most. Sanguinati. Yuan Liang's expression changed. A trace of fear actually appeared in his heart. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Qin walked to the practice platform. I didn't expect the first battle to be you. Fang Qin smiled. Do you still want to fight? Fang Qin's meaning was very clear. He wanted Yuan Liang to admit defeat. In the ancestral land of inheritance, he had defeated Yuan Liang and killed Yuan Ming. Now his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. Yuan Liang was not his match at all. Humph! Want to make me lose without a fight? Dream on, Yuan Liang said in a deep voice. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Then let's fight. Fang Qin did not want to waste time and said indifferently. Yuan Liang was completely infuriated by Fang Qin's arrogance. His aura fluctuated and his strength burst out. Sanguinati, go to hell! Yuan Liang roared and attacked Fang Qin with a tyrannical attack. Bang! With a loud sound, a figure flew out from the practice platform and landed heavily on the ground. Everyone looked over and was shocked to find that the person on the ground was not Sanguinati, but Yuan Liang. How is this possible? Some of the martial artists who did not know Sanguinati exclaimed. Yuan Liang was a 9th-level creation realm expert. There were few who could match him in the younger generation. However, he was punched by Sanguinati. How strong is Sanguinati? Heavens, is Sanguinati comparable to a life and death realm emperor? Many people exclaimed. A creation realm genius comparable to a life and death realm emperor was too rare. Yuan Liang was one of the elites of the Yuan clan's younger generation. He carried the hopes of the younger generation. However, he was sent flying by Sanguinati with a single punch. Pucci Yuan Liang spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. He roared at the sky in anger. However, he did not have enough stamina to stand. He knew he could not fight anymore. He could only watch unwillingly as Sanguinati won the competition. Sanguinati wins. Yuan Gu said. There was no expression on his face. He had only defeated Yuan Liang, which was within his expectations. After Sanguinati won, the other disciples of the Yuan clan were next. After 10 battles, All the Creation Realm martial artists who had advanced to the finals were eliminated. The next battle was between Life and Death Realm Emperors. The Life and Death Realm Emperor was called Yuan He. He was at the 3rd level of Life and Death Realm, and his opponent was a 4th level Life and Death Realm expert. Yuan He, admit defeat. Impossible, Yuan He said in a deep voice. Rumble, the battle began. The 4th level Life and Death Realm Yuan clan expert stretched out a large hand, and a terrifying power instantly swept over. However, Yuan He did not panic at all. He calmly dealt with it. Just as the large hand was about to attack, Yuan He's figure disappeared like a ghost. This scene attracted Feng Chen's attention. He spread out his spiritual sense and carefully sensed the void. Nothing. Feng Chen was somewhat surprised. Yuan He's concealment technique was so profound. He did not believe it and continued to probe. Dong dong, dong, the golden heart beat rapidly and a clear stream appeared. At the same time, space-time energy surrounded his body. Feng Chen closed his eyes, and his body gradually merged with space-time. At this moment, he could clearly see where Yuan He was hiding. What an exquisite concealment technique! Feng Chen could not help but sigh. If not for the fact that he had inherited the Bone Progenitor's space-time cultivation system and the help of the space-time true intent, he would not have been able to discover Yuan He. As expected, I cannot underestimate anyone. Rumble, the 4th level Life and Death Realm martial artist, wanted to use absolute power to force Yuan He to reveal himself. However, he discovered that he was wrong. Yuan He's concealment technique was praised by Feng Chen. He could not force him to reveal himself. Bang! Yuan He found an opportunity and punched out, launching a fierce and domineering attack. In an instant, the 4th level Life and Death Realm martial artist was forced to retreat. By the time the 4th level Life and Death Realm martial artist reacted, Yuan He had already sent him flying with a kick. Thank you for letting me win. Yuan He chuckled and cupped his fists. Yuan He's concealment technique attracted the attention of others. The following battles were all internal battles of the Yuan race. Although they were fierce, they did not go too far and could be considered friendly. Until the last battle, Feng Chen once again perked up. Purple Blade's luck was pretty good. His opponent was a 1st level Life and Death Realm martial artist. Purple Blade, your luck is pretty good. You actually advanced to the finals. However, you have no chance of winning against me, the martial artist said. Purple Blade calmly said, If I don't try, how do I know I won't succeed? It could be seen that Purple Blade was very confident in himself. All right, I won't show any mercy, the martial artist said with a hearty laugh. Rumble, a dense aura emanated from his body, forcing Purple Blade to retreat. On the platform, Monarch Black Blade looked at his disciple with a smile. At the side, Yuan Gu shook his head. Yuan Jin can't block Purple Blade's attack. As soon as Yuan Gu's voice fell, the situation on the stage changed. Suddenly, a purple shadow appeared around Purple Saber. Chapter 1598. This is... Feng Chen immediately stood up from his seat. His pitch-black eyes stared intently at Purple Saber on the martial arts practice platform. At this moment, Purple Saber's aura kept rising. In the blink of an eye, it had already surpassed the 1st layer Life and Death Realm Yuan race people. Purple Ancestor's aura. Feng Chen had seen Purple Ancestor in the ancestral land of inheritance. At that time, he had defeated Purple Saber, causing the latter to awaken Purple Ancestor's bloodline and draw out Purple Ancestor's phantom. I didn't expect Purple Ancestor to leave such a move on him. Although Purple Ancestor's phantom was condensed by Purple Saber himself, the power contained within was left behind by Purple Ancestor. A horrifying purple light enveloped the entire stage. The 1st layer Life and Death Realm Sovereign Emperor, who was previously full of confidence, now had a grave expression. Damn it! Purple Saber's aura grew stronger and stronger. He no longer dared to wait and took the initiative to attack. Essence Light Sky Explosion Art. He let out a low roar and formed a seal with his hands. Balls of light appeared in the sky. Under his control, these balls of light quickly shot towards Purple Saber. Purple Ancestor, Purple Chi from the east. When Purple Saber saw this, he sneered and immediately roared. Immediately, Purple Ancestor's phantom behind him swelled, and a horrifying aura spread out. The cultivators below the stage retreated one after another, shocked by Purple Saber's means. Purple Ancestor's phantom spread out his hands, and a horrifying purple light appeared in his palms. Every time it flickered, it gave people a visual shock. When the countless balls of light in the sky shot over, Purple Saber suddenly opened his palms. The palm of the Purple Ancestor's phantom suddenly opened, and the purple light transformed into a purple river of lightning that instantly submerged the ball of light. Kacha! The submerged balls of light shattered. Don't! Purple Ancestor's large hand stretched out and grabbed the first layer life and death realm cultivator. Who? After winning the match, Purple Saber withdrew his aura and regained his calm. Purple Saber's complexion was slightly pale. Purple Ancestor's phantom had already disappeared. On the platform, Yuan Gu was expressionless, while Black Blade Monarch chuckled. What a good move! Purple Chi from the east. Tai Laiyuan sneered, as if mocking Purple Saber for using Purple Ancestor's means and not winning honorably. Sometimes we tend to look at the result and not the process. Hearing that, the Black Blade Monarch said meaningfully. The battle is over. Yuan Jin's skills were inferior, and he lost the battle. There's nothing much to say, Yuan Gu said. Since Yuan Gu had said so, Tai Laiyuan couldn't say anything. Fang Qin, who was at the side, gained a new understanding of Purple Saber. I can't be careless when encountering Purple Blade, Fang Qin said to himself. Purple Ancestor's phantom alone was enough to make many life and death realm monarchs despair. Many people from the Yuan race were protesting, but the protest was futile. The Purple Ancestor's phantom belonged to Zidao. Yuan Gu could not interfere, as he did not violate the rules of the Sword Essence Fruit competition. There were a total of 24 matches in the first group of the 5th round, and they ended very quickly. At this point, only Fang Chen and Purple Blade were Fortune Realm martial artists. The other 22 were all life and death realm monarchs. Moreover, almost all of them were mid-level life and death realm monarchs. In the following matches, each group was more intense than the last. There were even scenes of martial artists dying. However, for the Sword Origin Fruit, everything was worth it. Draw lots. In the second draw, Fang Qin drew number 12. This meant that his match was the last one. The first 9 matches of the second group were the strongest 9 people of the Yuan race. Their fighting styles were very similar, and their offensive power was very strong. In the 9th match, the boss's opponent was Yuan He. This made Fang Chen's eyes light up. If the Yuan race's disciples had learned the secret technique, it was most likely these 9 people. So far, he had not seen these 9 people reveal their strength. Now was an opportunity. Sure enough, Yuan He knew that he was no match for his opponent. As soon as the battle started, he used a concealment technique. His figure hid in the void, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Trash! The boss sneered. Without even looking, he clenched his fist and punched at a certain spot in the void. Bang! A deafening sound rang out, and ripples appeared in the void. Yuan He vomited blood and fell from the void. Blood splattered in the sky. Yuan He was heavily injured and fainted. This, everyone exclaimed. This person was too strong. Fang Chen's eyes shone with golden light as he looked at the boss on the martial stage. Powerful. Yuan He hid very well, but the boss easily found him and heavily injured him with one punch. Not to mention other things, the boss's technique alone was enough to get him a spot in the last 9. The 9 matches ended, and the 9 people won with an absolute advantage. Only the last 3 matches were left, and they were especially eye-catching. Zidao's opponent was a 3rd-level life and death realm martial artist. In this battle, Zidao once again activated Zidao's phantom. A terrifying aura spread out. This kind of trick is useless against me. Useless. Zidao sneered. Then, a strange power descended from the sky around him. When this power descended, the whole world seemed to calm down. This is the power of law. Fang Qin was the most shocked. He had been comprehending the power of law and was very familiar with it. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the power of law around Zidao in disbelief. Could it be that Zidao has been hiding his strength all this time? Fang Qin thought to himself. At this moment, anyone could see that Zidao had broken through on the martial stage. Rumble, the power of law, descended from the sky and entered Zidao's body. The purple ancestor's silhouette behind him had completely fused with his body. The process of breaking through to the life and death realm was much simpler than Fang Qin had expected. After the baptism of the power of law, the 9-pointed star in Zidao's Qi turned into fragments. The power of law poured in and turned into a long river of law. Of course, the power of law in Zidao's Qi could only be counted as a stream of law. It could not even be counted as a river. However, as time passed, the power of law would fill up and turn into a long river of law. Dong! The world shook, and the power of law dissipated. The aura around Purple Saber had reached an unimaginable level. He opened his eyes, and there was a trace of power of law in his palm. What about now? As soon as he finished speaking, Zidao attacked. Zidao had completely grasped Zidao's technique. Zidao's huge hand turned into a hand knife, and with the terrifying power of law, it blasted toward his opponent. Zidao's opponent was about to counterattack when he was shocked to discover that his Qi had been sealed. No, he was terrified. With his Qi sealed, how could he circulate his power? In the blink of an eye, while he was still in shock, Zidao's hand chopped down on his arm. Crack! Zidao's arm broke, and blood sprayed into the sky. Bang! His body was kicked off the martial arts practice platform by Zidao. Zidao's clean victory caused a huge commotion. On the main platform, Yuan Gu's expression changed. Black Blade, your disciple is really not simple, Yuan Gu said in a deep voice. He actually inherited Zidao's ice sealing technique. Zidao's ice sealing technique is really powerful. I admire it, Tai Laiyuan sighed. Zidao is Zidao's descendant. After his bloodline awakened, he received the inheritance. Only now did he completely control it. Monarch Black Blade nodded. Even as his master, I can't help but sigh. Zidao's ice sealing technique is too powerful. Fang Qin was shocked. He had watched carefully. The instant Zidao attacked, Zidao's opponent's Qi was sealed in ice. Freezing the Qi is Zidao's technique. Fang Qin pondered how he would block Zidao's move if he encountered him. While Fang Qin was pondering, Tai Laiyuan transmitted. Although this move is powerful, Zidao's strength is limited. So, the best way to break this move is to burn it with fire. The ice sealing technique will break on its own. Of course, ordinary flames won't work, Tai Laiyuan reminded. Of course, it was just a reminder. He had never thought that Fang Qin would possess the undying sovereign flame, which was one of the flames. The next battle ended very quickly. Finally, the 12th battle arrived. Fang Qin took a step forward and walked onto the martial stage. His opponent was also a 3rd-level life and death realm monarch, Sanguinati. This person was very excited to meet Sanguinati. Chapter 1599. Ever since the trip to the ancestral land ended, there seemed to be no suspense in the competition for the title of number one of the younger generation. Sanguinati had killed Yuan Ming and defeated Purple Blade with his absolute strength, becoming the undisputed strongest expert of the younger generation. For a time, Sanguinati's name spread throughout the world. But now, Purple Blade had broken through to the life and death realm and grasped the law of ice, successfully inheriting Purple Ancestors' ice seal. He had regained the title of number one of the younger generation. Of course, this was only what he thought. This battle directly determined who was stronger between Fang Chen and Purple Blade. The two's opponents were both third-level life and death realm emperors. If Fang Chen could defeat his opponent with his creation realm cultivation, he would undoubtedly be stronger than Purple Blade. I thought there would be a battle between us. Who would have thought that you would be eliminated? Purple Blade looked at the stage and grinned. Almost no one was optimistic about Sanguinati's chances. Yuan Gu and Black Blade revealed faint smiles. Sanguinati was finally going to be eliminated. His existence was the shame of the Yuan race. Sanguinati, the third-level life and death realm emperor, growled and attacked Fang Chen. Rumble. A terrifying aura instantly spread out on the stage. Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword. This was the first time he took out a divine weapon since the start of the competition. The hidden star sword had merged with the Blood River crystal iron. Fang Chen didn't know how strong it was. Seeing Fang Chen take out the hidden star sword, Tai Liyuan's eyes opened wide. This was his masterpiece. I hope you can give me a pleasant surprise, Tai Liyuan said inwardly. Burial sword art of heaven and earth. Fang Chen executed the burial sword art of heaven and earth. Ever since his strength had increased, he could defeat his enemies with a single punch. It had been a long time since he used the burial sword art of heaven and earth. Swish! The hidden star sword trembled, and streaks of exquisite sword light burst out from it. The sword light containing the aura of death shot at the third-level life and death realm emperor from an unimaginable angle. You want to stop me with a mere sword light? That person sneered and suddenly punched. Crack! The sword light was shattered, and with a leap he arrived in front of Fang Chen. Let's end this here. In his Qi Sea, the long river of laws surged. The law of fire instantly spread out, and a scorching aura engulfed the entire martial arts stage, enveloping Fang Chen. In an instant, Fang Chen was trapped in a sea of fire. This is the law of fire, Fang Chen thought to himself as he carefully sensed the law of fire in the sea of fire. The law of fire danced along with the flames in the sea of fire, giving Fang Chen an unparalleled sense of shock. At the same time, the undying flame in the golden heart wildly absorbed the law of fire in the sea of fire. So comfortable. The law of fire could make the undying flame even more powerful. Hiss, hiss, hiss rising to the level of laws. It was no longer something that ordinary people could understand. That person laughed coldly when he saw Fang Chen trapped in the sea of fire. He took a step forward and entered the sea of fire. Rumble, a deafening sound resounded in the sky. A heaven-shaking battle broke out in the sea of flames. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the sea of flames. They wanted to know the result of the battle. Who was the victor? The battle lasted for only a few breaths, and then there was no sound of movement. At this moment, the sea of flames on the martial arts stage was also gradually dissipating. In the middle of the sea of flames, Fang Chen closed his eyes and carefully sensed the law of fire around him. This is the law of fire. At the same time, his mind shook, and the undying flame in the golden heart also underwent a slight change. He felt that he seemed to have caught something. Crash! The sea of flames completely dissipated, and the third layer sovereign emperor lay on the ground. His clothes were tattered as if he had been burned. As for Fang Chen, he was standing on the martial arts stage, safe and sound. What? At this moment, even Yuan Gu couldn't sit still and stood up. His pitch-black eyes stared at Fang Chen as if he wanted to see through him. What's going on? Because of the law of fire, they couldn't see the battle clearly. They didn't expect that Fong Qin would defeat his opponent in a few breaths' time. Could it be that he has a supreme treasure? Black Blade Monarch looked at Fong Qin in confusion. Suddenly, he noticed the divine weapon in his hand. 9th grade divine weapon. He thought of Tai Laiyuan. It must be so. This 9th grade divine weapon came from Tai Laiyuan. There must be something strange about it. Black Blade Monarch concluded. He transmitted his voice to Yuan Gu, who glanced at Tai Laiyuan. Tai Laiyuan, you've really put in a lot of effort for your brother. There was a hint of mockery in his words. My brother defeated his opponent with his own strength. Tai Laiyuan spread his hands. Although the 9th grade divine weapon was strong, it wasn't enough to dominate the competition. Only Tai Laiyuan knew that Fong Qin had defeated his opponent with his own strength. What a mysterious guy! Tai Laiyuan said inwardly. Below there was an uproar. The Yuan race's sacred land was in an uproar. A 9th grade creation realm martial artist defeated a 3rd grade life and death realm martial artist. This had broken the iron law of the lower realm for countless years. They looked at Fong Qin as if they were looking at a monster, a storm raging in their hearts. Facing the shock of the crowd, Fong Qin didn't care. In fact, he didn't even use his full strength. He didn't want to expose himself too early. His opponent was too strong. He couldn't let his guard down. Amidst the noise, Fong Qin walked down the martial arts stage. Yuan Gu calmed himself down and said, The 12 matches have ended. Only 12 people are left. The 9 sword origin fruits will belong to you. The rules of the last match have been changed slightly. You won't fight by drawing lots. Instead, it will be a round-robin battle. Yuan Gu said, What was a round-robin battle? It meant that each person had to fight with the other 11. For each battle, 1 point would be awarded for victory and none for defeat. After all the battles, the ranking would be based on points. The martial artists, ranked in the top 9, would obtain 9 sword essence fruits. This rule was extremely disadvantageous to Fong Qin and Purple Blade. However, Black Blade Monarch and Tai Laiyuan couldn't say anything. After all, this was the sacred land of the Yuan clan. Yuan Gu had the final say. Of course, after the final ranking is determined, if anyone is unconvinced, they can have 2 chances to challenge others. Yuan Gu added, If you fail both times, you won't be able to get the sword origin fruits. In fact, this was also a chance for the 3 eliminated people to be convinced. This way, others would say that Yuan Gu was magnanimous and magnanimous. In fact, everything was within his calculations. Since you've just had an intense battle, you'll rest for 2 hours. Yuan Gu said. After 2 hours, the most intense battle would begin. The 12 people were united, waiting for the most glorious moment. During the break, Black Blade Monarch called the 10 people of the Yuan clan over and reminded them of some things. Purple Blade was also called away by Black Blade Monarch. Tai Laiyuan explained some of his knowledge of the Yuan clan to Fong Qin so that Fong Qin could understand his opponents better. Outside the endless void, there was terrifying spatial turbulence everywhere. If life and death monarchs entered the spatial turbulence, they would have 9 chances of survival. Unless a miracle happened, it would be hard for them to escape. On this day, outside the endless void, in a place with chaotic aura, suddenly a whirlpool appeared. 2 figures walked out of the vortex. The 2 of them were in a very sorry state. What a terrifying spatial turbulence. The 2 had just walked out of the whirlpool when they sensed the terrifying spatial turbulence beside them. It could suck them in at any time. Shui Sha, we have to think of a way to leave. Universe ruler said gravely. When they were defeated, they were forced into the spatial turbulence. Fortunately, they were lucky enough to enter the black hole outside the endless void and escape. Being on the run all this time, the 2 were miserable. Sometimes they even wanted to give up. However, When they thought of the revenge of the extermination of their clan, they were filled with motivation. The spatial turbulence is too strong. If this continues, we'll die for sure. However, just as the two were talking, CCC Pavilion CA, huge claw, stretched out of the spatial turbulence. There are actually two humans. A huge and ferocious void creature appeared in front of the two of them. Not good. Universe ruler and Shwe Shah wanted to escape, but it was already too late. In an instant, the void creature grabbed them. Chapter 1600. More than 90% of the universe was made up of the void ocean. Everywhere was filled with boundless void ocean, and only 10% of the land was made up of land. However, this was nothing to the human race. Within the universe, there were stable laws operating. The laws and rules complemented each other to form a stable order that protected the living beings in the universe. Outside the universe was the endless void. In the endless void, other than the spatial turbulence, there was also the most terrifying chaotic air current. When the universe was first created, the chaotic air current existed. The chaotic air current was so strong that even eternal ancient realm experts would die if they touched it. It was many times more dangerous than the spatial turbulence. The chaotic air current separated the deity world and the lower world. Therefore, it was almost impossible for people from the deity world to come to the lower world. Of course, this was only for ordinary experts in the deity world. Some almighties in the deity world were still able to do so. Outside the endless void, there were all kinds of void creatures. There were many types of void creatures similar to the races in the lower world. They lived in all kinds of forms, and some void creatures were not afraid of the spatial turbulence. They traveled through the endless void all year round in search of prey. At this moment, beside the spatial turbulence, a void creature the size of a small mountain was there. Its body was ferocious and covered with blood spikes. It stretched out its claws and grabbed two puny humans. In the eyes of the void creature, humans were just its food. It has been a long time since I saw humans. The void creature said in a hoarse voice. His voice contained a terrifying aura. It made heaven primordial ruler and blood, fiend, monarch feel their blood rush to their heads. Fortunately, the void creature did not target them. Otherwise, they would have been destroyed in a matter of minutes. Senior, we accidentally entered this place. Please be merciful. Heaven primordial ruler begged for mercy. In the face of such an expert, they did not even have the thought of running away. The void creature was too strong. The aura it emitted was much stronger than the eternal ancient realm, holy lords of the human race. For such an expert, he only needed a single look to kill them. Where did you come from? The void creature asked again. Blood fiend monarch hurriedly said, We came from the lower world. Senior, we were originally from the lower world. We accidentally entered the void crack and came here. Heaven primordial ruler said carefully. Lower realm. Hearing the words lower realm, the void creature's eyes that were as big as gongs shot out a strange light. Interesting. The void creature muttered to itself. His figure flickered as he brought Heaven Ruler Chen Yuan and Heaven Emperor Blood Fiend to a palace. This, looking from the outside, this void point floated in the spatial turbulence, which was very terrifying. What kind of expert is able to build a palace outside the endless void? Hegemon Heaven Origin and Emperor Blood Fiend were completely stunned. Could it be that they're almighty figures from the god realm? Aside from that, there was no other reasonable explanation. The palace was surrounded by a gray aura. After entering the palace, Heaven Primordial Ruler and Blood Fiend Emperor discovered that the terrifying aura of the endless void was actually isolated from this place. The atmosphere here was very strange. Roar at that instant, screams echoed in the palace. They are. At this moment, Heaven Primordial Ruler and Blood Fiend Emperor discovered that there were many void creatures within the palace. However, The strength of these void creatures was obviously not as strong as the one that had captured them. "Now, the two of you have a chance to live," the void creature said. "Senior, please speak," Heaven Primordial Ruler said hurriedly. Blood, Fiend, Emperor Blood, Fiend, looked at the mountain-like void creature nervously. "Help me unify the lower realm," the void creature said. "What?" Heaven Primordial Ruler and Blood, Fiend, Emperor Blood, Fiend, Emperor turned pale with fright. "Senior, to be honest, the two of us were forced out of the endless void by our enemies. With our strength, we can't find the way back," Heaven Primordial Ruler said bitterly. "That's right, Senior. Even if the two of us return, we can't help you unify the lower realm. There's an eternal ancient realm expert in the lower realm, and the two of us aren't his match," Blood, Fiend, Blood, Fiend Emperor said truthfully. The void creature snorted coldly when he heard this. The atmosphere in the palace instantly turned heavy. Heaven Primordial Ruler and Heaven Primordial Ruler felt their scalps go numb. They did not know what this void creature was planning to do. "I've been searching for the path to the lower realm in the primordial chaos void. However, the primordial chaos void is too big, and I haven't found it yet." "Your appearance has given me hope," the void creature said. "The two of you were born in the lower realm, and your bodies have the aura of the lower realm. I can find the boundary wall of the lower realm based on your aura." Blood, Fiend, Blood, Fiend Emperor, and Heaven Primordial Ruler nodded. "Senior, with your strength, if you descend to the lower realm, you can definitely unify the lower realm easily." The void creature shook his huge head and said, "I'm too strong, and I can't enter the lower realm. I'll send my subordinates and the captives I've captured in the primordial chaos void to the lower realm. What the two of you have to do is guide them and help them in the lower realm." After speaking, the void creature looked at the two of them and waited for them to make a decision. "Senior, it's our honor to serve you," Heaven Primordial Ruler said. "That's right, Senior. As long as you can send us back to the lower realm, we'll definitely help you unify the lower realm. However, I have a presumptuous request," Blood Fiend Emperor said after pondering for a moment. "Speak," the void creature said in a deep voice. "After Senior unifies the lower realm, can you give a portion of your territory to my sea demon race?" Blood Fiend Emperor said. "I'm not interested in the lower realm's territory." The void creature's words made Heaven Primordial Ruler and Blood Fiend Emperor happy. Yuan race's sacred land on the plaza. From the beginning, there were 3,000 people participating in the battle. Now, there were only 12 people left. Among these 12 people, 9 of them would be able to obtain the sword origin fruit. Everyone was incomparably excited. They were only a step away from the sword origin fruit. This was especially true for the strongest 9. Their faces were filled with confidence. Among the 12 people, they were the strongest. In a head-on battle, they didn't fear anyone. In everyone's eyes, the weakest of the 12 was probably Purple Blade, who had just broken through to the life and death realm, and Sanguinati, who was at the 9th layer of the creation realm. As for the other Yuan race disciple, his cultivation was at the 4th layer of the life and death realm. In the end, it all depended on the 9 strongest people. At this moment, the entire Yuan race's sacred land was incomparably excited. Who would obtain the sword origin fruit that matured every 30,000 years? The final battle was a round-robin battle. In other words, everyone would have to fight 11 battles and be ranked according to their points. Tai Laiyuan was currently explaining some key points to Feng Qin. Suddenly, Feng Qin closed his eyes. Sword qi crisscrossed around his body. Buzz! A loud and clear sword chime resounded through the sky. Everyone's gazes immediately turned toward Zhang Xian. Tai Laiyuan was also taken aback. Soon after, he laughed heartily. Who would have thought that this kid could still have an epiphany at this juncture? No one else could have such a mentality. Sword chi crisscrossed as the sword scripture chants in his mind rapidly circulated. It quickly circulated a small cycle in Fang Chen's body. In an instant, all the sword chi in Fang Chen's body gathered in his chi sea. In the blink of an eye, his chi sea was filled. It was also at this moment that Fang Chen's body resonated. The golden heart beat rapidly. Vast sword chi surged out. It resonated with the sword scripture. The second layer of the sword scripture automatically circulated. Fang Chen felt that he had a deeper understanding of the third layer of the sword scripture. Sword principle, Fang Chen muttered under his breath. Suddenly he opened his eyes. Terrifying, sword chi shot out from his eyes. His body was like a sharp sword, domineering and fierce. At the same time, the level 9 divine weapon, Hidden Star Sword, also let out a cheerful sword hum. It seemed to be cheering for its master's breakthrough. Fang Chen held the Hidden Star Sword tightly. He could feel the sword principle aura coming from the Hidden Star Sword. He took a deep breath and stood up. Kid, you can break through like this? Tai Laiyuan squinted his eyes and said with a smile. Fang Chen scratched his head awkwardly and said, I have some understanding. Chapter 1601. The sword manual was created by a legendary swordsman. To sword cultivators, it was very mysterious and powerful. According to the sword manual, heavenly body tier martial artists could cultivate the first level of the sword manual, and creation tier martial artists could cultivate the second level of the sword manual. As for the third level of the sword manual, if a creation tier martial artist could cultivate it, he would definitely be a peerless genius that appeared once in 10,000 years. After cultivating the second level of the sword manual, Fang Chen felt the power of the sword manual. He had been cultivating the third level, but he didn't gain anything. Until just now, under Tai Liyuan's guidance, he had an epiphany and broke through to the third level. After reaching the third level of the sword manual, his attack power increased countless times. Fang Chen's overall strength increased. With his current strength, he could even fight against a mid-level life and death realm monarch. Even if he couldn't, he could use the time book to escape. Fang Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the joy in his heart. His gaze fell on the other opponents. At this time, the other opponents also stood up. The rest time was up, and the cycle battle was about to start. The 12 contestants walked to the center of the square in a single file. Everyone's eyes were focused on this place. Yuan Gu stood on the rostrum, looking at the 12 contestants with a deep gaze. Even he didn't expect that Purple Blade and Sanguinati would be among the 12 contestants. However, it didn't affect the final result. Now let's start drawing lots. Soon, the 12 contestants finished drawing lots. Fang Chen took out his lot and shockingly discovered that he was actually lot number 1. This meant that he was the first. Stand according to your lot, Yuan Gu continued. Fang Chen stood in the first place, followed by the 4th level life and death tier monarch from the Yuan clan. Purple Blade was third, followed by the 9 strongest contestants. According to the ranking, Sanguinati will be the first to start the challenge. After each challenge, there will be 15 minutes of rest time. Yuan Gu explained the rules. Fang Chen stepped onto the stage. His first opponent was a 4th level life and death tier monarch called Yuan Dao. Sanguinati, you should be proud to be able to enter the finals. Yuan Dao stepped onto the martial art stage and said sinisterly, Next, I'll use my absolute strength to let you know that a Fortune Realm martial artist is nothing before a life and death realm monarch. Fang Chen sneered. After reaching the 3rd level of the sword scripture, one's attack power would increase by dozens of times. Although there was a huge gap between the 3rd and 4th level of life and death realm, this attack was more than enough to make up for it. Moreover, Fang Chen's attack wasn't limited to the burial of heaven and earth sword art. He also had the Soul Dao Secret technique, 5 Thunder Tribulation technique. Of course, there was also the Book of Time and Space that he relied on to survive. Seeing Fang Chen sneer, Yuan Dao was furious. I hope you can still smile later. Yuan Dao said coldly. Soon after, the aura around his body erupted. A majestic aura gushed out from Yuan Dao's body. The long river of laws in origin, Blade's body, rolled endlessly. The shadow law was the law that Origin Blade had comprehended. This law's offensive power was not strong, but it was the best way to escape. While the moment Yuan Dao attacked, his figure instantly concealed in the void. Concealment technique? Seeing this, Fang Qin sneered and the hidden star sword appeared in his hand. Buzz as if it had sensed the terrifying aura in the surrounding air, the hidden star sword issued a series of sword cries. Majestic sword qi rushed out from Fang Chen's body. The perfect sword body automatically operated, and sword-shaped runes flickered endlessly. Let me see how much the third level of the sword scripture can increase my strength. Fang Chen said inwardly. As for the concealed Yuan Dao, he didn't care at all, because concealing oneself in front of a void cultivator was like showing one slight skill in front of an expert. Rumble. Fang Chen tightly grasped the hidden star sword and operated the third level of the sword scripture. Boundless sword qi poured into the hidden star sword. The ninth step divine weapon erupted with an extremely resplendent aura, suffocating people. At the same time, Fang Chen used the burial of heaven and earth sword art. Swish! An unimaginable sword light shot out from the hidden star sword, ruthlessly stabbing at a certain spot in the void. Below, the crowd sneered. Sanguinati is an idiot. Before determining the opponent's figure, he actually attacked randomly. I thought I could fight with him in the finals and beat him up ruthlessly. It seems that I won't have the chance. Sanguinati offended our Yuan clan. It's already a miracle that he can live until now. Next, he won't have any chance. Among the 9 strongest people, some were constantly mocking Fang Chen. Only the leader narrowed his eyes and stared at Fang Chen's every move. He even felt that he was in a trance. How is it possible? How did he find out the location of the Yuan Dao? The moment Fang Chen launched the attack, the leader began to frown. He didn't know whether this attack was a fluke or Fang Chen really had such an ability. Shut up. Hearing the surrounding ridicule, the leader said in a deep voice. As soon as the leader's voice fell, the sword light above the martial arts arena pierced the void and exploded. Bang! A figure wrapped in the power of laws walked out in a somewhat disheveled manner. What? Everyone was shocked. At this moment, all the martial artists widened their eyes and looked at the scene in disbelief. Yuan Dao had the law of shadow, which was well known in the Yuan clan. Concealment had always been his forte, and he was also proud of it. However, he was forced to reveal himself as soon as he faced Sanguinati. Impossible! Someone in the crowd yelled. On the rostrum, Yuan Gu and Emperor Blackblade were relatively calmer. I still underestimated this kid, Yuan Gu said to himself. Tai Lai Yuan grinned from ear to ear. On the martial arts arena, the battle was changing rapidly. I have just completed the third level of the sword scripture. The increase in strength can barely reach 50 times. If I reach the transcendent state, it will be at least 100 times, Fang Chen said to himself. He was quite satisfied with the increase in strength of the sword scripture. Although it was only 50 times, it was enough for him to deal with Yuan Dao. Kid, how did you find me? Yuan Dao stared at Fang Chen and asked in a deep voice, surrounded by the power of law of shadow. It's just the law of shadow. Fang Chen sneered. Humph, you're no match for me, even if we fight face to face. Yuan Dao said coldly. The next moment, he stopped hiding and rushed toward Fang Chen. In the process, he waved his hand and 3 laser beams shot out from his palm. These 3 laser beams contained his most powerful attack. The power of law also flowed into them. As long as Fang Chen was hit, he would be severely injured even if he didn't die. Of course, the premise was that he was hit. His attack power is equivalent to a 40 times increase in strength, Fang Chen said to himself. Seeing the 3 laser beams coming, Fang Qin performed the burial of heaven and earth sword art again. Boom! A terrifying sword light with a suffocating sword chi slashed at the 3 laser beams. Crack! The first laser beam was broken and its aura dissipated. Seeing this, Yuan Dao was a little stunned, but he still believed that the remaining 2 laser beams could completely defeat Sanguinati. Crack! The second laser beam was broken. At this time, Yuan Dao's face finally became dignified. Kill! Yuan Dao roared and frantically injected the power of law into the last laser beam. Whoosh! The last laser beam was shot at Fang Qin at an extremely tricky angle. However, no matter how tricky it was, it couldn't escape Fang Qin's sword light. Crack! When the 3rd laser beam was broken, the suffocating sword light pierced through the void and shot toward Yuan Dao. Boom! In a flash, the sword light stabbed Yuan Dao's body, but it was blocked by the power of law. The power of law is too strong, it can corrode the sword light. Fang Qin secretly sighed. If it weren't for the power of law, Yuan Dao would have been blown away by him. Seeing that the sword light couldn't break through the defense of the power of law, Fang Qin stomped his foot and secretly performed the great earth kill. Pucci! Yuan Dao, who was trying his best to resist the sword light, suddenly vomited blood. The defense of the power of law collapsed in an instant, and the sword light pierced his body fiercely. Dong! His body flew out upside down and fell under the martial arts arena. The entire square was dead silent. All the Yuan family disciples widened their eyes, unable to believe what happened in front of them. They felt as if they were dreaming. On the rostrum, Yuan Gu's face was gloomy. Chapter 1602. There were many secret techniques similar to this, but this was the only one that could attract Yuan Gu's attention. Fang Qin's control of Earthquake Kill had reached a perfect level. Of course, Earthquake Kill alone couldn't defeat Origin Blade. After all, Origin Blade was a 4th level life and death realm emperor. If he resisted with all his strength, he could completely resist Earthquake Kill. However, at that time, Fang Qin had used Burial Sword Art of Heaven and Earth to increase his strength by 50 times. He was madly attacking Origin Blade's defense. At this time, Origin Blade would naturally focus his attention on the sword light. Therefore, Fang Qin's attack could be considered a trick. Although it was a trick, he had won the final victory. Moreover, he had fiercely struck back at those who mocked him. After the first battle, Fang Qin directly sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes. Although the first battle was easily won, some shortcomings were exposed. The gap in cultivation base could be made up with sword scriptures. However, the gap in law power couldn't be made up. Law power was part of the universe's order. The power of law power was unimaginable. Origin Blade's control of law power wasn't perfect. Moreover, his law power was the law of shadow. He wasn't good at attacking, so he couldn't pose any threat to Fang Qin. If it were someone else, it might not be so easy to win the battle. On the platform, Yuan Gu and Black Blade Monarch looked at each other and shook their heads. Step by step, Sanguinati had shown perfect talent. Yuan Gu even had a trace of envy in his heart. Why didn't his Yuan clan have such an outstanding genius? Thinking of this, Yuan Gu sighed. Since he couldn't be used by him, he could only destroy him. A quarter of an hour passed quickly. He didn't consume much energy in the first battle, so he quickly recovered. When the second battle began, Purple Blade walked onto the stage. Black Blade, you are very confident in Purple Blade. Yuan Gu saw that Black Blade Monarch wasn't anxious at all and said in a low voice, "Although Sanguinati's strength has exceeded my expectations, I believe that Zi Dao will be able to deal with him," Monarch Black Blade said. Purple Knife had purple ancestors' Ice Seal technique. Once his Sea of Qi was frozen, no matter how strong Sanguinati's attack was, he would not be able to fight Purple Knife. On the martial arts stage, Purple Blade calmly looked at Fang Qin. "Sanguinati, Do you still remember what I said to you back in the ancestral land? Fang Qin said indifferently, I only remember that you were defeated by me and triggered the will of the purple ancestor to seek protection. Hearing this, Zi Dao's expression changed, but it quickly returned to normal. What's the point of saying all this now? Purple Blade said in a low voice, There's nothing better than defeating you in the finals. Purple Blade still had some resentment towards Fang Qin. He had been defeated by Fang Qin in the ancestral land of inheritance and had stolen the highest inheritance. And now he wanted to defeat Sanguinati in front of everyone. The strongest person in the lower realm's younger generation is me, not you, Sanguinati. Purple Blade continued, Today I will break your legend. There was no point in arguing. Fang Qin did not treat Zi Dao as an opponent at all. He did not even fear a fourth-level monarch, so why would he be afraid of Zi Dao? Let the battle begin. Following Yuan Gu's order, Zi Dao immediately summoned Purple Ancestor's Phantom. Buzz! Purple light surged around his body, and a terrifying aura soared into the clouds. At the same time, a purple phantom appeared behind him. This was Purple Ancestor's Phantom. Purple Ancestor's bloodline flowed in Zi Dao's body. Purple Ancestor is invincible. I seal the world. A deafening voice came from Zi Dao's mouth. Immediately after, the temperature in the air dropped rapidly. Terrifying ice law energy circled around Zi Dao's body. Voila! The Purple Ancestor's phantom behind Zi Dao turned into a ray of light, carrying the terrifying ice law energy as it shot towards Fang Qin. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, the ray of light shot towards Fang Qin. Before it hit Fang Qin, it spread out, forming an ice cage, trapping Fang Qin within. At the same time, the power of the law of ice penetrated Fang Qin's body through every opening. Crack! The power of the law of ice was freezing his qi. Still the same move. Fang Qin sneered inwardly as he calmly activated the undying flame in his golden heart. Buzz! Scorching flames spread out from the golden heart and drilled into his qi. Sanguinati, your qi has been frozen by me. Let's see how you block my attack. Feeling Sanguinati's qi being frozen, Zi Dao laughed wildly. He could already see the end of the competition, and Sanguinati would be defeated by him. On the main platform, Yuan Gu and Monarch Black Blade nodded. Being frozen by Purple Ancestor's qi was the most terrifying thing. What was laughable was that Sanguinati was too careless and did not dodge. With his qi frozen, Sanguinati no longer had the ability to fight. The battle was already over. I told you a long time ago to be careful. Sigh. Tai Laiyuan was very anxious, but there was nothing he could do. On the main platform, inside the ice cage, Fang Qin could not help but sigh when he sensed the law of ice in the surrounding air. He was at a disadvantage because of the ice law energy. If he had the ice law energy, he would not be in such a passive state. Purple Ancestor's ice seal is really strange. If Purple Ancestor used it personally, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to do anything. However, when Zi Dao uses it, its power is much weaker, Fang Qin said to himself. He was feeling his frozen sea of qi. The undying flame is the strongest flame in the world. It is known as the King of Flames. Fang Qin activated the undying flame and controlled it to resist the ice seal. Hiss! Hiss! Although the ice seal was strong, the undying flame was even more tyrannical. While resisting the ice seal, Fang Qin felt his mind tremble. He saw that the undying flame in his qi seemed to be changing slightly. That's the fire law. Fang Qin opened his eyes wide and stared at the undying flame's changes. The undying flame seemed to be absorbing the fire law energy. Is this the fire law? Fang Qin hurriedly immersed himself in comprehending the fire law. This was an excellent opportunity. The undying flame was pushed to its limits to resist Purple Ancestor's ice seal, triggering the fire law of the world. If he could use this opportunity to comprehend the fire law, he would definitely break through to the life and death realm. Outside the ice seal, Zidao sneered. Sanguinati, don't struggle pointlessly. Admit defeat, Zidao said gravely. He walked towards the ice cage, step by step. Since the Blood Sword Saint did not want to admit defeat, he would personally send him off the stage. Everyone's gazes were focused on Purple Blade. When Purple Blade arrived in front of the ice prison, the atmosphere was extremely heavy. Boom! Fang Chen's mind trembled as the fire law poured into his mind. He felt as if he was in a sea of fire, feeling the joy brought by the endless flames. Who? In a few breaths' time, Fang Chen opened his eyes. Fire law. Fang Chen's eyes were burning. He seemed to have caught a glimpse of the fire law's essence. So that's how it is. Fang Chen grinned. After that moment, his comprehension of the fire law had deepened. As long as he comprehended the undying flame more, he would definitely be able to comprehend the fire law. Thinking of this, Fang Chen rejoiced. It's time to break the ice seal. Shortly after, Fang Chen activated the undying flame to resist the ice seal. Hiss! Hiss! The undying flames might seem to have increased by a lot. In the blink of an eye, the ice law in his Qi completely scattered. His Qi returned to its original state. Dong! A powerful energy surged out of his Qi, flowing to his limbs and bones. It was at this moment that the ice prison was opened. Fang Chen's figure appeared before everyone once more. Sanguinati, you've lost, Zidao said. Fang Chen raised his head and looked at Zidao. The battle isn't over yet. Isn't it too early for you to say that? Humph. I've already frozen your Qi. What are you going to use to fight? Zidao shrugged. It seemed like everything was under his control. Unfortunately, your ice seal is too trashy. It's not even enough to tickle me, Fang Chen said indifferently. Chapter 1603. Zidao's greatest reliance was the Purple Ancestor's ice sealing technique and the Purple Ancestor's image. These two great weapons were the trump cards that gave him the confidence to obtain the sword origin fruit. Until now, Zidao had not discovered that Fang Chen's Qi had already been unfrozen. The Purple Ancestor's ice sealing technique was ineffective against Fang Chen. Seeing Fang Chen's face, Zidao was very displeased. He did not hide the killing intent in his eyes. Zidao held the purple saber in his hand and stomped his feet. His body floated in the air. A horrifying purple saber light whizzed over like a mountain. It's time to end this. Fang Chen raised his head and looked at Zidao's attack. His Qi shook. Extremely horrifying power erupted from the 9-pointed astral light. When the third layer of the sword scripture was activated, the power of the burial sword art of heaven and earth increased by 50 times. Boom! A resplendent sword light shot out from the rank 9 divine weapon, the hidden star sword. Impossible! When Purple Saber, who was charging over, saw Fang Chen's aura, his expression changed drastically as he exclaimed hoarsely. His Qi. Zidao could not believe what he was seeing. The ice sealing technique that Zidao was so proud of was actually ineffective against Sanguinati. Seeing the scene, the 3 experts on the rostrum were also somewhat astonished. Yuan Gu was slightly startled before he regained his composure. Tai Lai Yuan smiled as he looked at Fang Chen. He was so happy that he could not close his mouth. As for the Black Saber Monarch, his face was gloomy. If the ice sealing technique was ineffective against Sanguinati, then Zidao's chances of defeating Sanguinati in a head-on fight were too low. This damn fellow. How did he break the Purple Ancestor's ice sealing technique? Even the Black Saber Monarch could not help but sigh. The ice sealing technique that the Purple Ancestor left behind was very profound. However, a manifestation realm cultivator could actually ignore the ice sealing technique. To be able to ignore the ice sealing technique, he must have the strongest flame in the world, Yuan Gu's voice rang out. Strongest flame. The Black Saber Monarch was somewhat confused. He had seen the strongest flames in the lower domain. From his point of view, those flames were completely unable to resist the ice sealing technique. Yuan Gu's deep gaze penetrated the void and landed on Feng Chen's body. After that, he sighed and said, Brother Blackblade, do you still remember the ancient divine beast, the undying bird? Are you talking about the undying flame that is known as the King of Flames? Thinking of this, Blackblade Monarch widened his eyes and stared at Feng Chen. The ancient divine beast, the undying bird, has long been extinct. The undying flame also disappeared into the dust of history along with it. I don't believe that Sanguinati can obtain the undying flame. Blackblade Monarch was in disbelief. Then, how do you explain why he's not afraid of being frozen? Yuan Gu asked. Emperor Blackblade was speechless. He fell into deep thought, and a complicated look appeared on his face. If Sanguinati really had the undying flame, then it would be too heaven-defying. The closer it got to the end of the match, the more shocked Sanguinati became. How many more secrets does this brat have? Blackblade Monarch stared at Feng Chen and thought to himself. The three people on the rostrum had all guessed that Feng Chen had the undying flame, but the spectating disciples in the square did not know. The shock in their hearts could not be any greater. There had never been a martial artist who could make them so shocked. Sanguinati was the first. At this moment, even as disciples of the Yuan family, some disciples had to admit that they admired Sanguinati from the bottom of their hearts. Among the younger generation, Sanguinati was the only one who could do this. Even the strongest human in this era, Bone Progenitor, had not reached this height when he was the same age as Sanguinati. The noise in the square gradually disappeared. It was replaced by silence. Only the voices on the martial arts stage could be heard. With a 50-fold increase in strength, the power of the burial sword art of heaven and earth was raised to the extreme. The dazzling sword light blasted away the battle sword in Purple Blade's hand with absolute strength. Then, the illusory figure of Purple Blade in front of him was directly destroyed. Dong! Purple Blade's illusory figure blocked 90% of the attack. The remaining attack landed on Purple Blade's body. Purple Blade's body was sent flying. His eyes were filled with despair. The blow this time was too heavy for him. Ever since he had become Black Blade Monarch's disciple, his path had been smooth sailing. He had never suffered such a blow. As a life and death monarch, he was actually beaten by a creation realm martial artist to the point where he could not even fight back. No, I don't believe it. Purple Blade, who had fallen to the ground, was still muttering these words. His mind was somewhat unclear, as if he was about to enter a state of chi deviation. Voila! Black Blade Monarch leaped down from the rostrum and hurriedly walked to Purple Blade's side. He extended his finger and poked a few times on Purple Blade's body. Purple Blade immediately regained his consciousness. His face was dim and lifeless. Purple Blade, one failure is nothing. Black Blade Monarch said in a deep voice. His voice reverberated in Purple Blade's mind, trying to wake him up. Purple Blade raised his head and said with a pale face, Master, there's no need to say anything. Come back with me. After saying that, Black Blade Monarch grabbed Purple Blade and nodded at Yuan Gu, who was on the rostrum. Brother Yuan Gu, I'll bring my disciple back to treat his injuries first. Yuan Gu nodded. After Black Blade Monarch left, everyone's gaze fell on Feng Chen again. He had won 2 battles. Everything seemed to have deviated from Yuan Gu's expectations. He looked expressionlessly at the rostrum. Sanguinati had already sat down cross-legged and started to recover his strength. Next, there were still 9 battles waiting for him. These 9 battles would be his final test. The 9 of you, no matter what, have to ambush Sanguinati. Yuan Gu transmitted his voice to the 9 people. If someone had told him at the beginning that Sanguinati could enter the finals and perform so well, Yuan Gu would definitely not have believed it. But now he believed it. He even suspected that Sanguinati still had hidden trump cards. No matter what, the sword origin fruit had to belong to the Yuan clan. They could not let Sanguinati take it away. Therefore, Yuan Gu transmitted his voice to the 9 people to prevent any trouble. The 9 of them nodded heavily and looked at each other. When you get on the rostrum in a while, do your best. Even if you lose to Sanguinati, you have to force him to use his trump card. The boss was arranging countermeasures for the others. Boss, don't worry. A mere Sanguinati is no match for us at all. Yes, boss. The sword origin fruit belongs to the 9 of us. No one can take it away. Don't let your guard down. Sanguinati's potential is very strong. Moreover, I saw that he was very relaxed in the previous battles. He should be holding back. Don't be fooled by his cultivation. Otherwise, you will pay a heavy price. The boss warned. After these few battles, the boss's view of Sanguinati had changed greatly. He sensed a trace of danger from Sanguinati. Therefore, he urged the other 8 people to do their best. The battle in the Yuan clan's sacred land quickly spread to the other 3 sacred lands, especially the Luo clan's sacred land. After the Luo clan leader informed Luo Liuli, the latter was very excited. The 3 sacred lands' gazes were attracted by the Yuan clan's sacred land. However, in a certain place in the lower realm, something unexpected happened. At the edge of the void ocean, this place was endlessly desolate and belonged to an undeveloped land. The environment here was very terrible. Human race martial artists would not come here at all. Even when the sea demon race dominated the void ocean back then, they would not come here either. But today, lightning suddenly flashed and thunder rumbled here. Terrifying strong winds blew wildly. Rip! Suddenly, a crack appeared in the void. Immediately after, a terrifying vortex like a black hole appeared from the crack. The aura inside the vortex was suffocating, but just as it appeared, it was enveloped by the void creature's great magical ability. The aura could not leak out at all. Whoosh! 2 figures walked out of the vortex. Finally back, Universe Sovereign took a deep breath and said with a grin. Beside him, Blood Fiend Monarch said in a deep voice, "This time, we must make the human race pay a heavy price." Just as the 2 were talking, void creatures walked out of the vortex, one after another. The vortex lasted for about an hour before finally disappearing into the horizon. The void creatures descended, bringing a large number of captives and preparing to occupy the lower realm. Chapter 1604. Void creatures didn't belong to the lower realms, so they were invisibly rejected by the lower realms. Moreover, with the methods of the powerful void creature, it couldn't send experts of the eternal realm and above into the lower realms. Therefore, the strongest of the void creatures that descended this time was only at the peak of life and death realm. The leader of the void creatures was called Shimo. He was the strongest of these void creatures. Although he was only at the 9th level of life and death realm, he could contend against eternal realm experts. Of course, it was merely a confrontation. He couldn't defeat eternal realm experts. Apart from the void creatures, there were also a large number of captives. Their strength varied from low to high level life and death realm to high level life and death realm. They were all captives that the void creatures had captured in the primal chaos void. The entire lower realms are under the control of the human race. If you want to hide, I have a place to go. Universe Ruler said, "Lead the way." Shimo said solemnly, "Under the lead of Universe Ruler and Blood Fiend Monarch." The group arrived at Pterosaur Danger Ground. Noiselessly, the void creatures entered Pterosaur Danger Ground. With Pterosaur Danger Ground as the core, they began to set up a solid defense. At the same time, Shimo issued an order for some low-level life and death captives to infiltrate the human race and scout for information. With the void creatures' invasion, danger gradually descended. However, The human race martial artists were completely unaware that the human race's Saint Lord was in seclusion, and his injuries were unknown. The Yuan race's sacred land was holding the Sword Origin Fruit Contest. It was exceptionally intense, and Yuan Gu had no time to care about anything else. As for the other two Sacred Lands masters, their gazes were also attracted by the Yuan race's Sacred Land. Yuan race's Sacred Land. After a short rest, Fang Chen's third opponent was Old Nine. His cultivation base was at the 5th level of life and death realm. His battle strength was extremely tyrannical, and even the others didn't dare to underestimate him. Old Nine walked onto the stage and looked at Fang Chen with a beaming smile. "Kid, let's end it here." Old Ninth attacked with lightning speed and power. Rumble. Old Nine's attack was too tyrannical. The entire stage was shaking. Fortunately, the stage was jointly constructed by the upper echelons of the Yuan race. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to withstand the attack of a life and death realm monarch. Heaven and Earth Burial Sword Art. Fang Chen performed the sword burial art of Heaven and Earth once again, increasing his strength by 50 times. A terrifying aura surged out. The 9th-ranked divine weapon, the Hidden Star Sword, erupted with its tyrannical side. Bang Yu won. Old Knight's terrifying attack was blocked by the Hidden Star Sword. A rank 9 divine weapon is not bad, but you are not worthy of him. Old Knight sneered and continued to attack. Rumble the terrifying attacks were extremely concentrated. He didn't want to give Fang Chen any chance. He wanted to end the battle quickly. A faint smile appeared on Yuan Gu's face when he saw the situation on the stage. Sanguinati's miracle came to an end. Although his potential was heaven-defying, there was still a huge gap between their cultivation levels. On the stage, Sanguinati was forced to retreat. When everyone thought that Sanguinati was going to fail, his figure suddenly disappeared into thin air. The Space-Time Book. Fang Chen finally used the Book of Time and Space. All this time, he had never wanted to reveal his trump card, but now he had no choice but to reveal it. Old Knight's strength was very strong. He was considered above average among mid-level Imperial Emperors. If he didn't use the Book of Time and Space, it would be impossible for him to defeat Old Knight. Okay. Fang Chen's figure disappeared into the void in the blink of an eye. Before anyone could react, he appeared out of thin air and abruptly appeared behind Old Knight. Pucci, the sword burial art of Heaven and Earth, was performed again. At the same time, Fang Chen performed the 5 lightning tribulation art. Rumble. Countless lightning bolts swooped down from the sky and bombarded Old Knight. The sword burial art of Heaven and Earth, which increased his strength by 50 times, also stabbed at Old Knight. Not good. Old Knight cried out in his heart. With a thought, a black dart appeared in his palm. Without hesitation, he poured all the energy in his Qi into the black dart. Then he threw it out. A terrifying aura erupted from the dart, suffocating the cultivators in the square. Crack! The dart shattered Fang Chen's sword light and shot towards Fang Chen with a powerful force. At this moment, spots of light flickered around Old Knight's body. He successfully blocked the attack of the 5 lightning tribulation art. Yu too, swoosh. Fang Chen's figure once again merged into space-time. The 5th level of the Book of Time and Space was activated to the extreme. His figure moved quickly in the void. From time to time, he would stab with his sword. Pucci. In the beginning, Old Knight could still resist. But as time passed, problems appeared in Old Knight's defense. Caught off guard, he was stabbed by Fang Chen's sword in the air. Blood splattered in the sky. Old Knight's thigh was injured, and he could not stand steadily. Damn it. Old Knight opened his palm, and the black dart floated in his palm. Sanguinati, I want you dead. Old Knight injected his blood into the black dart. Immediately, the black dart emitted a suffocating aura. However, before the dart could be shot out, it was interrupted by Fang Qin. The concealment method of the Book of Time and Space was not something that people from the lower realm could imagine. Most importantly, Fang Qin was a space-time cultivator, and he also had the peak 9th grade space-time true meaning. If he did not want to be discovered, no one would be able to discover him. Pucci. The star-concealing sword stabbed Old Ninth again, causing him to roar. However, it was useless. Fang Qin had been hiding in the dark, and Old Ninth could not do anything about it. On the rostrum, Yuan Gu's face was extremely gloomy. This damn guy, what kind of secret technique did he cultivate? Yuan Gu was a little surprised. Even he could not catch Fang Qin's figure. Emperor Black, Blade, stared at Fang Qin from the side. This guy hid too well. Tai Laiyuan was not surprised. He had already experienced it. After an hour, the battle finally ended because Old Ninth's stamina was exhausted. Old Ninth lost unjustly, but there was no other way. Fang Qin did not break the rules. Sanguinati, you despicable person. Old Ninth glared at Fang Qin from below the stage, killing intent surging. Yu 3. Fang Qin ignored Old Ninth's threat. As long as he could win the final victory, it did not matter what move he used. Moreover, the Book of Time and Space was not a crooked trick. Fang Qin stood calmly on the stage. Since he had already exposed the Book of Time and Space, he would use a shocking method to deal with the next battle. His gaze fell on Old Ninth. Old Ninth cultivated the Yuan clan's secret technique and could see through some concealment methods. I don't know if your secret technique can see through my concealment method, Fang Qin said to himself. When he saw Fang Qin's provocation, Old Ninth's face broke into a wild smile. It had been a long time since someone had dared to provoke him so openly. Moreover, the other party was a 9th-level creation realm martial artist. Sanguinati, I hope you can hold on until I come out, Old Ninth said in a low voice. The following battle was really beyond everyone's expectations. Fang Qin activated the Book of Time and Space to the maximum. The Yuan clan members could not even see his figure. Old 8th failed, Old 7th failed, and Old 6th failed as well. When Old 5th and Fang Qin fought, something unexpected happened. During the battle with Purple Blade, Fang Qin could vaguely feel the mystery of the Flame Law. Old 5th happened to have the Flame Law, and he used it to fight against Fang Qin. Fang Qin bathed in Old 5th's Flame Law and gradually understood it. When the battle was coming to an end, Fang Qin's body was surrounded by the undying flame. At this moment, the undying flame was undergoing a fundamental transformation. Flame Law. Fang Qin's mind was filled with a scorching aura. In the sky, the terrifying power of the Flame Law descended and enveloped Fang Qin's body. What? On the rostrum, Yuan Gu clenched his fists and his heart burned with anger. Not only did Sanguinati not fail, but he also comprehended the power of the Flame Law. Damn this guy, his luck is too good. Tai Laiyuan laughed loudly. Many martial artists could not step into the life and death realm in their lifetime. There were also some who could step into the life and death realm in a few breaths. Fang Qin belonged to the latter. He comprehended the Flame Law at this critical moment and allowed the power of the law to descend and baptize his body. As long as the baptism was over, he would step into the life and death realm.